Art groaned, his head throbbing with pain. With great effort, he opened his eyes, straining to focus on his surroundings. Gradually, the blurry haze gave way to familiarity. It was his own room. Sylvie, his loyal companion, awakened and showered him with joyful licks. "You're awake!" she exclaimed, tail wagging furiously. Art mumbled, his confusion giving way to understanding. His mother, who had been resting against his bed, rose and smiled gently, running her fingers through his hair. Her red eyes betrayed the tears shed during his unconsciousness. Regret washed over Art as he tasted the bitterness of worrying his mother. Determined to know what happened, he sat up, placing Sylvie on his lap. Concern filled his mother's eyes as she began to explain. "After you fainted, we all left. The situation was overwhelming and the king departed first. Your father is downstairs discussing the events with the king's representative." A tear threatened to escape her eye. Art nodded, slowly rising from the bed. His body still weary from using Sylvia's draconic will, he limped behind his mother to check on Ellie, who peacefully slumbered in her room. As they descended the stairs, Art could hear the voices of his father and an elderly man, presumably the royal representative. The representative stood up and offered a respectful bow upon noticing Art's presence, his eyes carefully assessing for any signs of injury. Art's father, initially facing away, turned around at the sight of the representative's movement. "My son, you're awake." His father bounded over the couch, enveloping Art in a tight embrace, his hand cradling the back of his head. "Yeah, Dad, I'm fine. What's going on?" Art inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. "The king's representative came with a few gold coins as an apology token from the king for the minor incident," his father responded, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Mr. Leywin, His Highness has also instructed me to inform your family that both guards who assaulted your son, Arthur, have been dismissed from their positions," the representative calmly interjected. His father seethed with frustration, infuriated by the king's lenient response to the incident. Art reassured his father, gently squeezing his hand, urging him to let go of the anger. The representative remained impassive, unaffected by any doubts or concerns. Weary, Art took a seat, feeling exhausted from the ordeal. Changing the subject, he inquired about Sebastian, the injured conjurer. The representative explained that Sebastian had been stripped of his position and was undergoing treatment for his knee injury. Art shrugged, relieved that the situation had been resolved relatively smoothly. His father, growing impatient, escorted the representative to the door before turning back with a grin, acknowledging Art. Art unwrapped the package left beside his bed by Vincent, revealing a large, entirely white mask designed to cover his entire face. The mask was simple yet striking, featuring two sharp eye slits that curved upward, resembling a fox's eyes. It lacked openings for the nose and mouth, but a single blue streak ran straight down the left side, passing through the left eye slit. Curiosity piqued, Art tried on the mask, astonished to find it adhering to his face without any straps. The following day, the former party members of Art's father had recently finished a dungeon exploration with several other groups, granting them some free time before their next quest. Availability wasn't the issue. The actual question revolved around their interest in undertaking the current mission. Adam, meticulously polishing the tip of his spear, was the first to voice his thoughts. "Babysitting isn't really my style, so I'll pass on this one. Besides, with my personality, I feel like Arthur might end up killing me in my sleep one day," he joked. Despite the lightheartedness, Art's father responded with a solemn nod. He understood Adam's temperament and knew that their compatibility might be strained. "I was hoping Durden or Helen would accompany Arthur. I know we can't offer much, but Alice and I are more than willing to compensate you in any way we can if you decide to undertake this task," Art's father expressed, his tone sincere. "Don't talk like that, Ray. We're all family here. I, for one, would love to accompany him and witness his growth," the gentle giant Durden replied, his narrow eyes forming a warm smile. "Durden's right. You should know better than anyone that money isn't our main motivation. Plus, we managed to secure quite a treasure from our last dungeon raid," Helen chimed in, shaking her head in disagreement. A pale hand silently rose, capturing the attention of everyone at the table. "I volunteer," Jasmine declared. Angela, taken aback, stammered in disbelief. "Jasmine? You want to go with Arthur?" While Angela had expressed her eagerness to accompany Art, he couldn't shake the feeling that she might pose more danger than any other potential threats to an adventurer. Art had subtly hinted that she might not be the most suitable candidate, but he hadn't anticipated Jasmine taking the initiative to join him. Helen pondered, scratching her head. From a logical standpoint, Jasmine is the most fitting person to protect Arthur. Durden specializes in offensive area of effect spells. I would love to accompany Arthur as well, but I'm afraid protection isn't my strong suit. Turning to Jasmine, Art's mother expressed her concern, asking, "Jasmine, are you sure?" Meeting Art's mother's gaze with determination, Jasmine nodded resolutely in response. Well, Arthur only needs one companion, and Jasmine is probably the best choice. For Arthur's safety, then, I suppose I'll have to step down. It's a pity, though, Durden mused, scratching his head with a clear sense of disappointment. Apologizing to Durden, Art's father placed a comforting hand on the large mage's shoulder. "Sorry, Durden. I know how much you care about Arthur." "Maybe I'll join the Twin Horns on a dungeon raid in the future," Art chimed in. Durden's face brightened with a smile, accompanied by a nod and a playful tousle of Art's hair. The rest of the Twin Horns chuckled merrily, bringing their conversation to a close. It was decided that in a week's time, Art would accompany Jasmine to the Adventurers Guild to register himself. After successfully completing a simple test, he would begin as an E-class adventurer. Depending on his performance on future missions and quests, Art had the opportunity to advance his class. When they arrived home, Art noticed Lilia downstairs engaged in meditation. "Lily, no fair training without me," his sister exclaimed, rushing past him and settling into a comfortable sitting position next to Lilia. Based on Art's assessment, both of them still needed a few more years to develop a mana core. However, considering Lilia's progress, he anticipated that she would awaken at the average age for children. After putting away his jacket, Art turned to face his father, who was still ascending the stairs. "Dad, can we visit the auction house again? I'd like to choose a sword. We didn't get the chance to do it after the incident, and I've been eager to start practicing." "Sure. I need to discuss a few things with my team anyway. We'll ask the carriage driver to wait for a little while, so go wash up," his father replied. Lilia's parents awaited their arrival at the auction house. It marked the first time Art had seen them since the incident, and they bombarded him with a series of inquiries regarding his well-being. After assuring them repeatedly that he was fine, they proceeded inside. Art's father accompanied Vincent to meet the guards, while Tabitha opted to return home in their carriage. Left to his own devices, Art ventured through the storage hall in search of a sword. Sylvie perched on his head, observing the cluttered space filled with haphazardly arranged crates and shelves holding a variety of miscellaneous items. The Hellstay auction house served as a repository for goods from diverse merchants, adventurers, and even exotic locations like the Dwarven Kingdom. Since the war, their dealings with elves had been minimal. The conflict had arisen over a disputed territory situated between the Beast Glades and the Forest of Elshire, each side vying for control. Eventually, a stalemate was reached, and over the years, relations between the two races had improved. They even organized a friendly tournament to foster goodwill. However, deep-seated animosity still lingered, and it would take considerable time for the enmity to fully dissipate. It was unfortunate because elf-crafted weapons, known for their lightweight and slender design, would have been ideal for someone of Art's build. During his time with the Aerolith family in Elenoir, Art discovered that while dwarven weapons and armor were highly regarded for their craftsmanship, elves had their own specialties. They excelled in crafting bows, as well as conjurer staffs and wands, harnessing their innate talents in those particular areas. Most of the enchanted weapons had already been auctioned off during the event held the previous day, leaving only regular weapons that would soon be displayed in stalls for sale. This suited Art just fine, as he wasn't in search of anything extraordinary, but rather something reliable and dependable. As he scanned the seemingly endless rows of shelves and racks, Art carefully selected a few swords to examine. However, it didn't take long for him to assess each one and promptly return them to their original places. He found the craftsmanship of the swords lacking, with an imbalance between the blade and the grip. Furthermore, their shapes appeared haphazardly formed, making them suitable only for basic swings and thrusts, much to Art's dissatisfaction. Art sighed and sat down on the ground, leaning against a massive shield while Sylvie, his trusty companion, continued to explore their surroundings. As Sylvie let out an enthusiastic chirp, Art's curiosity was piqued. He got up and followed Sylvie's lead as she rummaged through a pile of weapons, kicking up a cloud of dust in the process. It seemed she was searching for something specific. Eventually, Sylvie used her front paw to point excitedly at an unassuming black rod, which appeared to be no longer than a yard and resembled a walking cane. Art shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "That's not quite what I had in mind, Sylv." Nevertheless, Sylvie hopped over to him, nudging him toward the seemingly ordinary black stick, urging him to give it a chance. Relenting, Art bent down and picked up the rod, surprised by its weight despite its thin appearance. Though it resembled polished wood, it felt much heavier than a mere walking stick. He examined it closely, noting its matte finish that didn't reflect any light and its smooth texture. Intricate indentations formed a design on its surface, but other than that, Art didn't see anything remarkable about it. However, Sylvie's mesmerized gaze suggested otherwise. Curious, Art decided to give it a swing, and it felt surprisingly satisfying in his hands. The weight of the rod was impressively balanced, surpassing even the short sword Art had settled for. With each swing, he grew more confident that this rod was more than just a walking stick or staff. Filled with excitement, Art enhanced his vision with mana, searching for any peculiarities. His hope was rewarded as he noticed a faint line dividing the stick into two parts, revealing it to be a sword. Eager to draw it, Art attempted to pry it out of the scabbard, but it remained stubbornly stuck. Frustrated, he wondered if it required worthiness like Excalibur. Dismissing the notion, he tried infusing fire attribute mana, but to no avail. After exhausting half an hour, a thought struck him. What if elemental mana wasn't the key? Overcome by curiosity, Art activated Sylvia's dragon will and infused it into the sword. This time, a gentle tug was enough to free the sword from its scabbard. The sheath released the sword effortlessly, revealing a blade that seemed anything but ordinary. Transfixed, Art entered a trance, captivated by the sheer beauty of the weapon before him. The slender blade possessed the qualities of a rapier, with a double edge suitable for both slashing and thrusting. Its sharp tip gracefully curved from the keen edge, pristine and unmarked. While the weight and balance were slightly off, Art found them superior to the crude weapons he had previously encountered. Yet, any imperfections were overshadowed by the awe-inspiring quality and the translucent teal hue of the blade, radiating its own luminosity in the dim storage room. The matte black scabbard and handle provided a striking contrast, enhancing its brilliance. To confirm its durability, Art conducted tests on a nearby iron barrel, affirming its strength despite the blade's narrowness. Confident in the sword's unparalleled craftsmanship, Art pondered whether it was designed exclusively for beast tamers or possessed even more intricate specifications. His gaze shifted to Sylvie, who tilted her head and emitted a reassuring chirp. As he scrutinized the blade, Art discovered a small inscription near the grip, Dawn's Ballad WK4. Uttering the name aloud, a sudden searing pain coursed through his hand, causing him to drop the weapon. Observing a cauterized gash on his palm, Art hesitated but eventually picked up the sword again. To his amazement, it seemed to adapt, fitting perfectly in his hand as if it had been custom-made for him. Art examined the inscription once more, his mind filled with curiosity about the enigmatic WK4. How could someone possess the skill to create such a remarkable sword? Interrupted by his father's faint voice, Art snapped back to reality and realized how much time had passed. He swiftly sheathed his new sword and made his way back to his father, with Sylvie perched atop his head. Bringing along the short sword he had chosen as a backup, Art approached Vincent, who had been engrossed in conversation with his father and a busy scribe. Vincent spotted Art and waved him over. "Well, did you find something you like?" he asked eagerly. Art nodded, raising the short sword. "I came across this one, and after a few swings it grew on me. Is it all right if I take it?" Vincent took the weapon from Art's hand and drew the sword from its scabbard, examining it carefully. Not the finest quality, but it's sturdy and unlikely to break easily. What do you think, Ray? Art's father accepted the sword, carefully examining its blade, grip, and guard. He proceeded to perform several swings and thrusts, assessing its balance. The balance isn't perfect, but it should serve well as a first sword. "What's that stick you have there?" he inquired. Art shrugged nonchalantly. "I stumbled upon it on the way back. It feels really sturdy. Can I use it for practice, Uncle Vincent?" Vincent studied the black rod, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. "I don't recall seeing this before. I wonder if it was mistakenly placed among the weapons," he mused. He turned to Jameson, a middle-aged worker who had been buried in his stack of parchments. "Jameson, what is this stick doing here?" Jameson's fatigued eyes brightened as he glanced at the stick in Art's hands. He sifted through his papers and produced a worn sheet. "Ah, here it is, sir. One of the merchants shared a peculiar tale with me, so I made a note of it just in case. He claimed that some senile old man had handed him the stick, muttering about finding it a worthy master. Our inspectors checked it, but it appears to be nothing more than a sturdy cane." Vincent nodded and squeezed Art's shoulder gently. "Well, it seems this stick has been gathering dust here. If you believe it will be of use to you, go ahead and take it," he said. Art's face lit up with a sense of accomplishment. "Happy birthday, Arthur," echoed throughout the Helsty mansion as the Twin Horns and Helsty family gathered to celebrate his 9th birthday. Art graciously thanked everyone with a bow, mirrored by Sylvie on his shoulder. The dinner was a culinary masterpiece, featuring Art's favorite dishes prepared by his mother. Laughter filled the halls, accompanied by the clinking of glasses and the bustling of staff. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Adam entertained the guests with humorous jokes and recounted their most amusing dungeon escapades. "Adam," Jasmine said coolly, "you seem to forget the time a horned mole snuck up under him while he was relieving himself in the dungeon." The room erupted in laughter, causing Art to spray food across the table in his failed attempt to contain his amusement. His father's laughter was contagious, almost causing him to fall back in his chair as he pointed at the frozen Adam. Vincent couldn't hold back either, burying his face in his hands. The women shook their heads in embarrassment while Ellie eagerly shared her adventures in reading and writing, trying to participate in the adult conversations, and Lilia chuckled politely. After the satisfying dinner, the Helsty family relocated to the cozy living room, where a crackling fire cast a warm glow. Art's father presented him with a cloth-wrapped gift, a joint effort from his parents and younger sister, Ellie. Carefully unwrapping it, Art discovered a black fingerless glove for his left hand, adorned with 3 white stones. Made from the hide of a spiked aurochs his father had hunted, the glove also held healing spells within the stones, providing an added layer of protection during his future missions. His mother's tender smile revealed her underlying concerns about his safety. "Thank you, Mom, Dad, Ellie. I love it. This will be really useful for me." Art expressed his gratitude, embracing each family member tightly before donning the sturdy fingerless glove. Its embedded healing spells promised immense assistance in challenging situations. Interrupting the heartfelt moment, Vincent produced a small box and knelt down dramatically. Opening it, he revealed 2 silver rings, a plain one and another adorned with a small, clear gem. Perplexed, Art wondered about Vincent's intentions, while Tabitha playfully scolded her husband and urged him to stop teasing. Finally, Vincent clarified that the plain band was meant for Art to wear, while the gemmed ring was for his mother. Tabitha eagerly interrupted, explaining the ring's purpose. "Alice, while Art wears the ring, you'll be able to monitor his safety. It tracks the natural mana flow in a mage's body. If the flow stops, the stone on your ring will glow red and emit a high-pitched sound." Vincent chimed in, acknowledging Lilia's contribution. "We wanted to give Art something that would ease your worries. The rings can't do much else, but we hope they bring you peace of mind, Alice Ray." Alice, emotional and grateful, embraced Tabitha and Lilia. Art couldn't help but worry about his mother's potential obsession with checking the ring. Adam, assuming the role of Art's guardian angel, chimed in with enthusiasm. Durden, Art's actual guardian angel, approached and handed him a roll of parchment. With a theatrical wave of his arm, Adam presented the gift to Art. "Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on these marvelous sound transmission scrolls," he announced. "They come at a hefty price, I assure you. By infusing mana into one scroll, you can send a message, and the recipient can reply using the other. Once the reply is heard, the parchment disintegrates into ashes." As the Twin Horns teased Adam good-naturedly, they exchanged warm smiles with Art's family. Soon after, Art's parents' former party members bid their farewells and returned to their inn. The Helstey family retired upstairs as Lilia, exhausted from the day, drifted off to sleep. Left with just his parents, Art was already packed and ready to meet Jasmine the next morning. This was his last chance for a heartfelt conversation before his departure. With tears in his eyes, his father clasped his shoulders while his mother knelt down, embracing him tightly. They shared their love and concern, reassuring Art that he would always have a home to return to. Determined to protect and nurture these precious bonds, Art understood that he needed to continuously improve himself, even more so than when he had been a king in his previous world. "Crying won't work. Shouldn't you be used to water by now, Sylv?" Art remarked, his voice filled with amusement. Sylvie managed to free herself from Art's grasp and scurried out of the shower, leaving a trail of dripping water behind. Art shook his head with a chuckle and continued to wash up by himself. Once he was done, he dressed in a simple shirt and pants, taking a final look around the room he had called home for the past few months, etching its image into his memory. He put on his glove and ring, packed his coat, mask, and other necessities into his bag, and secured both Dawn's ballad and his short sword to his waist before heading out. "Trust Jasmine when things get rough. She may be the youngest, but don't doubt her strength and experience as an adventurer," Art's father advised, pulling him into one last firm hug. "Why are brother and Sylvie leaving?" "No, stay here." Art's sister suddenly realized that he would be away for a while. She clung to his waist, refusing to let go, using her small body weight to anchor him down. Kneeling down, Art wrapped Ellie in his arms and gently patted her back. "I know you're a big girl now. Can you protect Mom and Dad while I'm gone for a bit, Ellie?" Amidst her sobbing, Ellie managed to reply in a muffled voice, "I can protect them." She buried her head into Art's shoulder, seeking comfort. Releasing her from his embrace, Art studied his baby sister's tear-stained face, using his thumb to wipe away the tears streaming down her cheeks. "That's my girl. Your big brother will be away for a little while, but I promise I'll come back. It gives me peace of mind knowing that we have someone strong like my little sister here to protect the house." "Yes!" Ellie eagerly seconded, her eyes shining with newfound determination. Art affectionately patted her head before turning to give their parents one last heartfelt hug. Art's mother tried to console her. "Honey, your brother will be back soon, okay?" After bidding farewell to his family, Art descended the front stairs and reached the spot where Jasmine had patiently been waiting. "Let's go, Jasmine," he declared, slipping on his mask and coat. Responding with a brief nod, Jasmine joined him, and together they set off towards the bustling downtown area, making their way to the Adventurers Guild Hall. The receptionist handed Art his bronze adventurer's card at the front desk, completing the registration process. He observed the card's copper color, symbolizing his promotion from E-Class to B-Class. With his newly acquired card safely stored away, Art turned his attention to Jasmine, his adventuring partner. Curiosity piqued. Art inquired, "Are you and Caspian close, Jasmine?" Sylvie, his companion perched on his head, slept peacefully. Jasmine's response carried an unmistakable frostiness. "He's an acquaintance of my father," she replied tersely, making it clear that her sentiments towards Caspian were far from warm. Sensing the tension, Art decided not to press further, opting to change the subject instead. "So what do you think we should do next?" Jasmine paused, considering their options. There were several missions available, ranging from tasks suited to their current ranks or lower, such as guarding nobles or acquiring rare reagents used in magical item creation. Another option was venturing into the Beastglades, where they could explore and hunt down mana beasts. But Jasmine's response brought a faint smile to her face. "Dungeon exploring," she replied, hinting at an exciting adventure awaiting them. Sylvie stirred from her slumber at the mention of dungeon exploration, her curiosity evident. However, Art remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hilts of his twin swords. The recent battle with Caspian had brought certain realizations to the forefront of his mind. Art acknowledged that he had dedicated too much time to adapting and mastering the intricate magic system of this world. While he had honed his skills in lightning, ice, and other elemental affinities, he had neglected his foundation, the art of physical combat, which had been his forte. In his previous life, Art had relied on simple techniques to maximize the use of his limited ki pool. With his sword as his ally, he had risen to the top. In Decathlon, however, countless possibilities unfolded before him. To truly excel and become the best in this world, he needed to harness not only his gifts in this current life, but also the experiences and skills from his previous existence. Lost in contemplation, Art was jolted from his thoughts when someone bumped into his shoulder. Looking up, he locked eyes with Lucas, the blonde noble, who swaggered past with an entourage of guards and servants in tow. Seeing that Art had acknowledged him, Lucas halted in his tracks and turned to face him. With a derisive tone, he belittled Art, emphasizing his identity as an augmenter. Lucas made it clear that despite their shared ranking, he considered himself superior. A smirk played across his face as he tilted his head back, attempting to assert dominance. However, the height difference between them rendered his attempt rather comical. Art chose not to engage in an argument with Lucas, and instead shifted his attention back to Jasmine. Ignoring Lucas's taunts, he simply stated his intention. "Let's head to the portal," he said, signaling his readiness to move forward. Xyrus boasted a greater number of teleportation gates than any other city, serving as the sole means of entry to the floating city. Stepping through one of these gates, the transition from a solid stone floor to a worn path sent a jolt through Art's senses. He had arrived directly at the Beast Glades, the shift in scenery instantly immersing him in a vibrant and dynamic environment. The air resonated with the melodious chirping of birds, interspersed with occasional cries and roars of wild beasts, accompanied by the constant burbling of flowing water. The picturesque landscape featured towering trees, rolling hills adorned with diverse flora, and an overall serenity that belied the lurking danger. It was difficult to fathom that this seemingly tranquil setting housed magical beasts capable of vanquishing even the most formidable mages. The outer regions of the Beast Glades, with their abundant natural resources, predominantly accommodated lower-ranking creatures. However, as adventurers delved deeper into this expanse, the landscape grew progressively more enigmatic and treacherous. Unexplored territories held the hidden dens of powerful beasts, solitary rulers who had amassed both coveted treasures and formidable strength in their isolation. Art inhaled the refreshing air as Jasmine materialized beside him through the teleportation gate. However, their moment of arrival was disrupted by Sylvie, who abruptly leaped off Art's head and scuttled away in a hurry. Startled, Art called out to his companion, his perplexed voice echoing through the surroundings. Sylvie responded with faint and indistinct transmissions, conveying her excitement and intentions to embark on her own training endeavors. Despite the sudden separation, Art discovered a newfound ability to sense her presence, alleviating some of his initial anxiety. "She'll be fine. Mana beasts possess an innate instinct for growth," Jasmine reassured Art, joining him by his side. After spending her entire life sheltered, Sylvie must have felt the need for liberation. Jasmine gently placed her hand on Art's shoulder, signaling their readiness to proceed. "Before venturing into a dungeon, there's a place I'd like to visit. We should hurry, though. It becomes more perilous as night falls." Harnessing the power of mana within her, Jasmine surged forward with remarkable speed, propelled by her wind attribute abilities, urging Art to follow suit. Art followed, his feet causing 2 gales of wind as he dashed after Sylvie. Keeping tabs on her was effortless since their mental connection remained strong. Even as the distance between them grew, he sensed her catching small prey, her ecstatic mood infectiously spreading to him. The journey extended for a few hours. Art managed to keep up with Jasmine, who was at the dark yellow stage while he remained at the light red stage, thanks to his adept use of mana rotation. It had become second nature to him, an unconscious skill that kicked in whenever he exerted mana. As the sun began to set, they emerged from a dense forest and entered a small clearing, a picturesque scene with tall trees encircling a field of grass, where a crystal-clear stream flowed gracefully. "We'll camp out here for a few days," Jasmine announced, setting down her bag and retrieving a roll of thick canvas and a small pot. Art joined her, placing his bag beside hers, and surveyed their surroundings in search of anything noteworthy. "Is this the place you wanted to visit?" She shook her head in response and set about gathering wood for the fire. As she collected the branches, Art ventured into the forest, returning with decent-sized logs. Together, they arranged the wood, soon igniting a crackling and popping fire in the heart of their camp. Making himself comfortable, Art removed his mask and settled silently beside her, the warmth of the fire embracing them both. After several minutes of silence, Art couldn't resist his curiosity any longer. "What made you want to become an adventurer?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames. Jasmine's gaze remained fixed on the fire, and the weight of the silence stretched between them, making him believe she didn't want to answer. But then, in a soft voice barely audible over the crackling wood, she spoke. "I wanted to get away from my family." "I see. Were you on bad terms with them?" Art responded, keeping his gaze on the mesmerizing fire. More moments passed, the flames casting a warm glow on their faces, before Jasmine found the strength to speak again. "The Flamesworth house," she said in a monotonous tone, "was a prominent force in the war against the elves. Our lineage has produced countless formidable mages, renowned for their mastery of both conjuration and augmentation. Among the elemental attributes, our prowess in the domain of fire was unparalleled. We took great pride in this, for fire was widely regarded as the most potent of the elements." Her words were concise, but it was the most Art had ever heard Jasmine speak in one sitting. He glanced up at her, his expression filled with curiosity and concern, and she nodded in acknowledgement. "However, Jasmine, aren't you—" His voice trailed off, leaving the question hanging in the air. "From an early age," Jasmine recounted, her tone filled with a hint of sadness, her family had subjected her to relentless scrutiny. As soon as her magical abilities awakened and she began her training, they conducted rigorous examinations to determine her affinity for fire. Through various tests, they sought to observe how her mana manifested and flowed within her channels. Yet, it became painfully evident that she possessed no natural inclination for the fire attribute. As soon as it became clear, she continued, her voice trailing off as she absent-mindedly poked at the fire, "my family regarded me as inferior." Art felt at a loss for words, taken aback by this revelation. For the first time, the typically aloof and cold Jasmine seemed vulnerable, her emotions laid bare. Offering the only response he could muster, he softly said, "I'm sorry to hear that." Shaking her head, Jasmine offered Art a faint smile. "The Twin Horns have treated me well and I don't dislike what I am," she said, her voice tinged with a mix of contentment and resignation. Art's gaze shifted to her palm as she conjured a small swirl of wind, and he couldn't help but notice the emotions flitting across her face as she observed her hand. In this world, discrimination and classification were deeply ingrained. Hierarchical divisions permeated the land and seemed destined to endure indefinitely. Among the populace, ordinary humans were relegated to a secondary status, while even within the ranks of mages, augmenters faced prejudice from conjurers. The disparities extended further. Certain elemental affinities were perceived as more esteemed than others, unless one possessed a rare dual element or deviant specialization. Born into a prestigious family of powerful fire attribute mages, Jasmine had been deemed inferior solely due to her elemental attribute, something most mages would have coveted. At the tender age of 24, she was already a dark yellow augmenter, proficient in combat and adept at manipulating mana. Many would have hailed her as a prodigy, but in the context of the standards she had grown up with, she couldn't help but view herself as lacking. Art placed additional wood into the fire, ensuring it would last through the coldest hours of the night. He then laid out their sleeping bags a few feet away, positioning them close enough to bask in the comforting warmth. Settling down, Art delved into his thoughts, seeking a connection with Sylvie. Despite the considerable distance between them, he could sense her presence and the assurance of her safety. She transmitted a reassuring thought, urging him not to worry and to prioritize his own well-being. With his eyes shut, Art anticipated drifting off to sleep. However, his reverie was interrupted by Jasmine's muttered words. "It's weird. When I talk to you, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child." Opting not to respond, Art feigned slumber, hoping that Jasmine wouldn't press for an answer. Jasmine was already busy tending to the fire and cooking something by the time Art woke up and emerged from his sleeping bag. His stomach grumbled, reminding him of his hunger as he cast an eager gaze at the skewered fish sizzling over the flames. "Good morning," You should have woken me up, Jasmine. There's no need for you to do all the chores on your own. Art greeted her, a tinge of guilt in his voice. I tried waking you up. You wouldn't budge, Jasmine replied, her gaze heavy-lidded, yet displaying a mix of indifference and concern. If I hadn't heard you breathing, I would have mistaken you for a corpse. Art let out an awkward chuckle. I'm sorry. It's a bad habit of mine. After they both savored their breakfast of grilled fish, they extinguished the fire. Art proceeded to wash himself in the nearby stream before adorning his mask and strapping on his swords, assuming they would embark on a hunt for mana beasts in the vicinity. However, Jasmine halted his preparations. Your opponent for the next few days will be me, Jasmine declared. Art couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden turn of events. They had come all the way here to spar? Huh? He stammered, his surprise evident. We're close to the dungeon we will be exploring, but I want you to focus on fighting me first, Jasmine explained. Your fighting style seems awkward at times, like you know it in your head, but your body doesn't listen to you. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her 2 daggers and pointed one at him. We won't use any kind of mana while we spar. To his surprise, Jasmine had keenly observed the very concern that had been bothering Art. He saw this as an excellent opportunity to improve. Good idea, he responded, drawing his short sword. Use your other sword, Jasmine suggested, her eyes flickering toward Dawn's ballad. Art was taken aback by Jasmine's keen observation. How did you know this was a sword? He asked, surprised that she had seen through his attempt to conceal the weapon. Knowing you, Jasmine shrugged, stepping closer. It had to be something more than just a cane or a practice stick. Understanding her reasoning, Art nodded in confirmation. Without hesitation, he tossed the short sword over toward the campfire and drew Dawn's ballad. As he unsheathed the sword, it glided out smoothly and silently, its translucent blade catching the strong rays of the sun and emitting a soft teal glow. Art positioned himself, holding Dawn's ballad firmly. Ready when you are, he stated confidently. Jasmine's response was hesitant, her gaze fixated on the gleaming blade of Dawn's ballad. Yeah, she stuttered, clearly awed by the weapon. Before they began their spar, both Art and Jasmine utilized mana to dull the edges of their weapons. As they engaged in combat, Art realized the extent to which he had been relying on mana to compensate for his physical shortcomings. His arms grew heavy, and his legs trembled with each feeble push from the ground. It became clear to Art that he had made a mistake. Instead of addressing and improving his own limitations, he had chosen to mask them with mana. He understood now that magic should serve as a supplement to one's natural abilities, not a crutch or a means to hide deficiencies. Seizing the opportunity, Art lunged forward with a sharp thrust aimed at Jasmine's sternum. Although their swords were coated to prevent fatal injuries, the intensity of their sparring session remained high, with the potential for bruises or even broken bones. This realism added a heightened sense of intensity to their exchange. Jasmine executed a swift and precise maneuver, swinging both of her daggers in a wide arc to parry Art's lunge. The impact caused Art's sword to collide with the ground, prompting him to readjust his footing to maintain his balance. However, in the blink of an eye, Jasmine swiftly repositioned her weapons for a rapid downward slash. Reacting with agility, Art swiftly freed his sword from the dirt and pivoted his body to the side, narrowly evading Jasmine's overhead slash. The blades of her daggers grazed harmlessly past his loosely fitted shirt. Taking advantage of the moment, Art countered by kicking Jasmine's arm away and creating some distance between them. They continued their exchange, alternating between offensive and defensive moves. However, it didn't take long for Art to feel the strain in his arms from the rapid succession of movements. With his muscles burning, he raised his sword into a defensive stance and took a step back, regaining his composure. My win, Jasmine declared calmly, skillfully sheathing her daggers into the scabbards attached to her thighs. Art burst into laughter, a mixture of amusement and acceptance, as he dropped Dawn's ballad onto the ground. Although he had held the advantage when their duel concluded, he lacked the physical stamina to continue. It was a clear defeat on his part. The spar had lasted less than 5 minutes, yet his arms and legs were now protesting vehemently from the exertion. Rubbing his forearms to alleviate the strain, he picked up his blade and smoothly slid it back into its black sheath. Hey, Jasmine, it looks like a couple of days won't be enough for me to overcome this, Art confessed, a chuckle escaping him. Jasmine's lips curled up slightly as she nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. With 3 years until his enrollment at Xyrus Academy, Art knew he had ample time to focus on mastering mana manipulation. Right now, he understood where his priorities lay. Performing a quick mental calculation, Art raised 2 fingers, signaling his determination. 2 years, Jasmine. I'll dedicate 2 years to fully acclimating my body to sword fighting without relying on mana. Jasmine's surprise was evident in her response. Just 2 years? Art smirked confidently, meeting her gaze. Just watch. Hey, did you hear the rumor? Kegel asked, setting his mug of beer down on the table. The burly man sitting beside him finished his glass, slamming it down with force. If you're talking about that famous masked swordsman, I say it's bullshit, Kegel. With flushed cheeks and glazed eyes, it was evident that the man was drunk. Kegel glanced at him, not surprised by his dismissive response. No, apparently it's true, chimed in a skinny lad with a bun-tied hair who approached their table to join the conversation. An acquaintance of mine claims to have teamed up with him. He's traveling with Jasmine Flamesworth, and he's pretty short, so he's hard to miss. Terman, the drunkard, grew impatient. So, what did your so-called acquaintance have to say about him? The thin lad shook his head in wonder before answering. They ventured into a minor dungeon that had already been cleared, and, well, I think the rumors are true. He's not a mage. Bah, I call bullshit, Terman exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Either that masked swordsman is an augmenter, or the rumors are just exaggerated. Have you heard some of the stories going around about him? There was even one rumor that he solo cleared a dungeon by himself. Is that even possible? B-class augmenters can't do that, even if it's a low-level dungeon. You expect me to believe an ordinary swordsman can? He waved his empty mug in the air, signaling for a refill. Yeah, man, I would take some of those rumors with a pinch of salt, Kegel responded, taking another sip of his drink and feeling a bit lightheaded. That solo clear rumor. Didn't the guy also mention that Jasmine Flamesworth went in with him? She probably helped him out inside, right? Terman nodded vigorously. Exactly. I'm telling you, you bunch of dunderheads, that swordsman probably isn't even that strong. Half of those rumors are likely about Flamesworth, some self-proclaimed warrior calling himself a swordsman. Bring him here. I'll take him on any day. The tavern grew increasingly boisterous as the night wore on, fueled by the escalating intoxication of the burly drunk. The masked swordsman had become a topic of heated discussion among the adventurers. Whispers and tales circulated, each one attempting to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic figure. Some claimed he was Jasmine Flamesworth's apprentice, but such speculation seemed far-fetched. It was widely known that he had achieved a rare feat by attaining B-class status during his rank exam. Yet even more astonishing was the rumor that he had swiftly ascended to A-class within a mere 2 years. However, the most persistent and captivating rumor surrounding the masked swordsman was that he was an augmenter. Every individual who had embarked on a dungeon exploration with him attested to his extraordinary prowess, despite never witnessing him employ mana. His skills with a blade were nothing short of awe-inspiring, leading many to believe that he possessed an innate talent for combat that transcended the need for magical augmentation. Kegel shook his head, a sense of despondency washing over him. He found himself in the unenviable position of being a borderline C-class adventurer. Despite his best efforts, he had attempted to pass the exam to advance a class 3 times in the past 3 years, only to meet failure each time. In this world, ascending to a higher class depended on accumulating enough merit points through dungeon explorations, missions, and quests. However, to qualify for the next class, one had to prove their abilities by passing a rigorous exam. Each class had its unique challenges, and to reach the coveted A-class, the first of the elite ranks, the examinee had to demonstrate their skills by engaging in a 2-on-1 battle against A-class adventurers and endure for 10 grueling minutes. Terman, gradually sobering up, was now more irritated by the notion that a scrawny swordsman could outmatch him. As a seasoned B-class augmenter, he took great pride in his status, making the idea of being overshadowed by another adventurer hard to bear. The door to the pub emitted an audible squeak, causing Kegel's grip to loosen on the fork, which promptly clattered against the plate. Kegel's eyes widened as the figure made his entrance. Well, speak of the devil, Turman grunted, an arrogant grin spreading across his face as he rose from his seat. It's the wee little swordsman everyone's been buzzing about. Where's your guardian? In front of him stood the masked swordsman himself, the very subject of their earlier discussion and the source of countless outrageous rumors. With a sense of anticipation, Kegel tried to decipher the expression behind the mask, but the swordsman's blue eyes remained inscrutable. The swordsman sported a simple black coat that reached mid-thigh, the hood concealing part of his face that the mask did not. The sight of the mask and dual swords certainly made him stand out, but upon closer inspection, he appeared even more intriguing. Standing at less than 5 feet tall, he possessed a slim frame beneath his coat, suggesting an unconventional approach to physical conditioning. Strapped to his lower back was a short sword, while a sleek, black staff-like object rested below it. Perhaps he possessed conjuring abilities, using the staff as a focal point. Ignoring Turman's taunting, the masked man averted his gaze, displaying a complete lack of interest. He simply walked past, as if Turman was nothing more than an insignificant nuisance, undeserving of his attention. "Hey, you bastard, are you ignoring me?" Turman's slurred voice grew louder, fueled by frustration. He brandished his greatsword, withdrawing it from its sheath and hoisting it above his head. The weight of his anger and envy bore down on him. "Calm down. Remember the rules. No killing inside," Kegel pleaded, stepping forward with raised arms, attempting to intercede and halt Turman's impending swing. However, the masked swordsman continued on his path without even glancing back, making his way toward the front counter. Turman's fury intensified at the swordsman's disregard. Augmenting both his body and his weapon, a shimmering silver aura enveloped him and his sword. With a forceful shove, he pushed Kegel aside, directing his blade towards the masked swordsman in a downward arc. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the inn, causing Kegel's heart to seize with dread. Anticipating a gruesome sight, he braced himself for the sight of a mangled and lifeless body. To his astonishment, however, the sword had created a small crater next to the masked man, missing him by a hair's breadth. Kegel exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, feeling a surge of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Turman had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. His intention must have been to intimidate rather than kill. Closing the distance between them, Kegel approached Turman cautiously, hoping to calm his frenzied state and dissuade him from striking again. But as he neared, he was met with a sight that sent a chill down his spine. Turman's face contorted with a mixture of shock and seething anger, his eyes burning with an intensity Kegel had rarely seen before. In the inn's dining room, the patrons had shifted their attention from their meals to the unfolding spectacle. A mix of gasps and cheers filled the air, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and bloodlust. With a thunderous roar of frustration, Turman raised his greatsword once more, wrenching it free from the depression it had created in the floor. The sheer force behind his augmented strikes demolished the wooden furniture in his path, reducing them to splinters. Yet, despite the ferocity of his onslaught, each swing fell short of its intended mark. The masked swordsman effortlessly evaded every attack, gracefully evading Turman's blade with a fluidity that defied comprehension. What perplexed Kegel the most was that the swordsman never took a single step, maintaining his position as if rooted to the ground. After unleashing a relentless onslaught of strikes with his greatsword, the burly man found himself drenched in sweat, his frustration etched across his wrinkled face. Hesitation crept into his movements, prompting him to take a cautious step back. "Is dodging the only skill you possess? It appears your guardian did all the heavy lifting while you simply ran away." The drunkard's menacing smile betrayed his lingering confidence as he firmly gripped his sword with both hands and launched into another attack, his swings even faster than before. With a resounding clang, the massive greatsword, weighing more than the masked swordsman himself, was sent hurtling through the air. It was as if the weapon had collided with another metal object, but to Kegel's bewilderment, he couldn't see another sword in sight. The masked swordsman had not even drawn a weapon, yet he had deflected the blow effortlessly. "Are you done?" the masked man inquired. A low groan was the only response that escaped Turman's lips before they all fell to the ground. Suddenly, Kegel felt like he was submerged deep underwater, struggling to breathe as the surrounding air pressed down on him. The sensation was overwhelming and terrifying. He had heard tales of elite fighters possessing a killing intent that could intimidate even powerful creatures. But this was something else entirely. Could there truly be a killing intent that could directly threaten human lives? Turning his head slowly towards the masked man, who emanated this chilling bloodlust, Kegel's face drained of color. The expression hidden behind the mask was unknown, yet it didn't matter. The masked man exuded a malevolent aura, filled with an intense desire for bloodshed. The killing intent was not even directed at him, but Kegel had to summon all his willpower to keep himself from trembling uncontrollably. Then Kegel noticed the sorry state that Terman was in. His eyes were wide and his body stiff, as if petrified. He was muttering something, and tears streamed down his cheeks. The crotch area of his pants was visibly soiled, a darker shade than the rest. The masked man retracted his bloodthirst, and Kegel felt a rush of relief as he could finally breathe again. Desperately, he took in deep gulps of air, causing him to cough. He observed the other adventurers and inn-workers around him doing the same, some in even worse conditions. The masked man turned back to the counter where the trembling waitress stood, her face pale and ghostly. "I believe there's a sack of rations here under the name Note. A friend of mine ordered them not too long ago," the masked man said, his baritone voice clear and precise. "Yes, I'll get that for you right away," the waitress stammered. With a slight nod to the waitress, the masked man received the sack of food and left. The entire inn watched in silence, afraid to make even the slightest sound. What took so long? Jasmine set to work distributing the food among the pouches attached to their horses' saddles. Art scratched his head, feeling Jasmine's suspicious gaze on him with her half-lidded eyes, undoubtedly imagining the trouble he had gotten himself into. "Ah, I had a little quarrel with one of the adventurers at the inn," Art confessed, trying to downplay the situation. Jasmine shook her head disapprovingly, but didn't press further. She mounted her horse and snapped the reins, ready to continue their journey. Art quickly hopped onto his brown mount, waving his hand dismissively. Don't mind. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I didn't even hurt the guy." With that, they set off from Dragonspine Inn, leaving the incident behind them. The receptionist handed Art his bronze adventurer's card at the front desk, completing the registration process. He observed the card's copper color, symbolizing his promotion from E-Class to B-Class. With his newly acquired card safely stored away, Art turned his attention to Jasmine, his adventuring partner. Curiosity piqued. Art inquired, "Are you and Caspian close, Jasmine?" Sylvie, his companion perched on his head, slept peacefully. Jasmine's response carried an unmistakable frostiness. "He's an acquaintance of my father," she replied tersely, making it clear that her sentiments towards Caspian were far from warm. Sensing the tension, Art decided not to press further, opting to change the subject instead. "So what do you think we should do next?" Jasmine paused, considering their options. There were several missions available, ranging from tasks suited to their current ranks or lower, such as guarding nobles or acquiring rare reagents used in magical item creation. Another option was venturing into the Beastglades, where they could explore and hunt down mana beasts. But Jasmine's response brought a faint smile to her face. "Dungeon exploring," she replied, hinting at an exciting adventure awaiting them. Sylvie stirred from her slumber at the mention of dungeon exploration, her curiosity evident. However, Art remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hilts of his twin swords. The recent battle with Caspian had brought certain realizations to the forefront of his mind. Art acknowledged that he had dedicated too much time to adapting and mastering the intricate magic system of this world. While he had honed his skills in lightning, ice, and other elemental affinities, he had neglected his foundation, the art of physical combat, which had been his forte. In his previous life, Art had relied on simple techniques to maximize the use of his limited ki pool. With his sword as his ally, he had risen to the top. In Decathlon, however, countless possibilities unfolded before him. To truly excel and become the best in this world, he needed to harness not only his gifts in this current life, but also the experiences and skills from his previous existence. Lost in contemplation, Art was jolted from his thoughts when someone bumped into his shoulder. Looking up, he locked eyes with Lucas, the blonde noble, who swaggered past with an entourage of guards and servants in tow. Seeing that Art had acknowledged him, Lucas halted in his tracks and turned to face him. With a derisive tone, he belittled Art, emphasizing his identity as an augmenter. Lucas made it clear that despite their shared ranking, he considered himself superior. A smirk played across his face as he tilted his head back, attempting to assert dominance. However, the height difference between them rendered his attempt rather comical. Art chose not to engage in an argument with Lucas, and instead shifted his attention back to Jasmine. Ignoring Lucas's taunts, he simply stated his intention. "Let's head to the portal," he said, signaling his readiness to move forward. Xyrus boasted a greater number of teleportation gates than any other city, serving as the sole means of entry to the floating city. Stepping through one of these gates, the transition from a solid stone floor to a worn path sent a jolt through Art's senses. He had arrived directly at the Beast Glades, the shift in scenery instantly immersing him in a vibrant and dynamic environment. The air resonated with the melodious chirping of birds, interspersed with occasional cries and roars of wild beasts, accompanied by the constant burbling of flowing water. The picturesque landscape featured towering trees, rolling hills adorned with diverse flora, and an overall serenity that belied the lurking danger. It was difficult to fathom that this seemingly tranquil setting housed magical beasts capable of vanquishing even the most formidable mages. The outer regions of the Beast Glades, with their abundant natural resources, predominantly accommodated lower-ranking creatures. However, as adventurers delved deeper into this expanse, the landscape grew progressively more enigmatic and treacherous. Unexplored territories held the hidden dens of powerful beasts, solitary rulers who had amassed both coveted treasures and formidable strength in their isolation. Art inhaled the refreshing air as Jasmine materialized beside him through the teleportation gate. However, their moment of arrival was disrupted by Sylvie, who abruptly leaped off Art's head and scuttled away in a hurry. Startled, Art called out to his companion, his perplexed voice echoing through the surroundings. Sylvie responded with faint and indistinct transmissions, conveying her excitement and intentions to embark on her own training endeavors. Despite the sudden separation, Art discovered a newfound ability to sense her presence, alleviating some of his initial anxiety. "She'll be fine. Mana beasts possess an innate instinct for growth," Jasmine reassured Art, joining him by his side. After spending her entire life sheltered, Sylvie must have felt the need for liberation. Jasmine gently placed her hand on Art's shoulder, signaling their readiness to proceed. "Before venturing into a dungeon, there's a place I'd like to visit. We should hurry, though. It becomes more perilous as night falls." Harnessing the power of mana within her, Jasmine surged forward with remarkable speed, propelled by her wind attribute abilities, urging Art to follow suit. Art followed, his feet causing 2 gales of wind as he dashed after Sylvie. Keeping tabs on her was effortless since their mental connection remained strong. Even as the distance between them grew, he sensed her catching small prey, her ecstatic mood infectiously spreading to him. The journey extended for a few hours. Art managed to keep up with Jasmine, who was at the dark yellow stage while he remained at the light red stage, thanks to his adept use of mana rotation. It had become second nature to him, an unconscious skill that kicked in whenever he exerted mana. As the sun began to set, they emerged from a dense forest and entered a small clearing, a picturesque scene with tall trees encircling a field of grass, where a crystal-clear stream flowed gracefully. "We'll camp out here for a few days," Jasmine announced, setting down her bag and retrieving a roll of thick canvas and a small pot. Art joined her, placing his bag beside hers, and surveyed their surroundings in search of anything noteworthy. "Is this the place you wanted to visit?" She shook her head in response and set about gathering wood for the fire. As she collected the branches, Art ventured into the forest, returning with decent-sized logs. Together, they arranged the wood, soon igniting a crackling and popping fire in the heart of their camp. Making himself comfortable, Art removed his mask and settled silently beside her, the warmth of the fire embracing them both. After several minutes of silence, Art couldn't resist his curiosity any longer. "What made you want to become an adventurer?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames. Jasmine's gaze remained fixed on the fire, and the weight of the silence stretched between them, making him believe she didn't want to answer. But then, In a soft voice barely audible over the crackling wood, she spoke. "I wanted to get away from my family." "I see. Were you on bad terms with them?" Art responded, keeping his gaze on the mesmerizing fire. More moments passed, the flames casting a warm glow on their faces, before Jasmine found the strength to speak again. "The Flamesworth house," she said in a monotonous tone, "was a prominent force in the war against the elves. Our lineage has produced countless formidable mages, renowned for their mastery of both conjuration and augmentation. Among the elemental attributes, our prowess in the domain of fire was unparalleled. We took great pride in this, for fire was widely regarded as the most potent of the elements." Her words were concise, but it was the most Art had ever heard Jasmine speak in one sitting. He glanced up at her, his expression filled with curiosity and concern, and she nodded in acknowledgement. "However, Jasmine, aren't you—" His voice trailed off, leaving the question hanging in the air. "From an early age," Jasmine recounted, her tone filled with a hint of sadness, her family had subjected her to relentless scrutiny. As soon as her magical abilities awakened and she began her training, they conducted rigorous examinations to determine her affinity for fire. Through various tests, they sought to observe how her mana manifested and flowed within her channels. Yet, it became painfully evident that she possessed no natural inclination for the fire attribute. "As soon as it became clear," she continued, her voice trailing off as she absent-mindedly poked at the fire, "my family regarded me as inferior." Art felt at a loss for words, taken aback by this revelation. For the first time, the typically aloof and cold Jasmine seemed vulnerable, her emotions laid bare. Offering the only response he could muster, he softly said, "I'm sorry to hear that." Shaking her head, Jasmine offered Art a faint smile. "The Twin Horns have treated me well, and I don't dislike what I am," she said, her voice tinged with a mix of contentment and resignation. Art's gaze shifted to her palm as she conjured a small swirl of wind, and he couldn't help but notice the emotions flitting across her face as she observed her hand. In this world, discrimination and classification were deeply ingrained. Hierarchical divisions permeated the land and seemed destined to endure indefinitely. Among the populace, ordinary humans were relegated to a secondary status, while even within the ranks of mages, augmenters faced prejudice from conjurers. The disparities extended further. Certain elemental affinities were perceived as more esteemed than others, unless one possessed a rare dual element or deviant specialization. Born into a prestigious family of powerful fire attribute mages, Jasmine had been deemed inferior solely due to her elemental attribute, something most mages would have coveted. At the tender age of 24, she was already a dark yellow augmenter, proficient in combat and adept at manipulating mana. Many would have hailed her as a prodigy, but in the context of the standards she had grown up with, she couldn't help but view herself as lacking. Art placed additional wood into the fire, ensuring it would last through the coldest hours of the night. He then laid out their sleeping bags a few feet away, positioning them close enough to bask in the comforting warmth. Settling down, Art delved into his thoughts, seeking a connection with Sylvie. Despite the considerable distance between them, he could sense her presence and the assurance of her safety. She transmitted a reassuring thought, urging him not to worry and to prioritize his own well-being. With his eyes shut, Art anticipated drifting off to sleep. However, his reverie was interrupted by Jasmine's muttered words. "It's weird. When I talk to you, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to a child." Opting not to respond, Art feigned slumber, hoping that Jasmine wouldn't press for an answer. Jasmine was already busy tending to the fire and cooking something by the time Art woke up and emerged from his sleeping bag. His stomach grumbled, reminding him of his hunger as he cast an eager gaze at the skewered fish sizzling over the flames. "Good morning. You should have woken me up, Jasmine. There's no need for you to do all the chores on your own." Art greeted her, a tinge of guilt in his voice. "I tried waking you up. You wouldn't budge," Jasmine replied, her gaze heavy-lidded, yet displaying a mix of indifference and concern. "If I hadn't heard you breathing, I would have mistaken you for a corpse." Art let out an awkward chuckle. "I'm sorry. It's a bad habit of mine." After they both savored their breakfast of grilled fish, they extinguished the fire. Art proceeded to wash himself in the nearby stream before adorning his mask and strapping on his swords, assuming they would embark on a hunt for mana beasts in the vicinity. However, Jasmine halted his preparations. "Your opponent for the next few days will be me," Jasmine declared. Art couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden turn of events. They had come all the way here to spar? "Huh?" he stammered, his surprise evident. "We're close to the dungeon we will be exploring, but I want you to focus on fighting me first," Jasmine explained. "Your fighting style seems awkward at times, like you know it in your head but your body doesn't listen to you." With a swift motion, she unsheathed her 2 daggers and pointed one at him. "We won't use any kind of mana while we spar." To his surprise, Jasmine had keenly observed the very concern that had been bothering Art. He saw this as an excellent opportunity to improve. "Good idea," he responded, drawing his short sword. "Use your other sword," Jasmine suggested, her eyes flickering toward Dawn's ballad. Art was taken aback by Jasmine's keen observation. "How did you know this was a sword?" he asked, surprised that she had seen through his attempt to conceal the weapon. "Knowing you," Jasmine shrugged, stepping closer. It had to be something more than just a cane or a practice stick. Understanding her reasoning, Art nodded in confirmation. Without hesitation, he tossed the short sword over toward the campfire and drew Dawn's ballad. As he unsheathed the sword, it glided out smoothly and silently, its translucent blade catching the strong rays of the sun and emitting a soft teal glow. Art positioned himself, holding Dawn's ballad firmly. "Ready when you are," he stated confidently. Jasmine's response was hesitant, her gaze fixated on the gleaming blade of Dawn's ballad. Yeah, she stuttered, clearly awed by the weapon. Before they began their spar, both Art and Jasmine utilized mana to dull the edges of their weapons. As they engaged in combat, Art realized the extent to which he had been relying on mana to compensate for his physical shortcomings. His arms grew heavy, and his legs trembled with each feeble push from the ground. It became clear to Art that he had made a mistake. Instead of addressing and improving his own limitations, he had chosen to mask them with mana. He understood now that magic should serve as a supplement to one's natural abilities, not a crutch or a means to hide deficiencies. Seizing the opportunity, Art lunged forward with a sharp thrust aimed at Jasmine's sternum. Although their swords were coated to prevent fatal injuries, the intensity of their sparring session remained high, with the potential for bruises or even broken bones. This realism added a heightened sense of intensity to their exchange. Jasmine executed a swift and precise maneuver, swinging both of her daggers in a wide arc to parry Art's lunge. The impact caused Art's sword to collide with the ground, prompting him to readjust his footing to maintain his balance. However, in the blink of an eye, Jasmine swiftly repositioned her weapons for a rapid downward slash. Reacting with agility, Art swiftly freed his sword from the dirt and pivoted his body to the side, narrowly evading Jasmine's overhead slash. The blades of her daggers grazed harmlessly past his loosely fitted shirt. Taking advantage of the moment, Art countered by kicking Jasmine's arm away and creating some distance between them. They continued their exchange, alternating between offensive and defensive moves. However, it didn't take long for Art to feel the strain in his arms from the rapid succession of movements. With his muscles burning, he raised his sword into a defensive stance and took a step back, regaining his composure. "My win," Jasmine declared calmly, skillfully sheathing her daggers into the scabbards attached to her thighs. Art burst into laughter, a mixture of amusement and acceptance, as he dropped Dawn's ballad onto the ground. Although he had held the advantage when their duel concluded, he lacked the physical stamina to continue. It was a clear defeat on his part. The spar had lasted less than 5 minutes, yet his arms and legs were now protesting vehemently from the exertion. Rubbing his forearms to alleviate the strain, he picked up his blade and smoothly slid it back into its black sheath. "Hey, Jasmine, it looks like a couple of days won't be enough for me to overcome this," Art confessed, a chuckle escaping him. Jasmine's lips curled up slightly as she nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. With 3 years until his enrollment at Xyrus Academy, Art knew he had ample time to focus on mastering mana manipulation. Right now, he understood where his priorities lay. Performing a quick mental calculation, Art raised 2 fingers, signaling his determination. 2 years, Jasmine. I'll dedicate 2 years to fully acclimating my body to sword fighting without relying on mana. Jasmine's surprise was evident in her response. "Just 2 years?" Art smirked confidently, meeting her gaze. Just watch. Hey, did you hear the rumor? Kegel asked, setting his mug of beer down on the table. The burly man sitting beside him finished his glass, slamming it down with force. If you're talking about that famous masked swordsman, I say it's bullshit, Kegel. With flushed cheeks and glazed eyes, it was evident that the man was drunk. Kegel glanced at him, not surprised by his dismissive response. No, apparently it's true, chimed in a skinny lad with a bun-tied hair who approached their table to join the conversation. An acquaintance of mine claims to have teamed up with him. He's traveling with Jasmine Flamesworth, and he's pretty short, so he's hard to miss. Terman, the drunkard, grew impatient. So, what did your so-called acquaintance have to say about him? The thin lad shook his head in wonder before answering. They ventured into a minor dungeon that had already been cleared, and, well, I think the rumors are true. He's not a mage. Bah, I call bullshit, Terman exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Either that masked swordsman is an augmenter, or the rumors are just exaggerated. Have you heard some of the stories going around about him? There was even one rumor that he solo cleared a dungeon by himself. Is that even possible? B-class augmenters can't do that, even if it's a low-level dungeon. You expect me to believe an ordinary swordsman can? He waved his empty mug in the air, signaling for a refill. Yeah, man, I would take some of those rumors with a pinch of salt, Kegel responded, taking another sip of his drink and feeling a bit lightheaded. That solo clear rumor. Didn't the guy also mention that Jasmine Flamesworth went in with him? She probably helped him out inside, right? Terman nodded vigorously. Exactly. I'm telling you, you bunch of dunderheads, that swordsman probably isn't even that strong. Half of those rumors are likely about Flamesworth, some self-proclaimed warrior calling himself a swordsman. Bring him here. I'll take him on any day. The tavern grew increasingly boisterous as the night wore on, fueled by the escalating intoxication of the burly drunk. The masked swordsman had become a topic of heated discussion among the adventurers. Whispers and tales circulated, each one attempting to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic figure. Some claimed he was Jasmine Flamesworth's apprentice, but such speculation seemed far-fetched. It was widely known that he had achieved a rare feat by attaining B-class status during his rank exam. Yet even more astonishing was the rumor that he had swiftly ascended to A-class within a mere 2 years. However, the most persistent and captivating rumor surrounding the masked swordsman was that he was an augmenter. Every individual who had embarked on a dungeon exploration with him attested to his extraordinary prowess, despite never witnessing him employ mana. His skills with a blade were nothing short of awe-inspiring, leading many to believe that he possessed an innate talent for combat that transcended the need for magical augmentation. Kegel shook his head, a sense of despondency washing over him. He found himself in the unenviable position of being a borderline C-class adventurer. Despite his best efforts, he had attempted to pass the exam to advance a class 3 times in the past 3 years, only to meet failure each time. In this world, ascending to a higher class depended on accumulating enough merit points through dungeon explorations, missions, and quests. However, to qualify for the next class, one had to prove their abilities by passing a rigorous exam. Each class had its unique challenges, and to reach the coveted A-class, the first of the elite ranks, the examinee had to demonstrate their skills by engaging in a 2-on-1 battle against A-class adventurers and endure for 10 grueling minutes. Terman, gradually sobering up, was now more irritated by the notion that a scrawny swordsman could outmatch him. As a seasoned B-class augmenter, he took great pride in his status, making the idea of being overshadowed by another adventurer hard to bear. The door to the pub emitted an audible squeak, causing Kegel's grip to loosen on the fork, which promptly clattered against the plate. Kegel's eyes widened as the figure made his entrance. "Well, speak of the devil," Terman grunted, an arrogant grin spreading across his face as he rose from his seat. "It's the wee little swordsman everyone's been buzzing about. Where's your guardian?" In front of him stood the masked swordsman himself, the very subject of their earlier discussion and the source of countless outrageous rumors. With a sense of anticipation, Kegel tried to decipher the expression behind the mask, but the swordsman's blue eyes remained inscrutable. The swordsman sported a simple black coat that reached mid-thigh, the hood concealing part of his face that the mask did not. The sight of the mask and dual swords certainly made him stand out, but upon closer inspection, he appeared even more intriguing. Standing at less than 5 feet tall, he possessed a slim frame beneath his coat, suggesting an unconventional approach to physical conditioning. Strapped to his lower back was a short sword, while a sleek, black staff-like object rested below it. Perhaps he possessed conjuring abilities, using the staff as a focal point. Ignoring Terman's taunting, the masked man averted his gaze, displaying a complete lack of interest. He simply walked past, as if Terman was nothing more than an insignificant nuisance, undeserving of his attention. "Hey, you bastard, are you ignoring me?" Terman's slurred voice grew louder, fueled by frustration. He brandished his greatsword, withdrawing it from its sheath and hoisting it above his head. The weight of his anger and envy bore down on him. "Calm down. Remember the rules. No killing inside," Kegel pleaded, stepping forward with raised arms, attempting to intercede and halt Terman's impending swing. However, the masked swordsman continued on his path without even glancing back, making his way toward the front counter. Terman's fury intensified at the swordsman's disregard. Augmenting both his body and his weapon, a shimmering silver aura enveloped him and his sword. With a forceful shove, he pushed Kegel aside, directing his blade towards the masked swordsman in a downward arc. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the inn, causing Kegel's heart to seize with dread. Anticipating a gruesome sight, he braced himself for the sight of a mangled and lifeless body. To his astonishment, however, the sword had created a small crater next to the masked man, missing him by a hair's breadth. Kegel exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, feeling a surge of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Terman had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. His intention must have been to intimidate rather than kill. Closing the distance between them, Kegel approached Terman cautiously, hoping to calm his frenzied state and dissuade him from striking again. But as he neared, he was met with a sight that sent a chill down his spine. Terman's face contorted with a mixture of shock and seething anger, his eyes burning with an intensity Kegel had rarely seen before. In the inn's dining room, the patrons had shifted their attention from their meals to the unfolding spectacle. A mix of gasps and cheers filled the air, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and bloodlust. With a thunderous roar of frustration, Terman raised his greatsword once more, wrenching it free from the depression it had created in the floor. The sheer force behind his augmented strikes demolished the wooden furniture in his path, reducing them to splinters. Yet, despite the ferocity of his onslaught, each swing fell short of its intended mark. The masked swordsman effortlessly evaded every attack, gracefully evading Terman's blade with a fluidity that defied comprehension. What perplexed Kegel the most was that the swordsman never took a single step, maintaining his position as if rooted to the ground. After unleashing a relentless onslaught of strikes with his greatsword, the burly man found himself drenched in sweat, his frustration etched across his wrinkled face. Hesitation crept into his movements, prompting him to take a cautious step back. "Is dodging the only skill you possess? It appears your guardian did all the heavy lifting while you simply ran away." The drunkard's menacing smile betrayed his lingering confidence as he firmly gripped his sword with both hands and launched into another attack, his swings even faster than before. With a resounding clang, the massive greatsword, weighing more than the masked swordsman himself, was sent hurtling through the air. It was as if the weapon had collided with another metal object, but to Kegel's bewilderment, he couldn't see another sword in sight. The masked swordsman had not even drawn a weapon, yet he had deflected the blow effortlessly. "Are you done?" the masked man inquired. A low groan was the only response that escaped Terman's lips before they all fell to the ground. Suddenly, Kegel felt like he was submerged deep underwater, struggling to breathe as the surrounding air pressed down on him. The sensation was overwhelming and terrifying. He had heard tales of elite fighters possessing a killing intent that could intimidate even powerful creatures. But this was something else entirely. Could there truly be a killing intent that could directly threaten human lives? Turning his head slowly towards the masked man, who emanated this chilling bloodlust, Kegel's face drained of color. The expression hidden behind the mask was unknown, yet it didn't matter. The masked man exuded a malevolent aura, filled with an intense desire for bloodshed. The killing intent was not even directed at him, but Kegel had to summon all his willpower to keep himself from trembling uncontrollably. Then Kegel noticed the sorry state that Terman was in. His eyes were wide and his body stiff, as if petrified. He was muttering something, and tears streamed down his cheeks. The crotch area of his pants was visibly soiled, a darker shade than the rest. The masked man retracted his bloodthirst, and Kegel felt a rush of relief as he could finally breathe again. Desperately, he took in deep gulps of air, causing him to cough. He observed the other adventurers and inn-workers around him doing the same, some in even worse conditions. The masked man turned back to the counter where the trembling waitress stood, her face pale and ghostly. "I believe there's a sack of rations here under the name Note. A friend of mine ordered them not too long ago," the masked man said, his baritone voice clear and precise. "Yes, I'll get that for you right away," the waitress stammered. With a slight nod to the waitress, the masked man received the sack of food and left. The entire inn watched in silence, afraid to make even the slightest sound. What took so long? Jasmine set to work distributing the food among the pouches attached to their horses' saddles. Art scratched his head, feeling Jasmine's suspicious gaze on him with her half-lidded eyes, undoubtedly imagining the trouble he had gotten himself into. "Ah, I had a little quarrel with one of the adventurers at the inn," Art confessed, trying to downplay the situation. Jasmine shook her head disapprovingly, but didn't press further. She mounted her horse and snapped the reins, ready to continue their journey. Art quickly hopped onto his brown mount, waving his hand dismissively. Don't mind. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I didn't even hurt the guy." With that, they set off from Dragonspine Inn, leaving the incident behind them. As they journeyed, Art reminisced about the past 2 years. Jasmine had been determined for Art to attain A-class quickly, enabling them to explore the dungeon they were currently en route to. While Art focused on advancing his class, Jasmine also ascended, attaining the status of an AA-class adventurer. Although a considerable gap still separated her from Caspian, her progress during that time had been impressive. When they weren't on missions or exploring lower-level dungeons, they engaged in rigorous sparring sessions. Each night, Art dedicated several hours to meditation, resulting in a breakthrough into the light orange stage. However, the most significant improvement during this period had been in Art's physicality. Abstaining from mana had required them to rediscover efficient body and sword utilization. Although not at peak strength due to limited physical reach and underdeveloped muscles compared to their adult self, Art no longer felt awkward or constrained in combat. Art had diligently refined his sword techniques to better align with his current physique, although he acknowledged that further improvement was still necessary. The journey had been arduous, evident from the scars adorning Art's body, yet he believed every challenge had been worthwhile. With the combination of his dragon will assimilated body and adept mana rotation, Art found solace in knowing they were on the right path for their future growth. Meanwhile, Jasmine had undergone significant growth during their travels. Art had observed that Jasmine's primary weakness lay in her swordsmanship. Having initially focused solely on fire attribute skills until she was deemed unfit, Jasmine had been left to independently master the art of wielding her swords to complement her wind attribute abilities. Art recognized that while he may not have been a master of wind attributes, he still possessed valuable knowledge to impart to Jasmine. Guided by Art's teachings and her self-developed double-blade techniques, Jasmine successfully passed the AA class examination. Art aspired to take the AA class exam as well, but the high merit point requirements meant he needed to complete numerous missions and conquer several dungeons before becoming eligible. Concerned about Sylvie's peculiar behavior since arriving at the Beast Glades, Art reached out through a mental transmission. Despite his attempts to reunite, Sylvie seemed hesitant and preoccupied with unfinished business. Despite the physical distance, Art noticed a significant growth in Sylvie over the years. His communications had become more sophisticated, revealing deeper and sometimes overwhelming emotions. Art reminisced about his visits back home during the first year, but as time went on, the distance made it impractical to make frequent trips between Xyrus and the dungeons. Instead, he relied on correspondence and occasional meetings with his parents at the guild hall, where the transportation gates were located. While his mother expressed dissatisfaction with this arrangement, she understood it to some extent. Meanwhile, his father diligently pursued his training and achieved a breakthrough, reaching the solid orange stage, an impressive feat for someone his age. Art fondly remembered his father's proud smile as he jokingly attributed Art's mana talent to himself. His parents kept him updated on the happenings at Helsty House. Art's younger sister was still far from forming her mana core, but he was surprised to learn that Lilia had awakened a few weeks earlier. Her awakening had caused her bed to implode, a typical occurrence for a mage. Their parents were overjoyed and wasted no time enrolling her in Xyrus Academy. During the assessment, it was revealed that while Lilia's mana core measured as average, the efficiency of her mana veins was exceptional. She possessed a remarkable ability to absorb mana from her surroundings, a crucial trait for conjurers. The prospect of Lilia becoming his senior at school when Art joined next year brought a sense of amusement. "We're here," Jasmine announced, snapping Art out of his thoughts. At her signal, they brought their horses to a slow trot into a small clearing in the woods. The clearing, surrounded by tall trees, served as the location of the dungeon entrance. It was already occupied by a group of adventurers clearing their camp, some checking their weapons in preparation for the upcoming venture. "I guess we're stuck with more augmenters," a faintly familiar voice rang out. Disembarking from his mount, Art made his way towards the group of adventurers, with Jasmine following closely behind. As he approached, he recognized the young fire conjurer from the examination site, Lucas. The disdainful expression on Lucas's face and the clicking of his tongue made his animosity clear. An armored augmenter stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. "Please don't mind, Lucas. Let me introduce you to the party," said Reginald Brooks, an A-class augmenter. He proudly declared his specialization in the hammer, pointing at the giant warhammer resting on the ground nearby. Art carefully observed Reginald. His short, tousled brown hair matched the color of his eyes, and his square jaw sported a thick beard. Standing at over 6 feet tall with broad shoulders, he exuded an intimidating presence. Aside from Art and Jasmine, the group consisted of 2 other augmenters, Creole and Brawled. Creole, a stout man with a defensive approach, wielded a massive shield as his sole weapon. Despite his shorter stature and a noticeable beer belly, his overall physique showed signs of strength beneath the armor. Brawled, a noble-looking individual, stood slightly shorter than Reginald. He wore an elegant white metal armor that covered his shoulders and chest, while a luxurious mantle cascaded behind him. With his neatly trimmed blonde hair and piercing hazel eyes, he possessed a captivating charm. Offering handshakes and a warm, innocent smile, he projected an air of refinement and gentility. He introduced himself as Gabriel, his voice laced with a hint of pride. "I've just become an AA-class augmenter now in the light yellow stage. As a fire attribute specialist, I wield the broadsword and shield. Today I'll be leading our group," he declared, flashing a shy smile in Jasmine's direction. Once the augmenters had finished their introductions, it was the conjurer's turn to step forward. Among them, 3 individuals stood alongside Lucas, a tall, slender man, a girl with a determined expression, and a serious-looking boy with black hair and spectacles. Art struggled to recall the boy's name. "Elijah Knight," he stated with brevity, his tone sharp and focused. "A class conjurer specialized in earth." Art observed Elijah closely, sensing there was more to him than the succinct introduction implied. Skipping the exam and being placed directly into B rank as an earth conjurer couldn't be the sole reason for his position. The next to step forward was a beady-eyed, lanky man who appeared to be well into his 30s. Despite his less than attractive appearance, with a crooked nose and greasy brown hair parted down the middle, he wore a smug expression. "I am Oliver," he proclaimed, his arms crossed in an air of self-satisfaction. "An A-class conjurer at the dark yellow stage. I specialize in healing as an emitter deviant." His jaw jutted out, clearly reveling in his own abilities. While Oliver's demeanor left much to be desired, the presence of a healer in the party brought a sense of reassurance. Following Oliver's introduction, a vibrant and energetic woman stepped forward. "Hi there, I'm Samantha, but you can call me Sammy," she exclaimed with a flirtatious wink directed at Art. At a dark yellow stage, she boasted an A-class conjurer status, specializing in water. Samantha, in her mid-20s, possessed a petite and attractive figure. Her wavy blonde hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her large, round eyes, a shade of light blue that bordered on gray, exuded an innocent allure. Constantly swaying her hips and shifting her weight from leg to leg, she attracted the sidelong glances of nearby men, with Oliver particularly captivated by her presence. Jasmine remained composed as she stated, "Jasmine, light yellow stage, AA class augmenter, wind attribute, dual swords." Art, growing impatient, swiftly added, "Note, light orange stage, A-class augmenter, fire attribute with specialization in sword." When Brauld prodded him for an introduction, Lucas practically spat out, "I'm Lucas, a fire-specialized conjurer at the dark yellow stage." Throughout the exchange, Elijah kept his stone face, while Art was already beginning to grow annoyed at the constant glances Samantha shot him, as if she was trying to look through the mask somehow. Finally, Brauld smiled at them and said, "Welcome, both of you. I'm certainly glad to have another AA class in the group." The other two augmenters nodded in agreement. It was clear from Oliver's and Lucas's faces that they didn't care. Reginald, with his massive hammer resting on his shoulder, directed his gaze towards Art. "I have to ask, Note, you mentioned being an augmenter, but there have been rumors circulating that suggest otherwise." His tone held a hint of curiosity as he awaited an explanation. Art simply shrugged in response. "The rumors might stem from the fact that I haven't been utilizing my magic recently. It's due to personal reasons." Noticing Art's reluctance to delve further into the topic, Reginald cleared his throat uncomfortably and proceeded to organize the party formation. Brauld took charge, declaring, "We should make our way without delay." As the group formed, it became evident that Brauld would assume the role of the front line, his shield and sword style best suited for the position. With his esteemed AA class status, he naturally became the de facto leader, alongside the enigmatic Jasmine, who maintained a quiet presence. Positioned beside Brauld were Reginald and Art, both specializing in offensive capabilities. Safeguarding the rear was Creole, his massive shield acting as a bulwark against flanking maneuvers, while Jasmine stood ready to eliminate any threats that managed to breach their defenses. Their primary duty revolved around protecting the four conjurers, with Oliver occupying the central position, given his crucial role as the healer. This particular dungeon held an AA class designation, signifying that only parties of A class and higher were permitted entry. Brauld had recently discovered a concealed tunnel leading to an unexplored section within the dungeon. Today, they would venture into these uncharted territories, their path shrouded in mystery. With weapons unsheathed and the smug expressions on the conjurers' faces giving way to focused determination, the group crossed the threshold into the formidable depths of the dungeon known as the Dire Tombs, a name bequeathed by its earliest explorers. Stepping into the depths of the dungeon, Art immediately felt a chilling drop in temperature as the group descended down a gradual slope. Positioned beside him, Brauld held his shield aloft, ready for any imminent threats with his sword drawn. Having conducted prior research alongside Jasmine, Art was well aware of the peculiar nature of the Dire Tombs dungeon they were currently in. It stood out even among the realm of enigmatic dungeons. The creatures inhabiting this place were described in records as undead, a phenomenon Art found perplexing. The notion of mana beasts capable of returning to life was entirely new to him. This unique aspect presented a formidable challenge in clearing the dungeon, since the mana beasts seemed to possess endless resilience, reanimating after being slain. Speculations abounded among adventurers and mage guilds, suggesting the presence of a special artifact at the dungeon's depths, capable of resurrecting the deceased mana beasts. However, no concrete evidence had substantiated these claims. Clearing the dungeon entailed thorough exploration, distinct from conquering, which involved defeating the mana beasts and looting treasures within. The Dire Tombs had been cleared to a certain extent, until Brauld's recent discovery of the hidden passage, introducing an uncharted section that remained unconquered. "We are approaching the first level of the dungeon, so remain vigilant," Brauld announced, his posture lowering as he prepared for what lay ahead. "The mana beasts here may not be formidable, but their numbers will be overwhelming. Do not waste time attempting to collect their mana cores, for these beasts possess none." Amidst the group, Art caught faint murmurs from Oliver, their healer, expressing discontentment regarding the perceived meager rewards expected from this dungeon. The primary objective when facing a dungeon was typically for adventurers to acquire the accumulated treasures left behind by high-level mana beasts. However, the true profitability often lay in the collection of beast cores during their descent. Even if a party failed to clear or defeat a dungeon, they could still amass a significant fortune from the sale of these cores, which commanded high prices based on their level. One of the factors contributing to the unpopularity of this particular dungeon, and why Art's party stood alone within its depths, was the absence of cores from the undead mana beasts inhabiting it. This stark reality meant a substantial portion of potential earnings had been eliminated from the equation. As they reached the end of the sloping passage, they entered an underground cavern with a diameter no larger than 50 yards. The entire expanse emitted a soft, eerie blue glow. Stalactites hung menacingly above them, their sharp and glistening tips posing a threat. Surveying the surroundings, Art became acutely aware of a steady growl resonating throughout the dungeon corridor. Squinting his eyes, he focused his attention on identifying the source of the ominous sound. From the spaces between the stalactites, 24 mana beasts descended. Resembling large bats, their wings were replaced by 4 limbs. Their emaciated bodies revealed fully visible ribs, and instead of beast cores, each bat-like creature contained a cracked rock. Bat runners! They may be weak individually, but they attack in groups. Conserve your mana and prepare yourselves! Brawl's voice boomed over the growling of the bat runners, who were poised to pounce. Their patchy fur stood on end, and their teeth were bared in a menacing display. Form and torment our foes! Fire Cyclone! A voice called out from behind Art, and he realized it was Lucas casting a spell. Suddenly, 4 twisters of fire materialized around them, creating a swirling inferno that filled the cavern with intense heat. As the fiery cyclones expanded, the sharp yelps and pained whimpers of the mana beasts reverberated throughout the cave. The majority of the bat runners had been consumed by the fire tornadoes, reduced to charred remnants. Those that managed to evade the flames attempted to regroup and launch a counterattack, but their burned bodies made them vulnerable and easily dispatched. Art could hear Brawl expressing his disapproval, clicking his tongue in frustration at Lucas's disregard for orders and the unnecessary use of mana. Next time, Brawl grumbled, casting a stern glance over his shoulder. Follow orders and conserve your mana. That spell was overkill. Lucas responded with an eye roll. I don't see the problem. I eliminated them swiftly, allowing everyone else to conserve their mana. Brawl sighed in exasperation, gesturing for the party to move forward toward the opposite end of the cave. However, a disturbing noise, reminiscent of crunching and gurgling, compelled everyone to turn their attention back. To their surprise and disgust, the bat runners they had just slain were now reanimating before their eyes. Bones snapped back into place, flesh regenerated, and even the ones that had been burned rose from their ashes. The name Dire Tombs seemed all too fitting for this accursed dungeon. Opting to ignore the reanimated creatures, the group pressed on into the next chamber. Elijah, acting quietly, summoned an earthen wall to seal off the entrance, preventing the bat runners from following them. The new area revealed a dimly lit corridor, narrow enough to accommodate only 4 people at a time. Although a sense of relief washed over the party as they left the first cave behind, Art couldn't shake an unsettling feeling that lingered within him. In response to Art's internal musings, a barely audible click and a faint whistle reached his ears. Reacting swiftly, he raised his sword and positioned himself in front of Samantha, ready to defend her. With lightning speed, Art deflected the incoming projectiles, the clash of metal reverberating through the dimly lit corridor. Samantha, her face drained of color, muttered a hushed "thank you" as she stared in disbelief at the metallic spikes that had narrowly missed her, now harmlessly scattered on the ground. Brawl, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events, picked up one of the sharp projectiles for closer inspection. His puzzled expression revealed his confusion. Art, piecing the clues together, chimed in. I don't believe those were traps. The darts were fired by the mana beasts themselves, which only complicates the situation. He strained his ears, listening to the faint scuttling sounds of the small beasts crawling along the walls. Remain vigilant, everyone, Brawl cautioned, kicking the scattered spikes to the side. Jasmine swiftly positioned her twin daggers to protect her vulnerable areas, while Reginald and Kryol readied their weapons. Samantha edged closer to Art, her hand tightly gripping his sleeve while clutching her wand with the other. Thankfully, they reached the end of the hallway without encountering any further traps. The next cavern resembled the previous one, but twice the size, and riddled with suspicious holes dotting the ground. Stay clear of the holes. They're geysers that emit scorching streams of gas. You'll be fine as long as you maintain a safe distance from the blasts, Brauld announced, prompting everyone to cautiously scan the surroundings for any signs of mana beasts. Right on cue, the cave trembled, causing the menacing stalactites above to sway ominously. A massive figure suddenly burst forth from the ground, diverting their attention from the precarious spikes. "Was that creature here before, Brauld?" Creole asked with evident concern, his tone tinged with worry as they all gazed up at the formidable mana beast. The colossal creature bore a resemblance to a worm, albeit one of tremendous proportions capable of engulfing any member of the party whole. Its crimson hide emitted a faint red glow, and a circular maw adorned with countless rows of teeth encircled what appeared to be its mouth. The creature's true length remained a mystery, as a portion of its body remained submerged beneath the earth. "No, it wasn't here before. I can't comprehend why new species of mana beasts would suddenly appear within this dungeon," our resolute leader remarked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his expression, eroding his once unwavering confidence. Lucas let out an annoyed click of his tongue. "It's not a big deal, just an oversized insect." Anticipating an imminent attack, we braced ourselves, only to be taken aback as the colossal red worm refrained from aggression. Instead, it swiftly retreated, disappearing once more into the depths, leaving behind yet another gaping hole in its wake. "It seems the creature isn't interested in us," murmured Elijah. Behind his spectacles, his eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized the cavity left by the vanishing giant worm. As the red worm beast continued to burrow into the cave walls, creating a labyrinth of holes from various angles, the party stood hesitantly, unsure of the creature's intentions. It never made an aggressive move towards them, yet its ceaseless excavation left them on edge. "Are we just going to stand here and watch the worm dig, or are we going to move forward?" Oliver, the audacious emitter, forcefully pushed past Brauld and took the lead, his actions clearly motivated by a desire to impress Samantha. It was evident to all, including Art, that Oliver's bravado was an attempt to show off. "Return immediately. We must assess the situation before proceeding." Brauld's voice boomed with authority, his face etched with frustration at the conjurer's reckless behavior. As their leader moved forward to intercept Oliver, a deafening rumble reverberated through the walls, and the entire cavern resonated with the sizzling sound of water boiling in a pan. "Heatwave barrier now," Art commanded Lucas, who appeared bewildered. Before he could comprehend Art's instructions, the cavern became engulfed in a noxious haze. The holes, the very same ones that had been present from the start, and the ones they had watched the colossal worm create throughout the cave, on the ground, ceiling, and walls, began to tremble. In a sudden and coordinated burst, they unleashed a scorching deluge of lethal gas. "Damn it," Art muttered in frustration. The realization struck that the giant worm had strategically created the holes as a means to trap and eliminate them, and they had unknowingly fallen into the trap. With swift reflexes, Art managed to yank Brauld back just as he was about to pursue Oliver's reckless path. The danger of the situation became apparent, and they needed to regroup. As Lucas swiftly erected the heatwave barrier, a wave of mustard-yellow gas surged towards them. The barrier quivered under the assault, but Samantha swiftly reacted, conjuring a water barrier beneath Lucas's to fortify their defense. The clash of opposing elements generated intense heat, turning the enclosed space into a sweltering sauna. Despite the impromptu collaboration, the barriers held their ground, shielding the party from the onslaught. Gradually, as the gas dissipated, they found themselves perspiring but unscathed. Amidst the lingering yellow haze and steam, Art realized Oliver was nowhere to be seen. With caution, Lucas and Samantha released their barriers, revealing a grim sight. Only skeletal remains of Oliver remained, adorned with fragments of flesh and clinging traces of blood. The acidic gas had corroded his belongings, leaving nothing but a vivid emerald gem that had endured, embedded in the tip of his staff. "Shit!" Brauld cursed, grinding his teeth as Samantha stumbled backward, her face pale at the grisly sight before them. Oliver's death didn't strike Art deeply on a personal level, but losing their healer was another matter entirely. The fool hadn't even bothered to cast a protection spell before charging off. Stepping forward, Art crouched beside what remained of Oliver and plucked the gem from the corpse's weapon. He examined it closely, comparing it with the gems embedded in Lucas's staff and Samantha's wand. Lucas's staff held a gem of noticeably higher quality, while the sapphire adorning Samantha's wand was marred with visible flaws. Without hesitation, Art tossed the emerald stone to her. "Replace yours with this," he said curtly. "Let's move out," Art ordered, his tone steady despite the tension hanging in the air. The others didn't respond, too shaken to speak. "Note's right," their leader finally said, regaining his composure. "We need to move before there's another eruption. That giant worm beast is opening more tunnels. Our barriers won't hold through another wave." As the group began to move, Art's gaze flicked toward Jasmine. She met his eyes and gave a short, firm nod. Though her expression was blank, her hands betrayed her, the knuckles bone white from how tightly she gripped her daggers. It wasn't just Art who was angry, she was too. As the group advanced deeper into the cave, the monstrous worm that had been relentlessly burrowing through the tunnels abruptly surfaced ahead of them, its massive body blocking the only exit. The ground trembled beneath its weight, and before anyone could react, it lunged forward, slamming its enormous head into the earth with devastating force. Creole, positioned at the rear, reacted instantly. In perfect synchronization with Samantha, he summoned a shimmering barrier of water that rippled outward, cushioning the impact. The two of them were thrown back by the force, but their quick action bought precious seconds. "Elijah!" someone shouted. Already anticipating the cue, Elijah slammed his palms against the ground. The stone floor quaked before rising in jagged formations, towering slabs of rock that erupted around the worm and clamped down like shackles, pinning the beast to the floor. "Impact blast," Reginald roared. His massive hammer pulsed with radiant yellow light as mana surged through it. Leaping high into the air, he spun once, gathering momentum, then brought the weapon crashing down onto the worm's head. The blow landed with a thunderous explosion, shaking the entire cavern. The shockwave rippled across the worm's crimson hide, sending cracks of light and energy along its scales. But when the dust cleared, their victory was short-lived. The earth bindings Elijah had conjured were shattered, pulverized by the force of Reginald's strike. With a guttural screech, the colossal worm thrashed violently, its massive body sweeping through the chamber. Reginald and Brauld were hurled aside like rag dolls, their bodies colliding hard against the jagged stone walls. Art managed to pull Elijah out of harm's way before charging at the beast himself. The giant worm shivered, then unleashed a shower of acid spittle at him. He blocked out the panicked yells of his comrades, telling him to run and advance toward the worm. His body dipped and weaved as he sidestepped the deadly globs of yellow saliva. Once close enough, he drew his short sword, willing flames to surround the blade as he activated mana rotation. "Sear," he muttered under his breath. The flames surrounding the blade wisped away, leaving the metal glowing a fiery red. He swung the heated sword at an incoming blob, scattering most of the acid away with the flat of his blade. Some of it burned through his clothes, but he was otherwise unharmed. With one last lunge, he tore through the underside of the worm, his blade cauterizing the wound as it burned through the flesh. The worm let out a shrill screech and began flailing wildly. Jasmine dashed up, jumping over him as she stabbed both of her daggers into the smoldering gash he had just created. With another shriek, the giant worm retreated back into the hole it had emerged from. "That oversized worm wasn't even that strong," Lucas muttered, shaking his head in disappointment. Then another rumble echoed through the cavern. Art's stomach sank. The worm hadn't been trying to kill them. It had been delaying them, buying time for another eruption from the holes. The familiar howl of boiling water reverberated throughout the cavern. Art whipped his head toward Lucas, but it was clear the mage couldn't raise his barrier in time. Lucas just stared blankly at the walls. Muttering the incantation for Phoenix's cape, Art leaped toward the blonde boy. A surge of dark red fire surrounded his body, shielding both him and Lucas from the deadly gas. Glancing back, Art was relieved to see Jasmine had erected a swirling aura of wind around herself, dispersing the torrent of acid steam. As the howl of gas quieted and the air began to clear, Art's team slowly came back into view, one by one. Creole appeared first. He had managed to shield Elijah beneath his massive water-augmented barrier. Both bore red sores across their faces and bodies, but they were otherwise unharmed. Reginald looked worse than the two of them, but Brauld was in the worst condition by far. He lay on the ground, one arm clutching at the other, what remained of it. When Art looked closer, he cursed aloud. Brauld had only reinforced his shield with flames to protect Samantha, neglecting to augment his body. His sword arm was obliterated from the elbow down, reduced to a blackened stump. "Let's go!" Brauld yelled through gritted teeth. Slinging his shield onto his back, he grabbed his sword with his remaining hand. The group immediately ran for the exit, bursting into another dim hallway, this one much wider than the last. Silence hung over them as they caught their breath. Samantha tore a strip from her robe, wrapping what was left of Brauld's arm in makeshift bandages. Creole slumped against his shield, while Reginald and Jasmine sat upright against the cold stone walls. Art's eyes moved from one face to the next, tired, grim, and hollow. They weren't even halfway through the dungeon, and already their healer was dead and their leader critically injured. "This is why I said to stay alert, Lucas. If you'd stayed focused and reacted in time to set up a barrier, we wouldn't be in this state. I wouldn't be in this state," Brauld shouted, his voice laced with venom and pain. It was hard to blame him. His career as an adventurer was likely over after this. Once the guild learned of his injury, demotion was inevitable. "Don't blame me. It was your fault you couldn't protect yourself in time," Lucas snapped back, pushing himself to his feet. "Are you fucking kidding me? Note had to save your ass. You didn't do shit, and you're saying it's my fault?" Brauld snarled, gripping his sword in his remaining hand. "Enough!" Art roared, his voice booming through the corridor as he infused it with mana. The sound reverberated off the stone walls, and both men immediately fell silent, eyes wide with surprise. "There are a couple of choices we need to make," Art continued, his tone cold and measured. "Reginald has some burns. It's not too bad. But Brauld, you need to decide whether you want to continue or not. We're only a little over an hour from the surface. You could still make it back on your own." He fixed his gaze on their wounded leader through the narrow slits of his mask, waiting for Brauld's answer. "I'll keep going. This will probably be my last dungeon raid, so I might as well make it last," Brauld muttered, cradling the stump of his right arm. Art turned his gaze to the noble boy, who stood with his chin lifted high, pride masking his guilt. "Lucas, get your act together. It doesn't matter if you're a dark yellow core or God himself. Right now, the only thing you are is a liability. If you're going to keep acting on your own, you might as well go alone." Lucas shot him a glare filled with venom, but said nothing, jerking his head away from the group. "Samantha, Elijah," Art continued, his voice firm. "Stay sharp. Be ready to throw up a barrier the instant something happens." Both nodded silently in acknowledgement. Pulling a water sack from his bag, Art lowered himself beside Jasmine. "Let's get a couple of hours of rest before we move on," he said, his tone weary but resolute. Some of the group used the next few hours to sleep, but Art wasn't one of them. In the heavy silence of the corridor, his gaze kept drifting toward Brauld. Their leader sat slumped against the wall, his face drawn tight with pain and exhaustion. Every so often he winced, gritting his teeth as the ache from his missing arm refused to let him rest. Eventually, Brauld stirred. He pushed himself up with effort and walked over to Art, shadows pooling beneath his tired eyes. "I think you should take charge of the group," he said quietly. Art studied him for a long moment. The man's eyes were hollow, resigned. There wasn't really another choice. "Okay," he replied simply. They rested for about another hour before rising again. With their mana somewhat restored, the party continued down the corridor. This hall wasn't as long as the others, but at its end stood a massive double door covered in strange runes that shimmered faintly in the dim light. I don't get it. Even this part is different. There was never a door here, Brauld muttered, shaking his head. The only thing that matched was the first cave with the Batrunners. He leaned forward, trying to study the markings, but flinched and nearly doubled over as pain shot through his injured arm. Well, no use complaining about it, Reginald said, rolling his shoulders as he hefted his hammer. I don't know what those runes mean, but the cracks all over them don't look promising. He took a stance, raising his weapon high. I doubt they'll do much now. The impact of Reginald's silver hammer against the ancient metal doors sent a shower of sparks cascading through the dim corridor. A deep, resonant thud echoed off the stone walls, but the doors didn't so much as dent. Reginald's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer sturdiness of the barrier. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hammer again. Impact blast! The doors shuddered under the force of the strike, dust falling from the ceiling, but they held firm. Impact blast! He roared again, swinging with all his strength. The blow landed with a thunderous crash, and this time a sharp click echoed as the heavy doors loosened. Reginald stepped forward, wedged his thick fingers into the narrow gap, and strained until the massive doors groaned open. From where Art stood, the view beyond was obscured by darkness, but Reginald froze, his expression twisting into something between awe and confusion. What in the... he murmured, stepping back warily. On the other side of the massive doors lay a breathtaking sight. A vast meadow that stretched farther than Art's eyes could see. The grass shimmered under a soft, radiant light, each blade gleaming like a cut emerald. For a fleeting moment, it felt impossible to believe they were still underground. Let me guess, Reginald muttered, his gaze fixed on the dazzling expanse. This field wasn't here last time either. Brauld let out a sharp breath, his tone heavy. No, nothing like this. Reginald mumbled something under his breath, then sighed and stepped cautiously through the doorway. The rest of the group exchanged uneasy looks before following him into the surreal landscape. As Art's boots sank into the lush grass, he took in the bizarrely peaceful scenery. For a moment, he wondered if they had somehow crossed through a hidden teleportation gate out of the dire tombs. But when he tilted his head back, the truth anchored him. The ceiling above was lined with towering rows of glowing stalactites, their calcium deposits radiating a soft white light that mimicked daylight. It was beautiful, but deeply unnatural. No pillars supported the cavern, no stone columns braced the vast ceiling, yet the meadow stretched on for hundreds of yards. The absence of any visible reinforcement left Art uneasy. Such a space should have collapsed long ago. Wow, it's so pretty, Samantha breathed, her wide eyes darting from the glowing ceiling to the endless expanse of emerald grass. Tall trees and shrubs dotted the glowing expanse, their leaves swaying gently under the false light. Even Art felt a strange pull to just lie down and rest, but the instinctive prickle crawling along his skin told him otherwise. From the moment they had stepped through the door, every nerve in his body screamed danger. Most of the group seemed lulled by the surreal calm, their guards slipping. Only Jasmine and Elijah shared his unease, their eyes flicking restlessly through the haze, searching for movement. Something's off. Keep your guard up, everyone, Art warned, drawing his short sword. His left hand rested on the hilt of Dawn's ballad, still sheathed but ready. Are you sure? I don't hear or see anything, just grass and trees, Creole said uncertainly, though he obediently raised his shield. Art scanned the meadow again. The eerie light from the stalactites above burned brighter than before, casting long, soft shadows through the mist. A faint haze hung low across the field, but nothing else stirred. No monsters, no signs of life, just the stillness, and that gnawing tension in his chest. What am I missing? The mist deepened. Within moments, it had thickened to the point where the others appeared only as vague silhouettes around him. Then, suddenly, a deep, hollow thud broke the silence. Clara? Is that you? Hi, how are you alive? Art snapped his head toward the voice just in time to see Creole drop his massive shield. The usually stoic warrior stood frozen, arms stretched out toward something unseen in the fog. I knew you couldn't be dead, Clara. Stay there, I'm coming to get you. Before anyone could react, Creole charged forward into the mist, his heavy footsteps fading quickly as he vanished from sight. Damn it, Creole! Stop, it's dangerous, Art shouted into the mist, but the warrior's figure had already dissolved into the pale shroud, swallowed whole by the thickening fog. His voice echoed back only faintly, then disappeared entirely. A sharp tug on Art's arm made him spin. I think the mist is an illusion, came Jasmine's voice, close, too close, but even with her right beside him, her outline was beginning to blur. I think so too, Art muttered, cursing under his breath. Everyone, stick together. This mist is playing tricks on your senses. Samantha, barrier. He raised his voice above the muffled silence, letting it cut through the fog like a lifeline. One by one, shadowy figures emerged toward the sound, regrouping around him until the team huddled tightly together. Breathing heavily, they formed a quick plan, to push forward as one unit, shielded within a sphere of water. It was risky, but standing still felt worse. Samantha's trembling voice broke the tense quiet. And who's Clara? Reginald's expression darkened as he shook his head. She was Creole's fiancée. But it's impossible for her to be alive. She was killed in a dungeon. I saw it myself. His voice faltered. We cremated her. Buried her ashes. It was clear that both Reginald and Brauld were shaken. The three of them, along with Creole, had delved into countless dungeons together before, and the name Clara wasn't unfamiliar. Hearing Creole run off after his long-dead fiancée was the last thing any of them wanted to believe was real. What the hell is going on? Lucas muttered, his voice trembling despite his attempt to sound composed. His grip on his staff was so tight, his knuckles turned white, and the flicker in his eyes betrayed the panic he was barely suppressing. Art turned toward Jasmine, hoping for a solution. Jasmine, do you have a spell that can create a wind strong enough to clear this mist? She was their only wind attribute conjurer, their only real chance at regaining visibility. Not strong enough to clear it all away, she admitted softly, eyes downcast. But I can make a path. The group gave her space within the watery barrier as she began her spell. A faint green luminescence began to glow around her, the air shifting restlessly as thin wisps of wind gathered around her hands. Her sleek black hair whipped violently as the swirling currents expanded, growing thicker and wilder with each passing second. Art watched closely, feeling the pressure in the air shift. For an augmenter, the range of her spell work was already remarkable. Past a certain level, few could even attempt to manipulate mana at such distance. While the strength and control couldn't rival that of a pure conjurer, Jasmine's precision and composure in this chaos were proof of her exceptional ability. The haze around them continued to thicken, the meadow's beauty fading into something sinister. The air itself felt heavy now, pulsing with an unseen malice, as if the mist were alive and hungry. Clear my enemies from my path with an ever-raging howl, Jasmine chanted, her voice strained against the furious wind spiraling around her. The condensed whirlwind spiraling around Jasmine's arms collided as she brought her hands together with a sharp clap. The crash of the two miniature tornadoes unleashed a violent burst of wind that tore through the fog like a cannon blast, shredding the mist apart and carving a clear path ahead of them. For a brief, exhilarating moment, hope flickered in everyone's eyes, only to vanish as quickly as it came. The revealed path was not salvation, but horror. From the torn earth ahead, vines and gnarled branches twisted and writhed to life, slithering toward them with unnatural speed. Enough of this, Lucas barked, stepping forward. He yanked Jasmine back out of harm's way, raised his tall staff, and began muttering a spell through gritted teeth. Crescent Ember! With a sweep of his staff, a crescent-shaped arc of flame erupted from its tip, cutting through the air and colliding with the oncoming vines in a burst of fire. The explosion rippled across the cavern floor, briefly illuminating the dense mist that lingered beyond. But as the embers faded, so did their relief. The charred earth smoked faintly, yet the vines remained, twitching, writhing, and advancing once more. Other than a blackened scar where the spell had struck, they were untouched. "Shit, what kind of plants aren't afraid of fire?" Brauld snarled, his voice half rage, half disbelief. Igniting his broadsword, flames spiraled around the blade, forming a fiery tornado as he charged headlong into the oncoming wall of vines. "Samantha, Elijah, Lucas, support us!" Art commanded, channeling mana into his body and sword, until both pulsed with a faint, azure glow. Jasmine darted up beside him, her twin daggers drawn and gleaming with condensed mana. The wind spell she'd unleashed moments ago had clearly taken its toll. Her breathing was sharp, her movements strained, but she fought on. The mist had already begun to reclaim the path she'd cleared, creeping inward like a living thing. Behind them, Reginald remained near the rear line, his hammer at the ready, as he guarded the conjurers who were busy chanting spells. Brauld roared, his voice echoing through the cavern as he swung his blazing sword in wild, relentless arcs. Each strike sent sparks and burning fragments flying, severing countless vines, but the effort was futile. For every limb he cleaved apart, two more sprouted in its place, twisting together and surging forward with terrifying persistence. Within moments, the one-armed warrior was nearly swallowed by the writhing mass, the vines regenerating faster than his blade could cut. His fiery weapon flared brighter as he struggled, but the torrent of vegetation was relentless, burying him inch by inch beneath its choking green tide. "Fool," Art muttered under his breath, frustration simmering beneath his tone. Whether Brauld had simply lost control or was seeking death in battle, Art couldn't tell. But at that moment, he began to question how the man had ever earned his AA class rank. Flames roared to life around his blade as he channeled mana into it, the heat licking against his arm. He dashed forward through the writhing vines, eyes locked on Brauld's struggling figure, praying he'd reach him before the fool got himself killed. Focusing on the erratic fire dancing along his weapon, Art invoked Searing Edge, compressing the augmentation until only a razor-thin layer of molten red traced the length of his sword. The air shimmered with heat as he swung, each strike slicing through the lunging vines. Severed branches and steaming fragments piled around his feet, the stench of burnt sap heavy in the air. He kept a watchful eye on Jasmine amid the chaos. Despite the exhaustion on her face, she held her own. Her body moved in a blur, spinning and slicing with blinding precision, a cyclone of silver and wind tearing through everything that dared approach. Brauld, however, wasn't faring nearly as well. Blood streamed down his temple and across his arm as the vines lashed at him, carving fresh gashes into his flesh. Then, gripping his sword tighter, Art heard his own voice echo through the haze as he released another burst of mana. "Spread and burn!" Lucas finished his incantation, a jet of crimson liquid erupting from the tip of his staff. At the same time, Reginald braced himself in front of the conjurers, his massive hammer spinning in arcs as he deflected the lunging vines aimed their way. The rest of them, Art, Jasmine, and Brauld, leapt back to avoid being caught in the spell's range. Art had to give the noble credit. Despite the chaos, Lucas was still thinking clearly. Liquid fire wasn't as devastating as true flame spells, but it spread fast, consuming anything it touched if left unchecked. The burning liquid splattered across the advancing vines, sizzling on contact. For a heartbeat, it seemed the fire might take hold, but then the mist surged toward the flames, drawn as if alive. A sharp hiss filled the air, and the moisture smothered the blaze before it could spread. Lucas's expression paled, his shoulders trembling as sweat trickled down his neck. He'd clearly poured the last of his mana into that spell. "Crater!" Elijah's voice rang out next, his staff glowing a deep ochre. The ground beneath the oncoming vines cracked, then collapsed entirely, forming a gaping pit several yards deep. The sudden drop halted the plant wave's advance, at least for the moment. Without wasting a second, Samantha knelt and pressed both palms to the ground. The air around her thickened as she invoked Aqua Siphon. A faint blue light pulsed outward from her, and the temperature dropped sharply. The spell greedily drew the moisture from the air and earth alike, its power terrifying, but short-lived. The result was immediate. The vines that had begun clawing their way out of Elijah's crater shriveled and blackened, their vitality sucked dry as the spell leached the last drops of water from their twisted forms. Before the withering could spread, the remaining mist within the cavern surged toward the desiccated vines, swirling violently as if drawn by some unseen will. Within moments, the shriveled brown tendrils regained their color, turning a vivid, pulsing green once more. The vines writhed with renewed vigor, thicker and livelier than before, angrier too, as though enraged by the attempt to destroy them. "No way." Samantha's voice came out as a whisper. Her face had gone pale, her shoulders slumping as despair crept into her eyes. Yet amid that grim revelation came one faint advantage. The mist that had clouded their vision was being rapidly consumed. The thick haze dissipated as the vines absorbed the moisture-laden air, clearing the field around them. Slowly, their limited world of gray and green expanded, revealing the true horror they had been fighting. Looming high above them, more than 20 yards tall, stood a colossal mana beast. It had a vaguely humanoid form, though the sight was more grotesque than familiar. A centaur-like monstrosity composed entirely of writhing, interwoven vines. Its upper body resembled that of a heavily armored knight, its massive arms gripping a drill-like lance that gleamed with a wet, greenish sheen. The weapon's spiral point hovered menacingly above their heads, humming faintly with mana. The creature's lower body was even more disturbing. Instead of legs, it possessed a shifting mass of vine-like appendages that coiled and twisted endlessly beneath it, propelling the creature forward in slow, sinuous motions. Two glowing emerald eyes gazed down upon them, cold and full of hatred, ancient, sentient malice emanating from every inch of its form. Art swallowed hard, his throat dry as sandpaper as he stared up at the towering monstrosity before them. His mind struggled to process the reality of what he was seeing, the crushing revelation that, this entire time, the 7 of them had been fighting nothing more than the creature's toes. I've read about a monster that looks something like this," Samantha stammered, her voice trembling as she sank to her knees. "I think it's an S-class mana beast called the Elderwood Guardian." "It can't be, right? What the hell would an S-class mana beast be doing here?" Reginald's voice cracked with disbelief. His grip faltered, and his massive hammer nearly slipped from his shaking hands as he peered up at the colossal figure looming over them. The dread etched across his face was justified. An S-class mana beast was said to rival an SS-class adventurer, or at the very least, 10 S-class fighters working in unison. Then, Reginald's trembling finger rose to point toward the creature's chest. "Isn't that Creole?" Art's gaze followed, his stomach twisting as he caught sight of a limp human torso. Creole's torso, partially embedded in the tangle of vines and branches that made up the beast's body. The once proud warrior hung lifeless, half consumed by the monster. "We're doomed," Brauld muttered before his voice broke into hysterical laughter. The sound was sharp, erratic, a veteran's sanity finally shattering under the weight of despair. His eyes gleamed with wild hopelessness as he threw his head back, laughing at the towering beast that sealed their fate. "We have to go." Jasmine's urgent voice cut through the madness. She grabbed Art's arm, her grip tight and trembling, and yanked him backward toward the massive doors they had entered through. "What about them?" Art shouted, his eyes locked on the towering Elderwood Guardian ahead. Jasmine didn't answer. Her only response was to tug harder at his arm, urging him to move, to survive. He hesitated, torn. Rationally, he knew she was right. The only logical choice was to run, to get as far away from this place as possible before they all died here. He wasn't close to any of them, not even remotely. Certainly not Lucas. But logic didn't silence the gnawing weight in his chest. He was their leader now. They had trusted him to guide them through this dungeon. Running would mean abandoning that trust, and he couldn't do that. Before he could make another move, the Elderwood Guardian's colossal body shifted, its massive arm drawing back before thrusting its drill-like lance forward. The air itself split with a deafening roar, the sheer force of its movement generating a violent gust that tore across the field. "Elijah!" Art barked, but the conjurer was already moving. Elijah slammed his staff into the ground, summoning a thick wall of earth before them, angled to deflect the oncoming strike. The beast's lance crashed against the barrier with an ear-splitting explosion. Dust and debris filled the air as the impact shattered the wall, fragments scattering in every direction. Through the settling haze, Reginald surged forward. His warhammer glowed a furious yellow, light crackling across its surface as he bellowed with every ounce of his strength and rage. "Go back to the damn hole you crawled out from, you oversized tree. Impact barrage." The hammer quaked violently in his hands before he brought it down in a flurry of blows, each strike releasing a thunderous shockwave that collided against the Elderwood Guardian's lance in a storm of raw, desperate defiance. It felt as though a warship had unleashed a full broadside. The cavern trembled under the deafening shockwave of Reginald's spell. The sheer force of his impact barrage shattered the Elderwood Guardian's massive lance into splintered fragments of vine and wood. But the victory lasted only a heartbeat. As Reginald staggered back to regain his footing, the broken vines began to writhe, each strand twitching like a severed limb, alive and vengeful. In an instant, they twisted together, coiling around him. His hammer clattered to the ground as he screamed, the sound echoing through the cavern. The vines wrapped tighter and tighter, pulling him in, dragging him toward the center of the writhing mass. Then came the sound, wet, awful, and final. Bones cracking, flesh tearing. The vines churned violently, devouring him whole before melding back into shape, reforming the monstrous lance as if nothing had happened. To the left, Samantha dropped to her knees. The half-formed spell at her fingertips fizzled out as she gagged, retching until nothing came up. The sounds, the breaking, the grinding, were still there, muffled within the reconstructed weapon. Art's grip on his sword tightened until his knuckles whitened. Damn it all. Before him stood the Elderwood Guardian, its massive body pulsing faintly with green light. The reformed lance gleamed darkly, the faint glimmer of metal, Reginald's hammer, trapped within. The creature had no mouth, no expression, yet the gleam in its twin emerald eyes seemed almost smug, as though savoring its kill. Art hoisted Samantha onto his shoulders, snapping her out of her frozen stupor. "Jasmine, grab Brawled and let's run." "Lucas, Elijah, you need to block any incoming attacks until we're clear," he ordered, his voice sharp and urgent. Jasmine obeyed without hesitation, slinging the one-armed adventurer over her shoulder despite his deranged laughter echoing through the cavern. When Art looked back, the Elderwood Guardian's piercing green gaze was fixed directly on them. "We need to move," he barked, channeling mana into his limbs to sprint forward. But before he could take another step, a searing blast of fire slammed into his chest. The impact sent him flying, the air bursting from his lungs as he hit the ground hard. Samantha tumbled from his grasp, rolling several feet away. His armor smoldered, but his body remained intact, his mana reinforcement and the lingering power of Sylvia's dragon while absorbing most of the damage. Still, the sheer force of the blow had left him reeling, stunned more by who it came from than the hit itself. "Lucas." The blonde conjurer stood across the field, his staff still faintly glowing with residual heat. Without so much as a glance toward Art, he turned and bolted toward Jasmine's motionless body, who had been thrown even farther by the explosion. Fury burned in Art's chest, mixing with disbelief. "He attacked me?" "What the hell are you doing?" Elijah shouted, finally breaking his silence. His voice cracked with rage and confusion as he leveled his staff at Lucas, who was already nearing the exit of the cavern, abandoning them all. "You think I'd risk my life to help you escape? Be honored. You'll be the valiant heroes who stalled the beast long enough for me to get away." I'll make sure everyone hears about your courageous sacrifice, Lucas sneered. He cast one last arrogant smirk over his shoulder before conjuring a thick smoke screen. A deafening crash followed almost immediately, the Elderwood Guardian's lance slamming into the ground where Lucas had stood just moments before. The impact split the cavern floor and sent tremors racing through the earth. When the smoke cleared, Lucas was gone, vanished beyond the closing door. "That spineless ass!" Elijah snarled, clutching his glasses as the cavern quaked from the aftershock. The massive mana beast roared again, its voice echoing like thunder in the vast space. The endless vines that made up its limbs surged forward, climbing free from the crater Elijah had created earlier. Its once green eyes now blazed a furious red, and the thick vines composing its form turned ashen gray before unraveling, transforming into a raging sea of tendrils that devoured everything in their path. Brawl's laughter, wild, broken, and desperate, rose above the chaos for a fleeting moment before being swallowed by the tide of vines that engulfed him completely. Elijah's usual terse composure was gone. His face had gone pale, his expression slack with disbelief. Jasmine still lay unconscious, her body limp where she had fallen. She had taken Lucas's spell head-on. If she remained unconscious, it meant she hadn't had time to reinforce herself with mana. Art's mind raced, weighing his dwindling options. Even if he unleashed the first phase of his beast will, he wouldn't last long enough to save everyone and carry them to safety. The realization bit deep, frustration twisting in his chest at his own carelessness for letting things spiral into such a hopeless position. There was only one choice left. He didn't know how severe the recoil would be, but hesitation now would mean death. Drawing a deep breath, he shut his eyes and reached inward, searching the depths of his mana core until he touched the dormant spark of Sylvia's power. When he released it, the world itself seemed to seize. The energy that poured out nearly crushed him, wild and overwhelming. His veins burned, his vision wavered, and his entire body was swallowed by a radiant, shifting aura of colors that shimmered like molten light. Phase 2, he whispered through gritted teeth. Dragon's Awakening. Undergoing Dragon's Awakening sent a violent surge of adrenaline through Art's veins, the sheer force of it startling Sylvie. From wherever she was, her panicked voice echoed in his mind, demanding to know what had happened. "It's fine, Sylv," he reassured her, even as his heart pounded like thunder in his chest. "I want you to stay away for now. If anything happens, go back to the Hellstee's house for me." "No, I'm coming to you now, Papa. Hold on." He could feel her presence growing nearer, fast, but she was still miles away. "Stay away, Sylv. Please," he transmitted, desperation leaking through the mental link. "I'll need someone to tell my family what happened, just in case." The thought struck him like a knife. He didn't know if he'd make it out alive, and the idea of his family being left without answers, or hope, was unbearable. After a moment, Sylvie's resistance wavered. "Be careful," she whispered softly. "Thanks, Sylv," he replied, the words barely forming in his mind before he turned his focus back to the battle. One of the abilities tied to his first phase, Acquire, allowed him to temporarily separate himself from the flow of space and time, an ability that seemed to mirror one of Sylvia's own. But unlike her, he wasn't a dragon. The constraints of his human body and limited mana restricted what he could truly achieve with it. The strain it placed on him was immense, and even now, with the Dragon's Awakening coursing through him, he could feel the edges of that power threatening to tear him apart. The most efficient way to use this phase, Art had discovered during his training with Grandpa Virion, was by combining it with his lightning attribute spell, Thunderclap Impulse. By activating the first phase in rapid millisecond bursts, while his reaction speed was heightened to superhuman levels, he could respond and counter almost any attack. It was the only method that allowed him to bridge the gap between the stillness of Acquire and the constant flow of real time. The trick lay in precision. He couldn't affect anything frozen while the phase was active, but by timing the bursts perfectly, he could weave through even the deadliest of assaults. Though he couldn't sustain it for long, it was still his most dangerous trump card. And since the first phase wasn't noticeable to anyone else, it made for a terrifying surprise. His mind flickered back to that day at the auction house, the first time he'd ever used Acquire on another person. Sebastian had been completely cut off from everyone else, unable to communicate with the outside world while trapped in the isolated space Art had created. He'd only lasted a few seconds that day, but the result had left him bedridden for an entire day afterward. Now, though, Acquire wouldn't be enough. No amount of speed or precision could help him dodge or escape the storm of vines closing in on him. He clenched his jaw. There was only one option left. Reaching deep into his mana core, Art unleashed the dormant power of Sylvia's will. A violent surge of energy erupted from within him, every pore of his body flaring open as mana flooded in and out with suffocating intensity. The air around him warped, bending under the sheer pressure of his aura. Cracks splintered beneath his feet as the cavern groaned in protest. Color drained from his sight until the world turned to shades of gray. The only remnants of color came from the countless motes of mana suspended in the air, each particle glimmering faintly in hues of their respective elements. A breathtaking constellation of raw, untamed power swirling around him. The wild torrent of mana that had been raging around Art suddenly collapsed inward, drawn into his body as if the entire cavern itself had exhaled. The immense energy compressed within him until every nerve, every fiber of his being pulsed with raw, uncontainable power. For an instant, the sensation was intoxicating, an overwhelming awareness of strength so absolute it bordered on madness. The feeling that he stood above all things, living or not, clawed at the edges of his mind, urging him to destroy, to dominate, to unleash. He sucked in a sharp breath, forcing control back over himself before that primal hunger could consume him. The very air responded to his will. Mana in the atmosphere bent and swirled, as though the laws of nature had yielded to his command. Phase 2. Dragon's Awakening. Integrate. Golden runes ignited across his skin, tracing intricate lines down his arms and back. They burned like molten light, alive with the same divine brilliance that had once adorned Sylvia herself. His hair, once auburn, lengthened in a silken cascade as it turned a radiant white, glowing faintly in the shimmering storm of energy surrounding him. In that moment, his human frame felt less like flesh and bone, and more like a vessel, an echo of Sylvia's draconic majesty made manifest. After quieting the feral voice inside his head that urged him to unleash destruction, Art forced his focus outward, surveying what remained of the battlefield. Only Jasmine and Elijah were still standing. Elijah was crouched beside her, supporting her trembling frame with his shoulder. Sweat slicked Jasmine's pale face, her breath shallow and uneven from pain. Elijah's own expression was dazed, his normally composed demeanor shattered. His glasses hung crookedly over a now-bent nose, giving him an almost absurd look amid the devastation. A thunderous crash shook the cavern, dragging Art's attention back to the towering mana beast before them. The mass of vines that composed the Elderwood Guardian convulsed, the writhing tangle shifting until a grotesque face emerged from within the wave. Its gaze locked on Art alone, burning with an emotion that had not been there before. The contempt that had once regarded them as insignificant pests had turned to fear. Art's lips curled into a smirk. "Let's play," he growled, his voice low and laced with power. The world slowed to a crawl as Art moved. Wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him forward with explosive force. In an instant, he crossed the vast distance separating him from the Elderwood Guardian, the pressure of his leap gouging a crater into the ground, one larger even than Elijah's spell had left behind. Black lightning crackled to life around his body, writhing like living tendrils. The storm of vines lashed out from every direction, but to Art, they might as well have been frozen in place. He slipped between them effortlessly, each motion sharp and deliberate. Every vine that so much as brushed against the black lightning disintegrated into ash, but for each one destroyed, more sprouted in its place, multiplying in a furious blur of motion. Using the attacking vines as footholds, Art bounded forward, weaving through the chaos with blinding speed. The closer he came to the Elderwood Guardian's core, the heavier his body felt. Tremors began to rack his muscles, and his stomach lurched as the recoil from Dragon's awakening caught up to him. He gritted his teeth. It didn't matter. "It's time to end this," he murmured, raising his sword. Mana flared, pure and incandescent. White fire. Art's hands ignited, engulfed in a blazing white flame so intense that the air around it seemed to freeze. The moisture crystallized mid-air, forming a glittering halo of frost around his arms. This was his strongest offensive technique, his last resort, and the most difficult to control. While his lightning attribute skills were honed for precision and single combat, his ice attribute techniques were meant for devastation on a massive scale. The white fire flared brighter as he drew in the visible specks of water attribute mana swirling through the atmosphere, absorbing them into his body. His vision wavered. His limbs felt like they were turning to lead. With what little strength remained, he unleashed the final spell. Absolute zero. The world stopped. The Elderwood Guardian, still surging forward as a colossal tide of writhing vines, froze mid-motion. The white fire raced through its body, and everything it touched solidified instantly. The beast's countless tendrils, the air around them, even the faint traces of mist that still lingered. The mana beast was locked in place, its very atoms frozen still. Art forced the black lightning within him to erupt one final time. Dark electricity crackled through the frozen wave, shattering it like glass. The entire creature splintered apart, leaving behind nothing but its glowing mana core suspended in midair. Then the power left him. The radiant aura faded as Art coughed up blood, his body collapsing under the strain. As he fell through the glimmering fragments of ice, he couldn't help but take in the sight. The shards sparkled like starlight, beautiful and surreal, the remains of a legend turned to frost. The last thing he heard before darkness claimed him was Sylve's distant, trembling voice echoing in his mind. The moment Art regained consciousness, he instantly regretted it. A surge of unbearable agony coursed through his entire body, burning through every muscle and nerve like molten metal. The pain was so consuming that he couldn't even move. Only tears escaped down his cheeks as his body convulsed weakly. Then came the nausea. He turned his head just in time to vomit blood and the remnants of whatever little food he had managed to eat before entering the dungeon. Every pore, every inch of his skin screamed in torment. It felt as though 1,000 searing blades were sawing through him, slow and deliberate. He couldn't even muster the strength to cry out. Only silent curses filled his mind, muffled by the haze of pain. "You're awake," a voice said beside him, faint but urgent. Art forced his heavy eyelids open, the world swimming in and out of focus. He tried to ignore the voice, clinging desperately to consciousness. After a moment that stretched like eternity, he managed to croak out a few slurred words. "Get glove, my glove." He coughed, spattering fresh blood, his voice breaking with every syllable. "What about your glove?" Elijah's worried face came into view. The scholar carefully lifted Art's trembling hand, slipping off the worn glove his parents had given him. Break one of the key crystals, and give me." Art forced the words out through clenched teeth, his vision fading at the edges. Understanding dawned in Elijah's eyes. Without hesitation, he nodded and did exactly as Art instructed, his hands shaking as he shattered one of the embedded crystals and held it out toward him. A gentle warmth washed over Art's body as the healing crystal's light spread through him, easing the agony that had consumed every nerve. The pain didn't vanish, but it dulled to something he could finally bear. He tried to sit up, but his body refused to obey. His limbs felt heavy, as if they'd been replaced with lead. Resigned, he stayed on his back, staring up at the dark ceiling as he forced his sluggish mind to focus on something other than the pain. It was dim and cramped inside the shelter, the faint flicker of a small fire casting wavering shadows over the rough wooden walls. The orange glow barely reached the corners of the shed, where their exhausted group huddled together in silence. "Where's Jasmine?" he croaked, trying to lift his head. The motion sent another jolt of pain through his chest, sharp and biting. For a brief moment, the sensation reminded him of falling off that cliff when he was 4, an absurd comparison that almost made him snort. Good friggin' times. Elijah, who sat slumped near the fire, looked up from where he was tending the flames and pointed toward the far wall. "She's over there." Art turned his head, forcing his eyes to focus. Against the wall lay Jasmine, her body wrapped in a thin blanket. Her face was tense, twisted with pain, sweat glistening on her forehead. "She took the full brunt of Lucas's spell," Elijah explained quietly, adjusting his crooked glasses. "Her body wasn't fortified with mana when it hit. I used a medical kit to treat the burn on her stomach, but I think it caused some internal damage too." His voice dropped to a grim murmur. When Art looked back at him, he finally noticed the state Elijah himself was in. His normally neat black hair was a tangled mess, caked with dirt and dried blood. Cuts lined his cheeks and arms, his nose was broken and badly bruised, and his clothes hung in tatters. He looked like he'd barely survived the fight himself. Yet, despite all of it, he had stayed behind, ignoring his own injuries, doing everything he could to keep Jasmine and Art alive. Art wanted to thank Elijah for everything he'd done, but he bit back the urge. Right now, any attempt at speaking would just come out as a weak, pitiful rasp. Better to wait until he could string together full sentences without gritting his teeth in pain. Until then, all he could do was seethe in silence, his thoughts circling back to that cowardly bastard Lucas. "Use my glove for Jasmine," Art managed, forcing the words out between clenched jaws. "Crack another one of the gems and press it against her wounds." "Got it." Elijah nodded and crawled over to where Jasmine lay. A faint hum filled the cramped shelter, followed by a soft glow that briefly illuminated the space in warm light. Slowly, Jasmine's ragged breathing steadied. The tight strain on her face eased, her body relaxing as the crystal's healing energy took effect. "I think she'll be fine after a few hours of rest." A small, exhausted smile tugged at Elijah's lips, rare but genuine. "Papa, you're awake now. Are you okay?" Sylvie's voice chimed in his head, bright with relief, yet trembling at the edges. "I'm fine now." "Where are you?" Art asked, closing his eyes to focus on the link between them. "I'm nearby. I know you told me not to come, but I can tell something's wrong," she said, the worry in her tone tightening his chest. "We're out of danger now," he reassured gently. "But it's better if you stay where you are." A faint wave of disappointment rippled through Art's mind as Sylvie reluctantly obeyed his order. He wanted nothing more than to tell her to come anyway, to have her near, safe within reach, but he stopped himself. Deep down, he could sense the changes happening within her, something important and delicate that he shouldn't interrupt. "I wouldn't have thought that the legendary masked swordsman note would be someone my own age." Elijah's voice broke through his thoughts. Art's hands flew instinctively to his face, and a cold jolt ran through him when his fingers brushed bare skin. "My mask!" "Sorry," Elijah said, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish expression. "It fell off somewhere after the fight, while I was moving you two to safety." Art's eyes widened, darting around the dim space. "What about my sword?" "Did you see the black stick I carried around?" Elijah pointed toward Jasmine, who was still resting against the far wall. In the faint firelight, Art spotted the familiar outline of his sword lying beside her. "Yeah, it's over there," Elijah said. "I didn't know if it was valuable or not, but I kept it just in case." Art exhaled slowly, the tension in his chest easing as relief washed over him. "Thank you for everything," he said quietly. "For saving Jasmine and me, and for retrieving my sword when you could have just escaped on your own. Thank you." Elijah shot Art a grin. "If I'd left you there half dead, that would put me at the same level as that ass Lucas then, wouldn't it?" Art let out a pained laugh. "Ha, not nearly." Sliding closer, Elijah sat down beside him. "Why did you stay, anyway?" I saw Jasmine trying to get you to leave. Seems like you two could have escaped then. Art paused, considering the question. A king never betrays the people who trust him. He winked, earning a scoff from Elijah. And he hesitated before continuing. I promised someone very important to me that I would become a better person and cherish the people around me. Elijah's tense expression softened, a rare liveliness returning to his face. Pfft, you sound like an old man. I wonder what kind of life you've had up until now to have promised someone that. Art chuckled lightly. I sometimes wonder myself. He then changed the subject. How long was I out for anyway? It's hard to tell, but definitely more than a day. Jasmine has woken up a few times, but barely enough that I could feed her, Elijah replied, leaning back against the wall. Art ran his hand along the cold surface of the wall, trying to make sense of their surroundings. This doesn't seem to be naturally made. Where are we? He asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Elijah stepped forward, revealing his involvement in their current situation. I conjured it. I believe the Elderwood Guardian's body was supporting the entire level of the cave we were in. After you defeated it, the ceiling began to crumble, and once you landed on the ground, I built a small shelter to prevent the rocks from burying us alive. Art's surprise was replaced with a sense of ease. There had always been something different about Elijah, a connection that Art couldn't quite explain. Now, knowing that Elijah was a deviant, it all made sense. I thought only dwarves were capable of manipulating metal, and even then they were taught to manipulate existing metal, not create and conjure it, Art remarked, recalling his teachings. Elijah chuckled, sinking further down with a tired expression. So much for keeping secrets, eh? A grin formed on Art's face as he responded, bearing the pain that pulsed through his body. Tell me about it. Elijah leaned back, looking at Art intently. I'll tell you, but only if you explain what you did back there. Your hair turned white, and your eyes were glowing purple. There were these shining symbols that appeared on your body too. Art nodded, unaware of the purple glow in his eyes, but agreeing nonetheless. He allowed Elijah to continue, eager to hear his explanation. Elijah opened up, his voice filled with a mixture of confusion and fear. Since I awakened, my mana core has been condensing rapidly, without the need for meditation. Elder Radeus, who took care of me, sent me to Sapin as a representative and told me to make a name for myself among humans. But truthfully, I don't know why I'm doing this. When I reached the dark orange stage, something strange happened. A surge of energy coursed through my body, and suddenly, a field of metal spikes manifested around me. Fortunately, I was alone at the time, so no one got hurt. But ever since then, I've been cautious and scared. Scared of what I am and scared of what I can do. At first, I was excited about my newfound strength, but now I struggle to control my powers. I even questioned if I might be part dwarf at one point, but I don't even know who or what I am anymore. Art observed Elijah as his hands trembled, his efforts to regain control evident as he clenched them into tight fists. Remaining silent, Art listened attentively, understanding that mere words of comfort would do little to ease his internal struggle. Elijah's voice trembled with a mix of hope and uncertainty. Sometimes, I get this feeling like what I can do right now isn't even the limit. I know it may sound weird, but I get this itch that there's something more to me deep inside, and that once I can control that power, I'll know what I really am. They sat in silence for a moment, absorbing his words. Elijah let out an awkward laugh, acknowledging the vulnerability in his confession. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to turn this into some emotional confession. Art observed the transformation in Elijah. The boy who usually wore a stern and cold facade had unveiled his vulnerability. Despite his inner turmoil, there was a glimmer of resilience in his eyes, revealing a gentle side that contradicted his tough exterior. Art clenched his teeth, mustering the strength to sit upright and face Elijah directly. Peering into his eyes, Art detected a hint of desperation mixed with a sense of gentleness and self-pride. It reaffirmed his instinctual trust in Elijah. Through his experiences as a king and interacting with people from various backgrounds, Art had developed the ability to discern someone's character, and in Elijah he saw someone he could place his trust in. Art's voice remained calm and composed as he disclosed his unique abilities to Elijah. It probably wasn't easy for you to share your story, so thank you for that. As for me, I'm a quadra-elemental augmenter with 2 deviances, ice and lightning, he stated matter-of-factly. Before Elijah could fully process the revelation, Art continued, I'm also a beast tamer. What you witnessed back there was me tapping into my beast will. Elijah's hand slipped from where he had been leaning, causing his head to collide with the cold steel surface. He winced in pain and quickly regained his composure. Holy ouch, I thought I was a freak, but I guess you win. Wait, how old are you? I turned 11 a couple of months ago, Art replied. The revelation seemed to surprise Elijah. No way, I'll be 12 in a few months. I don't know my exact birth date. Elder Radius just assigned a day for me. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Elijah extended his hand, offering friendship. Art clasped Elijah's hand, returning the gesture with a faint smile. I'm Arthur Leywin, but just call me Art. For the next several hours, Art and Elijah exchanged stories. Elijah's childhood had been rather uneventful prior to his awakening, as he had stayed with Radius, the dwarven guardian who had taken him in. Due to the dwarves' disapproval of mingling with humans, Elijah had spent most of his time reading. Listening to him recount his life, Art could understand why the boy appeared so mature for his age. Growing up with limited interaction and living in a society where few people associated with him had forced Elijah to mature at a faster pace. As Art broke the last gem of the glove to relieve his pain, Jasmine woke up. Seeing Art awake, she shot up and immediately pulled him into a firm and agonizing hug. He was about to protest but decided to endure a few more seconds of pain to comfort her. Teardrops fell on his neck as Jasmine held him tightly. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, she managed to say, holding back sobs. It's all right, Jasmine. I was the one being stubborn. I'm sorry I dragged you into this mess with me, Art reassured her, patting her back gently. As he held her, Art couldn't help but notice how small she felt in his arms. He had known her since he was a child, and he had always thought of her as being bigger than him. But now, she seemed diminished, and it tugged at his heart. After Jasmine regained her composure, Art got shakily to his feet and placed a hand on both Jasmine's and Elijah's shoulders. Let's go home, guys, he said, his voice filled with determination. With Jasmine and Elijah supporting his weakened body, Art managed to crawl through the rubble and make their way up out of the blasted crater to the floor of the cavern. The once serene field of grass was now a scene of devastation, with toppled trees and broken stalactites scattered across the cracked ground. As they surveyed the wreckage, Art couldn't help but wonder if anyone else had survived. He turned to Elijah and asked, his voice filled with concern, "Do you think anyone else made it?" Elijah's expression turned grim as he replied, "Well, Reginald and Brauld were inside the mana beast when you unleashed your last attack, so it's unlikely they survived. As for Sammy, she was knocked off of you and landed near the Elderwood Guardian. I managed to conjure a metal shelter to protect her from the debris, but I'm unsure if she survived." A pang of guilt washed over Art as he realized that he hadn't given much thought to the rest of the party. His focus had been on Jasmine's well-being and dealing with the aftermath of his powerful attack. He had assumed that if the others were alive, they would be with them in the shelter. Now, he couldn't help but feel responsible for their potential loss. It seems unlikely that she survived this long, even protected in an iron box. Art sighed. I just don't have the power to move this much rubble. We still have a chance to find the Elderwood Guardian's beast core, though. I think I'll be able to help with the first problem, Elijah said, kneeling down and placing a palm on the ground. Give me a few minutes. A thin wave of mana spread out from his hand as he muttered, Scan. Art recognized the spell Elijah had invoked, Earth's Pulse. Typically used to scan the ground for signs of approaching enemies, it allowed the caster to detect footsteps and, with enough skill, determine the number of people. However, Elijah's spell seemed to go beyond the surface of the floor, delving into the ground beneath it. Art found himself becoming more intrigued by this talented young man. After a few tense minutes, Elijah's furrowed brows lifted into an expression of surprise. I found Samantha, and her heart still beating. At Elijah's invocation, a sleek metallic tent rose from the ground, opening in front of them to reveal Samantha, safe and alive within the shelter. Relief washed over Art as he saw his friend, though his heart still ached for the others who might not have been as fortunate. The skill and power displayed by Elijah left Art in awe, and he felt grateful to have him as an ally in this perilous situation. Judging by the state the conjurer was in, she was just barely hanging in there. Both her legs had been broken in multiple locations from where the Elderwood's tendrils had grasped her. Splinters of white jutted out from the bloody mess of her legs, and her fever had reached an alarming degree. Elijah's face contorted in horror at the sight. He recoiled, then turned away. The distressing scene was too much for him to bear, and he felt a mix of compassion and helplessness wash over him. The reality of their situation weighed heavily on Elijah as he grappled with the gravity of the danger they had all faced. Jasmine rushed towards Samantha and knelt, her hands hovering over Samantha's body as if unsure how to help. Art limped after Jasmine, kneeling painfully next to her. He checked the prostrate conjurer's neck for a pulse while placing his other hand on her forehead. The good news, such as it was that only her legs had incurred serious damage. The rest of her body had cuts and bruises, but was otherwise unharmed. "Well," Art said, "her pulse is steady, and her breathing is good. The fever is worrisome, but I don't think her life is in danger right now. And the silver lining is that she's unconscious." "Some silver lining," Elijah said, still standing several feet away. Art was surprised at how carefully Jasmine handled the unconscious Samantha, cradling her in her arms. Thinking back over the time they'd spent in the dungeon, Art realized that when they hadn't been busy fighting, the peppy conjurer had been relentless in her efforts to strike up a conversation with Jasmine. Eventually, the brusque Jasmine had started to respond, even smiling at times. Perhaps she'd felt a connection to Samantha as the only other woman in their group. Art thought about their next course of action. If they wanted to get Samantha to safety, he would need to give up the search for the Beast Core, for now. Given the state Samantha was in, and the fact that he was barely capable of standing on his own, the best thing to do was for Elijah and Jasmine to get Samantha to a medic, then come back down for him. "Elijah!" Art called, but before he could continue, a thundering roar rumbled throughout the cavern, shaking a few stalactites loose from the ceiling. The stone doors, which Lucas had closed behind him as he left them to their doom, burst inward with a shuddering, grinding crunch. "What now?" Elijah groaned, more in resignation than in fear. Jasmine shifted, letting Samantha's body sag against her as she reached for a dagger with her free hand. "Papa, I'm here!" Sylv cried in Art's mind. "It's okay, Elijah," Art said soothingly, and Jasmine lowered her blade. Despite the childlike voice that rang in his head, the dragon that slithered through the shattered doors was nothing like a child. Art let out a whistle. "Wow, Sylv, you gained weight, and height, and width." Sylvie, the small cat-like creature who had always sat on top of his head, was now almost the spitting image of the dragon he'd named her after. Art could now say with full confidence that Sylvie was indeed a dragon. Her body wasn't as large as Sylvia's, but it was still over 8 yards long. Her scales had an obsidian black sheen, reflecting the light from the dungeon in an almost divine way. The 2 horns sprouting from her head were sharper and even more menacing than the Titan's horns he had seen years ago. With wings similar to Sylvia's, but with the addition of pitch-black feathers and blood-red spikes protruding along the ridge of her spine, she exuded a menacing, if not baleful, aura. Her once adorable face and muzzle were now elegant and sharp, the black sclera and yellow irises of her eyes reminding him of a particularly bright topaz shining in the dead of night. Her powerful limbs, armored with jagged spikes at the elbows and knees, lifted as she approached Art with a graceful poise that belied her size. She lowered her head, which was as large as his torso, and brought her snout close to his face. Then Sylvie's snake-like tongue shot out, and she licked Art's face with enough force to lift him from the ground. "My God, Sylv, your breath is foul," he sputtered, barely able to keep himself upright. Her childish giggle rang in his head. "Is that a wyvern? But it has 4 limbs. It can't be, right? Is that a did? I'm pretty sure she's a dragon," Art finished for the dumbfounded Elijah. Elijah stared up at the sight of the fearsome beast, his face even more horror-stricken than when he had seen the Elderwood Guardian. Jasmine had already known about Art's bond, but she still trembled at the sight of the juvenile dragon and clutched Samantha closer to her chest. "Elijah, this is my bond, Sylvie," Art said, stretching his hand out to rub his dragon's snout, and her hind leg began to thump the ground in pleasure. He chortled at how little she had changed on the inside, despite her dramatic physical transformation. Turning to Elijah, Art put on a grim face. "Jasmine already knew about this, but I need you to promise to keep Sylvie a secret. Dragons have been assumed to be extinct for centuries now, so if anyone were to suddenly see Sylvie, well, you know what greed can do to someone." Elijah nodded frantically in response, his glasses wobbling on his swollen nose. "We need to hurry, though. It worked out well that Sylvie came when she did. Let's put Samantha on Sylvie's back." Art was able to stand up on his own now, but just barely. Walking more than a few steps was out of the question. He watched as Elijah and Jasmine carefully loaded the unconscious conjurer onto Sylvie's back, before helping him up as well. They decided that Sylvie would carry only Samantha and Art. She'd take them to the first cavern of the dungeon, while Jasmine and Elijah would follow close behind. The journey back up only took a few hours, compared to the full day they had needed to travel down. "Sylvie, can you still transform?" Art asked as they ascended toward the entrance of the dungeon. His mind was spinning, trying to come up with a way he could protect her from greedy nobles if she couldn't shift. But thankfully, she said she could still change into a miniature form. "What were you doing all this time anyway? How did you grow so quickly?" he asked her, resting against her long neck. "I hunted a lot of monsters and ate their mana cores. I missed you a lot. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you while you were here." Another gust of wind formed beneath them as Sylvie flapped her wings downward, accelerating toward their destination. Apparently, Sylvie's body wouldn't grow without consuming mana cores, which reminded Art of the beast core the Elderwood Guardian had dropped. At this point, he could only hope it would stay hidden from adventurers until he went back down. He dreaded the moment when, in his crippled state, he would have to fight the bat runners from the first cavern. But to his surprise, as soon as they saw Sylvie, the bat runners became so terrified they simply buried their heads in the ground off in the opposite corner of the cave. Jasmine and Elijah helped Art lower Samantha down to the ground, and he crawled clumsily down afterwards. Sylvie's body shone as she shrank back down to the size of a kitten at his request, but he noticed the change in her appearance even in this form. Her red spikes had disappeared. Apart from her sharp yellow irises, she was pitch black. All in all, she resembled a demonic but harmless black cat. With a series of pained, sputtering coughs, Samantha stirred awake. As soon as she became conscious enough to feel the pain in her legs, her eyes widened, and she gasped from the agony. She had her arms wrapped around herself, trembling. "You all made it," she croaked. Samantha was pale and sweat started to roll down her forehead. Her lips were white and cracked, and there were deep bags beneath her once bright eyes. "Stop talking," Art ordered. "You need to save your energy. We'll get you help soon." Ignoring him, she carefully reached into her robe, pulling out his mask and something else. "Look what I found." "That's..." Elijah leaned forward to get a better view of Samantha's hand. "The Elderwood's beast core," Art finished, taking it from Samantha gently. "Nice work. I'll hold on to this until I get the chance to sell it. We'll split the profits between us." "Are you kidding me?" Elijah shook his head. "I don't want it." "Me neither." "You deserve it, Arthur," Jasmine agreed. "What? You don't want..." "I'm just happy to be alive. I think it's fair that the one who killed it gets the reward," Samantha whispered, her consciousness faltering. Art studied the stone, dull green, webbed with intricate lines of gray. "Thanks, everyone." Samantha's lips curled up into a faint smile before she passed out again. Art put his mask on and turned his gaze to his guardian. "Jasmine, can you and Elijah go to the guild hall and get help back down here? I'll stay here with Samantha." They both nodded, then headed out and back up to the surface. It would take them at least 4 hours to send the message and arrive back, and Art planned to use that time to absorb the Elderwood Guardian's beast core. With the aid of the powerful core, and with Sylvie's will assimilated into his body, he was confident he could make a full recovery by the time they came back. Forcing his nearly unresponsive body into a cross-legged position, Art took out the parchment he had been given by the Twin Horns and recorded a message, telling his parents he was alive and that he'd be coming home soon. It was likely that he had been so deeply unconscious that his mana circulation had stopped, which would have triggered the ring his mother wore. As he finished his message, the parchment turned to ash in his hands, crumbling to nothing in moments. There was nothing else I could do to ease my parents' minds, so I'll take the time to begin my meditation with the beast core, Art thought. He took a deep breath, holding the Elderwood Guardian's beast core in his hands, all the while thinking of what he should do with Lucas. It wasn't enough for Art to just settle for petty revenge. He needed to do something more. Lucas came from a very powerful family of notorious mages, and his blood gave him a certain amount of protection from the elves. Although Art had connections with the royal family, he knew that the Wykes family could make things more complicated than he wanted them to be. He didn't have much time to dwell on his options, though. Art was stirred out of his meditation by the sound of approaching footsteps. Judging by the uniforms, he assumed the people filing in were the medics that Jasmine and Elijah had sent. Among them was Caspian, the lanky Guildhall branch head, barking orders to the medics and the few guards he had brought along to protect them. Hiding the mana core, which he couldn't finish absorbing, Art watched as the medics worked on Samantha. They used a mixture of herbs to anesthetize her and carefully lifted her body onto a stretcher. The field of medicine wasn't that advanced in this world, so he wasn't sure if they would be able to fully heal Samantha's legs, but there was nothing more he could do. Caspian walked towards Art as he stood up. "Good evening, Mr. Note. I didn't expect for us to be meeting like this. Miss Flamesworth has explained the situation. I understand how you must feel." "Oh, do you now? Then would you kindly inform me of Lucas's current location so I may properly respond to his actions against our party?" Art replied through gritted teeth. Despite Caspian's mild tone, he knew that he had come here personally to stop him from going after Lucas. He shook his head, confirming Art's assumption. "I must advise you, Mr. Note, to refrain from taking actions against Mr. Wykes right now." "And why not right now? My identity is a secret, and I have the capacity to easily erase that bug's existence. Do you think you're powerful enough to protect him from me?" Art's gaze was unrelenting as he took a step toward the thin man. "I'm aware I don't possess the power to fight against you when you're at your full strength, but I assure you that I can pose a threat to you in your current state," Caspian calmly replied, straightening his glasses. "But even if I could, I wouldn't need to. Mr. Note, I am warning you because, believe it or not, I carry an obligation to care for you since you are affiliated with Miss Flamesworth, even if she is the estranged daughter of the house. The Wykes house are the type of people who will carry out revenge in the most extreme and brutal manner possible. Assuming that you do kill their precious son, Lucas, I know that right now you do not possess the power to destroy the entire Wykes house. Even if they don't know your identity, that won't stop them from killing anyone who has had anything to do with you. This includes Miss Flamesworth and the people she is affiliated with, the Twin Horns. Going further than that, I believe the Wykes family will further their revenge against you by going against all the people close to the Twin Horns party, which includes Reynolds Leywin and his family." Art could feel the blood dripping from his fists as his nails dug deeper into his palms. Caspian had him. "As I said, Mr. Note, I wish to be on your side. What I said about the Wykes family is based on previous events. I can assure you that they would stop at nothing to wipe out anyone who had anything to do with you, even if they weren't directly related. Until the day you hold enough power and authority to protect the people you care for, I must advise you against any course of action that would pit you against the Wykes house. And now I'll take my leave. We must get Samantha to a facility so she can be properly cared for," Caspian stated, giving Art a curt bow before walking away. Left alone with a bitter taste in his mouth, Art could only laugh at the pitiful state he was in. Caspian was right. Until he could wipe out the entire Wykes house, acting against them would be dangerous for his family and friends. No matter how much of an asshole Lucas was, it wasn't worth risking his loved ones. With clenched fists, Art swore to himself that Lucas would regret this day. Elijah and Jasmine moved forward with solemn expressions, having obviously overheard Art's conversation with the Guildhall leader. They each placed a consoling hand on his shoulders and followed him out of the dire tombs, with Sylve trailing close behind. They arrived at the Guildhall on the outskirts of the Beast Glades about 2 hours later. Samantha was resting in the recovery facility, and Jasmine, Elijah, and Art were sprawled on couches in a private room. Caspian had temporarily moved from his office in Xyrus to this branch and was seated behind the desk in the room with them. Suddenly, the door flew open. "You made it out alive!" It was Lucas, hiding behind a group of barrel-chested guards posing as adventurers. From his seat a few feet away, Caspian leaned his head on his hand, seeming vexed at the boy's impertinence, and locked gazes with Art to remind him of their discussion. Elijah and Jasmine sprang up from their seats, weapons ready, but Art remained at rest. It took an amount of self-control he'd never known he had to stop himself from lunging forward and skewering the brat at the door he had come in through. He couldn't decide whether Lucas was that confident or just plain stupid for not only betraying them, but having the audacity to show up here now. Nevertheless, Lucas had brought some backup, showing he wasn't completely dumb. Lucas took a step forward, slapping the guard in front of him to move him out of the way. "I wonder how you managed to escape from that terror of a beast. Did you have to sacrifice someone to save yourselves? Sammy is a cripple now, but she's alive, so I guess it wasn't her. I don't see brawled, though. Don't tell me you sacrificed height." Before he finished his sentence, Art's fingers had released the short sword he had hidden behind him. The next instant, Lucas let out a shrill scream as he clutched his right ear, blood leaking through the spaces between his fingers. The backup sword Art had picked out at the Hellstay auction house had impaled itself deep into the wall behind Lucas, barely missing the head of the guard standing behind him. At the sounds of the hollow thud and scream, the guards whipped around to make sure their boss was okay before turning back to Art with weapons held ready. He stood up from his seat and walked steadily towards the pale Lucas, the entire room deathly silent. "What do you think I'm paying you for? Get him!" Lucas hissed, pointing at Art with a trembling finger, his other hand still gripping his bleeding ear. The guard closest to Art lifted his axe, preparing to split him in two, but Art already had the scabbard of the short sword he had just flung at Lucas in his hand. A sharp snap rang out as the end of Art's scabbard met with the guard's hands. With a pained howl, the guard let go of his axe to nurse his broken fingers. Before the rest of the guards could react, Art lunged toward the frightened Lucas. He could hear Caspian gasp behind him in fear that he would cross the line, but Art's hand merely went to his sword, impaled into the wall right behind the boy. The blonde noble's face was just inches away from Art's, and his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "My apologies. My sword slipped, and I wanted it back," Art whispered, his voice coming out deeper and more threatening thanks to his mask. He pried the blade out of the wall and sheathed it in the cover he had just used to break the guard's fingers. Then he turned and went back to the couch, nonchalantly motioning at Caspian. On cue, the guild leader hastily said, Now, Mr. Lucas, your ear is bleeding heavily. Let me escort you to the medical room to get that fixed up." As he gently herded the noble brat and his guards out of the room, he turned back to shoot Art an exasperated look. "You did well," Jasmine said, breaking the silence, "but I'm afraid you've made an enemy of one of the strongest houses in the kingdom of Sapin." "That's fine. What happened today isn't enough to make him take action." Despite that conceited attitude, Lucas is cautious. He knows that right now, if he doesn't go against me, I won't do anything more. Leaning forward, Art gripped tightly at the black sword he had refused to unsheath and vowed silently that this wouldn't be the end. Caspian Bladeheart sat at his desk, surrounded by a daunting pile of paperwork that seemed to grow taller by the day. He resisted the temptation to set it all ablaze, reminding himself that these bureaucratic tasks were an inevitable part of his role as an examiner in the Adventurers Guild. As he reached for a parchment from the stack, the faint creak of the door caught his attention. Note, the adventurer he had encountered earlier, stepped into the room, his baritone voice barely above a whisper. "Mr. Bladeheart, you haven't forgotten what you said about wanting to truly help me, correct?" The words struck Caspian like an icy blade, but he maintained his composed demeanor, adjusting his glasses before responding. "Of course. Your connection to Miss Flamesworth and your potential have been acknowledged by the guild." The masked adventurer nodded, and Caspian couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration at his inability to uncover the man's identity or background. "Good," the masked man continued. "I plan to take an extensive break from being an adventurer, Caspian, so I would like to implore you for a favor." Though the tone lacked any semblance of pleading, Caspian motioned for him to continue. "Please, go on," he said, intrigued by the request and eager to satisfy his curiosity. After the debacle with Lucas and his unwholesome actions down in the dungeon, there were a few things that needed to be settled. First, Lucas was to be tried for his unadventurer-like conduct by a panel of judges comprising high-ranked guild workers. Thanks to Caspian's intervention, the trial was to take place without delay. Seated in the gallery of a small amphitheater-like room, Lucas and Art faced the panel as the elderly, robed men behind the raised desk looked through their notes. After a seemingly endless moment of unnerving silence, one of the men, who was taller than the four beside him, stood up and cleared his throat. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild and the panel present here, I hereby declare the conjurer Lucas Wykes formally stripped of his A-class ranking for sabotage and endangerment of his party members during a dungeon excursion. Furthermore, he is prohibited from re-enlisting as an adventurer until otherwise stated by the guild. Mr. Wykes, please hand in your card. The thick-bearded judge next to the one who had just spoken banged his gavel, creating a loud echo across the room as Lucas begrudgingly handed over his card. Normally, such a sentencing would be filled with anxious family and friends, but Lucas and Art were the only ones present, aside from the judges and a bailiff. Art had thought that this arrangement was to contain any news that could slander the Wykes house's name, but after hearing Lucas's verdict just now, he had to conclude otherwise. Ordinarily, what Lucas had done down at the Dire Tombs would be enough for him to be sentenced to imprisonment in addition to having his title stripped. However, the vague statement the elder had made at the end, about Lucas being prohibited from becoming an adventurer until otherwise stated, left a lot of loose ends. Art could only bite his tongue and wait for this crooked sentencing to come to an end. Despite the rather lax sentence Lucas had been given, the half-elf noble had an expression stitched on his face, as if he'd just swallowed a live frog. The only silver lining Art could see in this was that perhaps Lucas's family would beat some sense into the twerp for shaming the family name. Lucas had been pretty riled up after Art's brazen act of retaliation back at Caspian's office. Art was sure that the half-elf noble had nothing but boiling rage pent up in that little body of his ever since. However, after learning from Caspian that Art had defeated, not escaped from, the Elderwood Guardian, Lucas's rage-fueled vendetta had been filled with doubt. Will the augmenter note please stand for sentencing? Art rose and focused his attention on the tall judge. Given the clear enmity toward Lucas Wykes and possibly the entire Wykes family, as displayed by your act of aggression against Lucas, on behalf of the panel and the entirety of the Adventurers Guild. The judge glanced left and right at his peers. I hereby declare you banned from Xyrus City for the duration of Lucas Wykes' attendance at Xyrus Academy. The sound of the gavel once again boomed throughout the room. To Art's right, he could feel Lucas's gaze boring into him as the noble waited for his reaction. Putting on his best angry voice, Art leaned forward on the podium. Sir, I object to this punishment. Why am I to be penalized for Lucas's betrayal at the dungeon? He slammed his fists down on the table in front of him. All the while, in his peripheral vision, he could see Lucas's anxious face turning smug at his discontent. Art knew that revoking Lucas's license didn't mean much to the arrogant young man, and with Art out of the way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. This is not a discussion. We are aware of the circumstances, which is why we chose not to revoke your license. You will be allowed to continue being an adventurer as long as we do not catch you near Mr. Wykes or his family, the judge declared sternly, his face glowering with authority, and his sharp gaze seemed to pierce Art's mask. Wait, what about his identity? He could easily take his mask off and slip into the city to potentially harm me or my family. Lucas raised his finger at Art, now confident enough to try to push him down even further. The identity of Mr. Note will be recorded once this sentencing is over, Mr. Wykes. You will not be informed of his or his family's identity for obvious reasons, but select Guildhall mages will keep tabs on Mr. Note's whereabouts, masked or not. This is not up for debate. This sentencing is over, another judge declared firmly. The gavel fell again before either of them had the chance to object further. The judges stirred in their seats while the bailiff opened the chamber doors to let Lucas's entourage of guards in, followed by the court's own security. Clicking his tongue, Lucas whipped his head around, sending a threatening gaze towards Art before walking toward his guards. Before leaving the room, he looked over his shoulder and gave a look of haughty derision. If you know what's good for you, you'd best be at least 5 towns over from me at all times. Idle threats as you run away make you seem petty, boy, Art shot back. The problem child of the Wykes house turned scarlet as Art turned his back on him. The courthouse guards approached Art, ready to escort him away. The judge who had spoken for the panel turned to his fellow judges, giving them a reassuring smile. No need to trouble yourselves, gentlemen. I know you have all been dying to get back. I'll escort Mr. Note here out through the back with the guards. Behind the raised desks where the panel of judges had been seated was a narrow door, which opened at his touch. The rest of the panel must have had a lot of trust in the man, as the four of them were all too happy to leave without further question. Stepping through the doorway, Art readjusted his mask to make sure it wouldn't slip off. The judge sighed, and the guards followed behind at a discreet distance. Art couldn't help but wonder how much they knew of this plan, but he had to trust that this man knew his business. "I trust this little charade was to your satisfaction, Mr. Note," the judge inquired, his stark white eyebrows furrowing even deeper. "Your acting was a bit over the top, but I think it was fairly well done," Art said with a shrug. "Thank you for your cooperation." Shaking his head, the judge gave him a helpless look. "No need. It wasn't done on your behalf. I sincerely hope that I can trust you not to cause any further trouble. We will not be able to hide the truth from the Wykes family forever, but as long as you do not act against them, they won't bother with you." "I'm more careful than I look, Your Honor," Art replied, dipping his head in a quick bow. "Caspian mentioned there would be a passageway where I can safely remove my identity." "Yes, your acquaintances await you on the other side," the judge said, fumbling with one of the books on a nearby shelf. Suddenly, a passage opened up in the ground. "I bid you farewell, Mr. Note, and I do hope you will not forget this act of kindness from the Guild. I predict that there will be a time when we will call upon you for a favor, and it would be much appreciated if you remember what we did for you today," the judge added. "I see that the heads of the Adventurers Guild are sly and crafty." Art let out a chuckle. "At least you have the sense to know whom to back. I'll remember." Art stepped down the stairs leading to the brief underground passageway as the judge closed the entrance behind him. Opening the door on the other side, he was greeted by a rather overexcited Sylvie. "Gah!" Art breathed out, clutching his stomach where she had headbutted him. "Q," Sylvie chirped as she scuttled to the top of his head. "How did everything go, Papa? Is it over now? Can we go home?" Jasmine and Elijah greeted him as well, faint smiles on their faces. "Everything's over. Let's go back home," Art said to everyone. Elijah asked, "Did you not want to visit Sammy?" "I think it'd be better if I don't visit her. Jasmine, maybe you should stop by the hospital next time to check up on her." Jasmine remained silent as usual, but gave a slight nod. Then they trekked across the border of the Beast Glades toward the nearest teleportation gate. Art had a few mental conversations with Sylvie, and neither Jasmine nor Elijah spoke until the gate came into view. "Well, I guess we part ways here, right?" Scratching his black hair, Elijah glanced back and forth from Jasmine to Art with a forced smile. "What?" Art said in surprise. "You're not coming with us, Elijah? Did you have something you needed to do?" Art automatically assumed that his newfound friend Elijah would come with them, but upon thinking back, he remembered that Elijah wasn't from the kingdom of Sapin. "What? I mean, I don't really have anything planned, but, well, sure. I'll need to check in with Radius before doing anything, though." Elijah seemed flustered, straightening his glasses and coughing to cover his embarrassment. "Well, you and Jasmine should go through the portal separately from me, just in case anyone suspects something. But I thought it'd be good for you to stay with us for a bit before we go to school." Art scratched his head. I don't understand. I never had plans to go to school." Behind his glasses, Elijah's eyes seemed even more lost than before, so Art filled him in. "If your goal is to make a name for yourself in Sapin, it doesn't hurt to get yourself an education from Xyrus Academy," Art said with a grin. Elijah looked at him as if he couldn't believe his ears, and even Jasmine raised a brow at the idea. "I'm sorry, I still don't follow. How would I even get into the school? I mean, I might have the qualifications but not the background. Even the fact that I'm from Darv wouldn't give me an edge," Elijah said, his glasses reflecting his uncertainty. Putting an arm around Elijah's neck, Art leaned against his friend. "Don't you worry about a thing, my bespectacled little nerd. Let your big brother take care of the details." "What big brother? You realize that I'm older than you, right? And what does nerd mean?" Elijah chortled, throwing a light jab at Art's ribs. Besides, I'm not so sure about the idea of going to school with so many students. How would I even fit in after spending my life with antisocial dwarves? Just to sweeten the deal, Art said, "You know, Lucas is going to be attending Xyrus Academy. Are you okay with me having all the fun?" "I agree with Art. Note, you can always go back to being an adventurer later." Jasmine glanced around to see if anyone had caught her slip of the tongue. "All right," Elijah said, relenting, and Art squeezed him harder. "If you can somehow get me in, I'll go. After all, someone's going to have to hold him back from murdering Lucas on the first day of school," Art remarked with a mischievous grin. "Good. Jasmine, can you take Elijah back to Hellstein Manor? Elijah, you can send a message to Darv from there. I have something I need to do first. I'll catch up to you." Art gently pushed them toward the portal just a bit ahead. Jasmine nodded wordlessly and led Elijah away. Once they were out of sight, Art's smile disappeared as he let out a small sigh. "Come out," he said calmly. With a swish, Caspian appeared beside him, his sheathed rapier tied to his waist. "I am glad you took some precautions by sending the two of them away first," Caspian said, nodding approvingly. "Thanks for getting the judge to play along. Lucas shouldn't be suspicious anytime soon," Art replied. "My pleasure. At this point, I'm simply glad that this has been resolved without anyone dying." Caspian chuckled, but Art sensed that his words held genuine concern. "I'm glad you feel that way," Art answered. "Here's a little parting gift from me," the Guildhall manager said, handing Art a small pouch. Art pulled at the drawstrings to open the red sack he had been given. Inside was a heap of gold coins, enough to make a country boy like him faint. However, he kept his composure behind his mask and simply thanked Caspian for the generous gift. As he turned to walk away, Caspian called out to him, "I advise you to use it to take appropriate precautions, Mr. Note. It'd be unwise to let your guard down thinking you've cleared the mountain." Without looking back, Art raised an arm and waved at Caspian, heading toward the teleportation gate with Sylvie perched on his head. Elijah attending Xyrus Academy wouldn't draw too much suspicion. Jasmine was close with the Helsty family now, so having her vouch for Elijah would seem natural. Art would make sure not to draw Dawn's ballad when he was around Lucas. The only problem was that the half-elf would be sure to recognize Sylvie. He had seen her small feline form back at the Guildhall after all. "Sylvie?" Art asked, concerned, as a bright glow began emanating from atop his head. He brought her down to eye level, where he could witness his bond transforming once more. Her pitch-black scales turned white, and the horns sprouting from her head had completely receded. The scales on her lizard-like tail extended like fur, and the scales on her body thinned out as well. When the bright glow subsided, Art was surprised to see that his bond had once more undergone a complete transformation. The feline lizard form she'd once had was nowhere in sight, replaced by the form of a white fox. As he carefully ran his finger over her back, he could feel a soft pelt where her scales had been. Upon closer inspection, he could see that it was actually made up of incredibly thin scales, giving the appearance of a soft coat of fur over her body. Sylvie's body was almost completely covered in a snowy white pelt, but her nose, paws, and the tips of her ears remained black. "Is this better, Papa?" Sylvie's voice rang in his head as she curled up in his arms. "How many forms can you change into?" Art asked, amazed. "I don't know, but I'm tired," Sylvie replied. "Good night." "Yeah, good night, Sylv," Art muttered aloud, still baffled at her mysterious abilities. Did all dragons have the ability to alter their forms so completely? He knew her main form was that of a dragon, like the one they had seen down at the dungeon, and he had grown accustomed to her miniature black form, but her ability to change her color and size so wholly was astounding. He smiled wryly at the thought of how easily his biggest problem had been solved. Before going through the teleportation gate, he had a couple of errands to run in town. Art cast a weak electric current into the air to make sure he wasn't being spied on, like he had been earlier. After confirming that he was alone, he stepped behind a tree and removed his mask and coat, placing them in his bag. Reaching the small town, which looked more like an outpost, Art weaved his way through the crowd of heavily armored adventurers and robed merchants hawking the goods they had collected. Clutching his sleeping bond, Sylvie, tightly, he made his way over to a random merchant and quickly sold his worn and chipped short sword for a few silver coins. Dawn's ballad, his unimpressive-looking black stick, was still strapped tightly to his waist as he practically tumbled in through the front doors of an artifact shop. "Welcome to Equius Artifacts," the store clerk said automatically, then looked at him. "Oh, hello, little boy. Are you lost?" Playing along, Art shook his head, wiping the sweat off his brow. "No. My father asked me to buy something for him since we're about to leave town." "I see. Well, how can I help you?" The storeman clasped his hands eagerly. "I'm looking for a small dimensional storage artifact," he answered, surveying the tidy little trinket-filled shop. "Oh." The store clerk looked at Art in surprise, but he slipped into the back room behind the desk, returning quickly. "Here we are." He brought out a small box filled with a few cases. "This is where we keep all of our dimensional storage artifacts," he answered, unlocking the box. "Was there a particular size your father wanted?" As he opened containers one by one, bracelets, rings, necklaces, and other accessories sparkled, the various gems that adorned them catching and reflecting the light. Just like in the books he had read about dimensional storage artifacts, they all seemed to be accessories one could easily carry around without raising suspicion. This was noteworthy because these particular artifacts had the ability to store and preserve items of various sizes inside them, depending on their quality. A higher quality dimensional artifact could hold a wagon's worth of storage, and its weight wouldn't even change. None of the books he had read had really gone into detail about how to create one, since most were handed down over generations. But he knew one method was to carefully split the storage space in an already existing dimensional storage artifact and create multiple lesser artifacts out of it. The cost of such an item was astronomical, but for people carrying valuable goods all the time, it was well worth it. "I just need one big enough to store this," Art replied, holding up Dawn's ballad for him to see, his eyes still focused on the few dimensional artifacts he had out. "If it's only that, I think this ring should do it," the store clerk said, picking out an extravagant gold ring with a diamond and other smaller gems embedded in it. "Do you have any that are less flamboyant?" Art said, handing the ring back. The clerk scratched his head, combing through the box once more. "Aha! How about this?" Art opened the small box the clerk had given him to see a dull silver band inside. "This ring's storage capacity is actually greater than the gold ring, but the smith who forged it insisted on leaving it plain. This ring probably has enough space to fit your stick and a large luggage bag inside," he declared proudly, flashing him a businesslike smile. Art didn't waste any time on his decision. "I'll take it." After haggling with the man, Art managed to buy the ring for a handful of beast cores he had picked up over the past year, along with 200 gold coins, and that was only because that was all his father had given him. His total savings now consisted of a few silver coins and the S-Class Elderwood Guardian's beast core, which he had already partly used. He let out a deep, depressed sigh, reminiscing on the days back in Ashburtown when he could live happily with just a couple of copper coins. If Caspian hadn't given him 100 gold coins to use to take precautions with, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. Art slipped the ring onto his right thumb, since it was too big for any of his other fingers, then willed mana into both the ring and his sword. The black sword began glowing, then was sucked up into the ring. He removed his mask and coat from inside his bag and repeated the process, then proceeded back toward the edge of town and the teleportation gate Jasmine and Elijah had gone through. As Art stepped into the teleportation gate, the familiar nauseating sensation hit him. No matter how often he used the gates, he could never get used to the feeling of being stuck in a space where he had no control. It just didn't sit right with him. Anxiously twiddling the loosely dangling dimension ring on his thumb as the blurred scenery zipped by, he began to get a headache just thinking about how careful he would have to be once school started. The ring was his solution to conceal his sword, so it wouldn't be in plain view. While he had never used his teal-bladed sword as an adventurer, he kept it strapped to him in its dormant form at all times. He'd noticed Lucas eyeing it curiously a few times in the dungeon, and if he saw it again on Art, it would be a dead giveaway. When Art arrived at the other side of the gate in Xyrus, he drew a deep breath of relief. He was back home. Catching a carriage to the Helsty Manor, he passed by the academy he would be attending. The campus was enormous. Even from the outside, anyone could tell how much time and resources the kingdom had put into this place. It seemed like its own separate world inside the city, with various structures and landscapes changing as he rode along the smooth roads. "Sir, we have arrived at Helsty Manor," the driver said as he got off and opened the door for Art, tipping his hat. Art stepped down gently, careful not to arouse his slumbering bond as he handed the driver a few copper coins before proceeding up the stairs he had become so familiar with. Cradling Sylvie in one arm, Art felt for the gentle expansion and retraction of her stomach to ensure she was still breathing. His bond had been fast asleep ever since her transformation, filling him with unease. After prodding at her mind once more, he knew she was all right, just sleeping heavily. As he made his way up the stairs, the large double doors were flung open with a loud thud. In the center of the entranceway stood a little girl, her hands resting on her hips like a scolding mother. On her face was an expression that was hard to describe. She appeared to be scowling, but flashes of excitement and joy leaked through her facade. With the same half-scowl, half-delighted expression, she gracefully leaped down the flight of stairs and bludgeoned Art in the gut with the crown of her head. Quickly raising his arms to get Sylvie out of harm's way, Art couldn't save himself, and the wind was knocked out of him. For a moment, they were both silent, and Art gently stroked Ellie's hair while her face remained buried in his chest. "Welcome back," she mumbled. Art tried to pry his sister loose, but Ellie's arms squeezed harder around his waist, refusing to let go. With red, tear-filled eyes, Ellie looked up at him like a baby koala. "I said welcome back, big brother." "Thanks, Ellie. Good to be back," Art replied with a smile. "Now how about you let me go?" "That depends." Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. "Are you going to leave again?" Letting out a chuckle, Art shook his head. "No, I'm not." "Then I'll let go." Releasing him from her grasp, she quickly wiped away her tears with her sleeve. She looked at him once more, this time with a more lively expression. "Come on, let's go inside." She scurried back up the stairs, motioning for Art to follow. He trailed behind her, thinking about how much Ellie had grown since he had first met her after his return from the Elven Kingdom. Ellie was 8 years old now. Her birthday was a few months before his, so each year there was a period where she was only 3 years younger than him. For most people, that wouldn't matter. But for some odd reason, Ellie never failed to mention after her birthday that they were only 3 years apart. As his train of thought shifted to her age and maturity, a sudden realization struck Art like lightning. His sister, with her bright puppy-like eyes that shone the color of light sand and her perky little nose that had become more defined as she lost her baby fat, was blossoming into a lovely young lady. This meant that in a few years, if not sooner, boys would start becoming interested in her. And when they started developing an interest in her, they'd begin making moves. It'd start with little things like sharing lunches during mealtime at school. Then it would escalate into holding hands. Then, after getting comfortable, some cheeky boy might try to sneak a quick peck on Ellie's cheek. After the cheek, it'd be, "Oh no." Arthur's eyes widened in horror as his mind zipped through the years ahead for Ellie, from adolescence into full womanhood. He couldn't help but imagine his poor baby sister being swarmed by testosterone-filled boys who only knew how to think with their endocrine systems. He shook his head, trying to dislodge the cancerous thoughts, vowing to himself that he would gladly carry out whatever torturous deed was necessary against any boy who dared to make a move on Ellie with even a speck of filth in his degenerate mind. "Arthur!" The sound of his mother's voice snapped him back to reality. She and his father came running forward, both with relieved and joyful expressions lining their faces. His father, whose body still seemed muscular despite his age, scooped him up with a bright grin. "My boy," he beamed, "you haven't grown at all. Your beard's longer, old man, trying to match the wrinkles on your face?" Arthur smirked, wrapping his arm around his dad's neck. "Hey, that's my husband you're talking about," his mother chided as his father put him back down. "Now come here," Art's mother said, her arms wrapping around him in a warm embrace. As she let him go, he could tell that she was trying her best to hold back her tears. "Sorry for worrying you," he said, seeing the pain in her reddened eyes. Sniffing back a sob, she looked up and quickly wiped away a stray tear, then smiled at him. You take after your father, you know that? Always getting into trouble, always worrying me. When the ring activated..." She stopped chiding him as tears rolled down her cheeks. Still, her smile never went away, and her eyes peered at him with love and worry. Art's father wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, pulling her close. "It was a hard few hours. We're just grateful that you had the parchment on you. I swear, seeing your message appear was just like the time we heard your voice in our heads. I could hardly believe it." "I'm sorry for worrying you," Art repeated as his heart dropped to his stomach. "We know you can handle yourself, Art, but, well, it's a parent's job to worry," Art's father continued, tousling his hair with his free hand. Ellie, who was hiding behind father for some reason, peeked out from behind him. "I seem to cause nothing but concern for you guys," Art said with a wry smile before looking at his sister. "I'm sorry, Ellie, for being away so much and for making Mom and Dad cry." "I forgive you," Ellie sniffled, hiding behind their father again. "It's a parent's job to worry for their children," Art's mother said, repeating father's words. "Although you do seem to be fulfilling your end of the bargain a little too well." Then she took a glance at her little daughter, turned to Art, and whispered just loudly enough for everyone to hear. "And don't worry about your sister. She's been waiting by the window all day, ever since your friend Elijah came in with Jasmine." "Mom!" Ellie gasped. "That was supposed to be a secret." Art's little sister clung hard onto their mother, forcing her into submission as they all laughed. "I guess that's my cue," Elijah chimed in from the top of the stairs leading to the second floor. Art's newfound friend had been waiting, with Vincent and Tabitha, for their little family reunion to end. "Took you long enough to get here. Did you decide to take a tour first?" Elijah joked as he hopped down the stairs. "I wanted a break from your unsightly mug," Art retorted, giving him a snide grin. "Where's Jasmine, anyway?" "She already went back to the Twin Horns," he answered, removing his glasses and wiping them with the tail of his shirt. Looking at the bespectacled young man, it was hard for Art to remember how inexpressive and cold he had appeared when they had first seen him in the testing grounds. "Arthur Leywin, the prodigal son returns!" Vincent slapped Art's back, then locked his arms around them in a tight bear hug. "We're glad you're back safe, Arthur." Tabitha followed behind him, pulling Art into a lavender-scented hug. "Thank you," Art smiled, dipping their head. "For everything, I mean. Taking care of my family and allowing us to stay." "Ah," Vincent interrupted with one finger held up. "You're going to make this old man sad if you act so formal. Come now, I thought you had finally warmed up to us." "He's right, you know," Tabitha joined in. "Please, Arthur, your family is a part of our family. No need to distance yourself with formalities. Just think of us as your aunt and uncle." "You're right," Art smiled, resisting the urge to apologize once more. At her words, they realized that there was one person absent from the Hellstay family, but before they could ask, Vincent caught their gaze and chuckled. "If you're looking for Lily, she's not here." Vincent had a wicked smile on his face, and Tabitha rolled her eyes at him. Tabitha filled Art in. "Lilia got accepted into Xyrus Academy. She started attending when she turned 12 last fall." "Wow," Art beamed. "So she's really learning to be a mage. I'm glad." Tabitha nodded at this. "Yes, she really wanted to be here when you came back to tell you herself, but unfortunately spring semester started, so she's stuck in the dorms until break." "But it's all thanks to you, Arthur," Vincent said. "Never would have figured, after generations of nothing, that a mage would be born into the Hellstay house. Now come, all of you. No need to stand around here when we have a perfectly good set of couches in the living room." After being herded into the next room, they began discussing Art's time as an adventurer. There were some details Art left out for his family's sake. Art exchanged glances with Elijah when he skipped the part where Lucas betrayed them, but other than that, he filled them in to the best of his ability. With Sylvie sleeping in her lap, Art's sister sat cross-legged and wide-eyed on the couch across from him as he recalled the dungeon experience with Elijah. Her eyes practically sparkled at the fantasy-like fable, but she wasn't the only one who was enraptured by the story. Their audience couldn't believe it when Elijah picked up the thread of the story and told them how Art had defeated the Elderwood Guardian. They refused to believe until Art finally pulled out the beast core. As they stared in awe at the dull green orb, slightly smaller than his fist, they were forced to swallow their doubts. Speaking of cores, Dad, what stage are you at now? Art asked. With an embarrassed chuckle, his father answered, I've been stuck at the bottleneck of the dark orange stage since you left. No matter how much I meditate and purify mana, I can't seem to break through. Perfect. Use this then. Art tossed the core to his father, catching him by surprise. I had to use a bit while I was healing, but there should be enough in this beast core to help you break through. Handling the small orb like it was a godsend, Art's father shook his head with a frozen expression. Son, I can't. This is something you risked your life for. I can't just take this from you. Art was prepared to shove the orb down his father's throat, but then his mother chimed in. Honey, I'm sure Arthur isn't just giving it to you on a whim. If he wants you to have it, there must be a good reason. Listen to your wife, Ray. The boy must have his reasons. You're his father, for God's sake. Get stronger. It'll help me as well. Vincent laughed. Tabitha said, Alice, your son brought quite the present. For the amount of worrying he caused me, I'm still weighing whether it was worth it. Art's mother said, exchanging a laugh with her friend. You have to catch up to me, Dad. You can't let your son leave you in the dust, right? Art said with a smirk, attracting confused gazes. Art's father looked up at him. Don't tell me. Art leaned back on the couch. Light orange stage, he said casually. Vincent's eyes bulged, and his wife gave a sharp gasp of awe. Sweet mother of... That's just ridiculous, Vincent breathed out, shaking his head. Art's family took the news a lot better, but then they had been there when he awakened at 3 years old and blew up most of their house, so he had to work pretty hard to surprise them these days. Art's father held up the Elderwood Guardian's beast core with a renewed fervor in his eyes. Don't cry when your old man beats you down the next time we duel, then. You're on, Art replied, grinning back. After a few more awestruck comments from Vincent and Tabitha, they shifted topics. The next order of business had to do with Elijah. He had told everyone about his background before Art had arrived, but left it at that. Art explained to his family and the Helstas that Elijah was both a close friend and a benefactor who had saved Jasmine's life as well as his own. Art finally spoke up, asking, How would you feel about sponsoring Elijah so he could attend Xyrus Academy with me? Vincent's eyes twinkled behind his glasses as he studied the anxious Elijah. There was no doubt that the businessman in him had flared in excitement at the stories he'd heard today. Investing in future generations of mages was a large part of what rich folks in this world did to maintain their power and status. I'll have to talk it over with Director Cynthia if I can make that old woman squeeze in some time for me, but I don't see why not, Vincent answered with a grin. Excusing himself, Vincent said he was going to write a letter to the director of Xyrus Academy right away. Art's father headed out to the backyard, eager to start his training immediately. With Vincent and Art's father gone, it was just Art's mother, Ellie, Elijah, Tabitha, and Art left in the living room. Art's mother and Tabitha took turns squeezing more details out of him about his adventures, and then his mother insisted on giving him a checkup to make sure he didn't have any lasting wounds, assuring his mother that he was fine and promising to put the glove she gave him to good use. Art noticed she didn't seem entirely happy that he had to use it in the first place, but she was relieved that he was still in one piece. He had a little chat with his baby sister, explaining Sylvie's changed appearance and her fatigue from the adventure. As he spoke, he realized how drained he felt himself. Mom, Aunt Tabitha, I think I'm going to head up with Elijah as well. I'm a bit worn out from the journey, Art said, his voice reflecting his tiredness. Of course. Don't forget to wash up before you go to sleep, his mother replied with a smile. Elijah also wished everyone a good night before they left. Good night, brother. Good night, Elijah, his sister chimed, carefully handing him his bond, Sylvie. Elijah and Art excused themselves from the family gathering and made their way up to Art's room. Elijah, you wash up first. I'm going to organize my things, Art said. As they settled in, Art asked the maid for an extra set of sleepwear. Absent-mindedly, he walked into the bathroom to give the clothes to Elijah, not realizing his friend was already using it. Hey, I'm naked, Elijah yelped, trying to cover himself as he almost slipped on the damp floor. Relax, princess. I can hardly see anything through the steam anyway, Art said, trying to sound nonchalant as he quickly left the bathroom. A few minutes later, Elijah emerged from the bathroom, wearing the pajamas Art had given him, with his black hair still damp and a small absorbent cloth draped over his shoulders. Dang, I had forgotten how great a warm shower is, Elijah sighed, his glasses fogged up from the steam. Your turn. Art nodded in agreement, eager to experience the comfort of a warm shower. The hot water was pure bliss on his bare body. After quickly washing himself, he took care to gently clean Sylvie with a damp washcloth. To his relief, she remained undisturbed in her deep slumber, sensing his presence nearby. Lying side by side on the large bed that occupied one side of the room, Art and Elijah began talking. Is this line of pillows between us really necessary? Art asked, placing Sylvie on the pillow above his head. Shut up. It's already weird that two boys are sleeping on the same bed, Elijah retorted, stacking more pillows between them. In the mind of a 12-year-old boy, Art supposed, being uncomfortable in this situation wasn't odd. Would you prefer it if I was a girl? Art smirked, shifting on his side of the bed to get comfortable. Elijah's head popped up from the other side of the pillow wall. Do you think we'll learn a lot at Xyrus Academy? He asked, ignoring Art's remark. Who knows? I imagine it'll be a little boring, no? Both of us are well above the skill level of the first years there, Art replied. But there'll be people from all those powerful families. I imagine there will be a few who are on my level, right? I'm really excited to learn how to start controlling my powers. I'm glad Xyrus has so many famous mages to learn from, Elijah gushed, his face lit with excitement. Yeah, it'll be useful to learn more about lightning and ice attribute skills, Art said, gazing down at his hands. They had grown a lot faster than he had imagined. Just a few years ago, his hands had been those of an infant. Just like his abilities, his body would continue to grow and mature. The thought of that, along with experiencing everything he couldn't in his past life, filled him with excitement. Hey, Elijah said, interrupting Art's train of thought. Have you given any thought to what you're going to do about Lucas? Lucas has no idea who I am, Art replied. And for the time being, until I'm confident that I can take on his whole family, I'll keep it that way. Training comes first. Well, you know you can count me in. He's probably going to have it out for me when he sees me, but he doesn't think too much of me, Elijah replied. I still can't believe that ass tried to sacrifice us all so he could escape. He is an ass, Art agreed. But we're probably going to meet more people like him along the way, maybe even worse. Elijah remained silent for a while, his face hidden behind the stack of pillows that separated him and Art in the dimly lit room. Finally, he raised his head and looked earnestly at Art. Hey, Arthur, do you think I'll find a girlfriend at Xyrus? He asked, his voice serious. Caught off guard, Art let out a cough. Wow, here I am, planning the downfall of one of the great houses, and you're thinking about girls, he chuckled, breaking into laughter. In the pale moonlight, Elijah's face turned red. I'm being serious, you dick, he exclaimed, playfully smacking Art with one of the pillows. For such a serious-looking guy, you sure worry about normal things, Art teased. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll meet some black-haired girl with glasses. Then you two will get married and make cute little babies with black hair and glasses and live happily ever after. Do you think babies are born with glasses or something? Elijah snorted. Anyway, I'm sure you won't have any trouble getting the ladies with your disgustingly princely features. Do I smell a hint of envy? He joked. You're smelling just a hint? Art retorted, grinning. Don't worry, the girls our age just look like babies to me. I won't steal your thunder, my four-eyed friend. Until you find yourself a nice girl, focus on getting better control of your powers. You're right, Elijah muttered from the other side of the bed. Thanks. As they settled into silence, thoughts of the future filled Art's mind, but they soon faded away as sleep overtook both of them. The dim rays of the rising sun managed to peek through a gap in the deep burgundy curtains, gently waking Art from his slumber. Rubbing his crusted eyes, he took in his surroundings, the spacious room at Helsty Manor, where he was currently staying. The manor's construction prioritized comfort over fortification, with thin, exposed stone walls allowing for more windows. The room, though not opulent, provided all the essentials. A comfortable bed, a large dresser occupying one wall, and a desk tucked in a corner. Art's one indulgence was a private washroom with a rare luxury, a heated water supply. Glancing over at the figure of Elijah, sprawled out beside him in bed, Art chuckled softly. The pillow fort that Elijah had insisted on at the beginning of their stay had disappeared over time. Perhaps Elijah had grown more at ease with his friend's company, or simply found the task of building a pillow wall each night too bothersome. Either way, Art didn't question it. Carefully getting out of bed, Art stroked Sylvie's head, coaxing her to stretch like a cat. His bond had recently undergone a transformation, and as a result, she had slept deeply for 4 days. Sylvie explained that the change took a toll on her body, which accounted for her extended slumber. Now awake, she gave a brief yawn and curled up beside Art's pillow. He made his way to the dresser and picked out a thicker robe to wear over his sleepwear. The morning air was frigid, and Art wasn't quite accustomed to it yet. It was only a little past dawn, and the Helsty Manor, usually bustling with activity, was unusually peaceful. The only sounds came from the few cooks in the kitchen preparing for the day ahead. Art, not bothering to wash up, decided to head to the backyard where he sensed fluctuations in mana. As he had expected, his father was deeply engrossed in training, absorbing the S-class beast core that Art had retrieved from the dungeon. Respecting his father's focus, Art found a spot nearby and settled down to study his aura. Over the days since his return, he had spent a significant amount of time analyzing the mana circulation in both his father's body and Elijah's. His father's mana channels, the arteries responsible for diverse distribution of mana throughout the body, were well developed but not exceptional, having reached their limit as an augmenter. On the other hand, Elijah's mana veins, the conduits for absorbing mana from the surroundings, were notably wide, reflecting his potential as a mage. As Art was absorbed in his observations, his father finally noticed his presence and got up, wiping the sweat from his face and neck with a towel he had on his lap. "Ah, you're up early today, son. Why didn't you say something?" he said, greeting Art warmly. "I didn't want to disturb your training. How are things going, Dad?" Art replied, getting up and beginning to stretch. After a few days of intense concentration, Art's father finally completed absorbing the remaining mana from the S-class beast core. Strangely, the core didn't crumble as it typically did when depleted. Puzzled by this, Art's father handed the core back to him with a curious expression, prompting Art to tuck it away in his pocket for further examination later. Throughout the absorption process, Art's father had remained singularly focused on the core, taking only short breaks for meals and sleep. At first, there were subtle changes to his mana levels, but now, looking at his aura, Art could clearly see a noticeable difference. Noticing his son's inquisitive gaze, Art's father responded with a smirk and playfully tossed him a dirty towel. "Your father has now passed the dark orange stage into the solid orange stage," he declared proudly. Art couldn't help but applaud his father's achievement, offering him an exaggerated round of applause while his father flexed his muscles, demonstrating his newfound power. "Congratulations, Dad. Now that you're at the solid orange stage, I think it'll be okay to teach you something I've been experimenting with," Art said, tossing the towel onto a nearby chair. His father gave him a curious look, awaiting further explanation. Focusing a small amount of mana into the palm of his right hand, Art willed a small flame to ignite. "This is the most basic flame attribute technique, Ember," he explained, shooting the small flame from his palm towards the towel hanging on the metal chair. As anticipated, by the time the flame reached its target, it had become so diluted and weak that it left only a tiny black soot mark in the middle of the white towel. "If you're talking about mana theory, it's not anything new to me, son," his father replied. "For augmenters, since we produce mana from within our bodies, the farther the mana travels away from us, the more diluted and weaker it becomes." "I wasn't trying to demonstrate mana theory. That'll be for next time, Dad." Art playfully wagged his finger at his father, earning himself a hard thump on the head. Rubbing his head, Art willed another small portion of mana into the palm of his hand and ignited another flame, this time in an orange hue. "Now watch, Dad," he said, shooting the small flame at the towel once more. To their surprise, the flame burned a small hole through the fabric. My father didn't show much of a reaction. "So you added more mana to the flame to make it stronger?" Shaking his head, Art explained. "If I added more mana, Dad, the flame would have been bigger. Did you notice the color of the fire?" "Yeah, it was a bit lighter, more orange." His father scratched his head, trying to piece together this new information. "That's the key. What I did just now was a technique that's considered a high-level spell used by conjurers. Art grew excited as he began explaining it to his father. You see, fire's temperature, or more accurately, its rate of combustion, depends on a mix of different things: the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere, thermal radiation, the type of fuel being burned, the oxidation of the fuel, and so on. The so-called fuel being burned, in this case, is fire attribute mana. What I discovered while playing around with it is how versatile this fuel can be. That orange flame, Dad, was much hotter than the previous one, making it even stronger. He stopped to take a breath. His father shot him a look as if he had just spoken to him in a foreign language, but he seemed to have understood the last portion of Art's explanation. So you're saying that, even using the same amount of mana, I can produce a hotter flame for my techniques? He fiddled with his beard while pondering. Exactly. Watch, it can go even further. Art demonstrated again, this time producing a yellow flame, which left a large, smoldering hole in the towel. But he didn't stop there. The last demonstration took a bit more time, as Art had to manipulate the fire attribute mana in his palm very carefully. After a couple of minutes, he produced a dim blue flame, which made his father's eyes go wide. When he threw the blue flame, the towel instantly combusted, and the fire spread rapidly, eating away at the fabric until only ashes were left. Are you sure you're my son? Art's father gave him a suspicious look before smiling. Smiling back, Art replied, I must have gotten Mom's brain, right? Moments later, Elijah walked into the yard, his hair a bird's nest and his glasses crooked. He cast a drowsy glance toward them, taking in the sight of Art clinched in a headlock by his father, who was squeezing hard at his nose as he tapped his hand in submission. What are you guys doing? Elijah said, yawning and rubbing his eyes. Training, they replied in unison, Art's voice coming out nasally because of his pinched nose. Art gave his father a few key pointers for controlling the structure of his flame attribute mana so he could produce higher-level flames. Changing the structure of the attribute mana was basically the essence of chanting a spell. Using vocal incantations could condition the brain to change the structure of the mana in the atmosphere to create a spell. While settling into a meditative position, his father asked, Son, why did I have to achieve the solid orange stage in order to learn this, though? As the mana core stage gets higher, Art explained, shifting his focus to Elijah. Not only do you have a larger pool of mana to draw from, but the purified mana inside of you becomes of higher quality. This allows you to have more control over even the minuscule properties of it. Nodding in understanding, Art's father resumed his training, holding his right palm up and willing mana into it. Elijah's training progress was a bit slower. Art had realized that Elijah's control over his main element, earth, was unstable, metal even more so. Elijah's lack of control over his power meant he couldn't make precise and coordinated spells. He could conjure a big metal box or wall, but he couldn't create a golem that could move and fight. One thing that continued to baffle Art about Elijah's magic was how unfair it seemed. Earth was powerful, yet limited in the sense that conjurers and augmenters alike could only make do with the earth that was accessible to them. Most of the time that wasn't a problem, but it meant there was a certain amount of predictability to the attacks earth mages could use. Elijah, on the other hand, seemed to possess the unique ability to alter the structure of molecules and transform them into earth. Art could only liken it to something akin to alchemy. For instance, Elijah could summon earth spikes from trees and buildings made of wood. While he had certain limitations, he couldn't conjure earth spells from water or thin air. His effortless manipulation of Earth's structure and properties was both awe-inspiring and disconcerting to Art. The possibilities of Elijah's powers filled Art's mind with thoughts of the spell, petrification. In its conventional usage, the petrification spell caused the surrounding Earth to encase the target, effectively petrifying them. However, in Elijah's case, with enough mastery over his abilities, he might be capable of genuinely transforming a human into stone. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling idea, Art reassured himself. At this point, he was grateful that Elijah was a friend rather than a foe, as the potential ramifications of his abilities were both intriguing and unnerving. Elijah's training involved experimenting with a small ball of earth. He practiced various maneuvers, like rotating it quickly, altering its shape, expanding and condensing it. and dividing it into multiple pieces. These exercises allowed him to refine his mana control and understand the underlying principles of the spells he used, enabling him to shorten his incantations. As Art's father and friend immersed themselves in their training, Art decided to return to his room, leaving them to their practice. A smile crept onto his face when he saw Sylvie sleeping peacefully on his pillow. Her recent transformation seemed to have taken a toll on her, as she still spent considerable time sleeping, although the intervals were gradually decreasing. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Art retrieved the beast core that his father had handed back to him. He examined it curiously, probing it with a thread of mana. Despite the depletion of mana inside the core, it stubbornly refused to dissolve. Intrigued by the anomaly, Art delved deeper into the core's mysteries, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, causing him to involuntarily drop the beast core. "What the hell?" Art muttered, his hand rubbing the rune on his arm that he had always kept hidden beneath Sylvia's feather. With a mix of caution and curiosity, he retrieved the beast core once more and probed it further. To his astonishment, within the seemingly endless darkness of the core, the shadowed figure of the Elderwood Guardian, the creature he had nearly lost his life to in the dungeon, appeared. The Guardian bowed to him, its lance pointing skyward. Exhilarated by the discovery, Art trembled with excitement, clutching tightly at the invaluable treasure he had acquired. The question arose in his mind. Could he integrate with two beast wills? If so, would he possess both, or would one replace the other, including his dragon's will? Amidst these swirling thoughts, a sudden sensation interrupted his musings, a primitive form of communication, different from the intimate mental link he had with Sylvie. Realizing it emanated from the will of the Elderwood Guardian, Art injected more mana into the beast core, hoping to strengthen the connection. After a few moments, a sense of disappointment washed over him, and he released his hold on the beast core. "I see," Art mumbled aloud, disheartened by the information conveyed by the Elderwood Guardian. If he were to attempt to absorb this beast's will, only the stronger of the two would remain intact. Though it made sense, he couldn't help but wonder why his father hadn't been able to absorb the beast's will. Art realized the answer almost immediately, drawing upon what Grandpa Virion, the eccentric old elf, had taught him about the compatibility between a beast's element and a mage's element attribute. A smile crossed his face as he knew exactly to whom he should give the beast core. "Good morning, Papa. Why are you smiling?" Sylvie curled up on Art's lap, purring contentedly as he gently stroked her fur-like scales. "I'm just thinking about how much fun school is going to be," he replied. "Brother, wake. Oh." The door slammed open and his sister Ellie rushed in. But upon seeing Art already awake, she halted by the door. Art approached her, giving her a pat on her head with a smile. "Let's go eat." After wiping the sweat from his body with a towel, Art put on his robe. He was standing on the backyard patio, bathed in the soft glow of the full moon. Beside him, Sylvie lay curled up, her white fur rising and falling with each breath. In the tranquility of the night, while everyone else slept, Art indulged in his training. For the past few weeks, he had been dedicating most of his time to honing his skills, assisting Elijah and his father in their growth, and occasionally offering guidance to his younger sister Ellie. Despite not training as intensely as Art, Ellie's progress was still commendable. He estimated that she would awaken her abilities by age 11 if she maintained her current pace, and maybe even by 10 if she applied herself more. Observing Ellie happily playing with her friends from the School for Ladies, a place where young girls were taught etiquette and basic household skills, Art found satisfaction in seeing her grow. In this world, many believed that a proper and refined lady should possess the manners and grace befitting a queen while still being skilled in domestic tasks like cooking and sewing for her future husband. In the world he had lived in before, the notion of women staying at home while men worked was foreign to Art. His previous world had embraced strong gender equality, making the patriarchal nature of Decathan's culture seem strange to him. He held a heartfelt desire to provide a better future for his little sister Ellie, beyond the confines of cooking and sewing for a man. As he watched Ellie sleeping, he reminisced about her spoiled behavior earlier, refusing to sleep until he promised to stay with her until she fell asleep. It amused him to contrast that with the composed and ladylike facade she presented in front of her friends. He had almost burst out laughing when she addressed him as "dear, honorable brother" during her tea party with her friends. With Ellie's birthday approaching, Art knew she was eager to see what present he would give her. He understood that she would cherish any thoughtful gift he gave her, but he wanted to find something functional as well. The problem was, I was out of money, Art thought to himself. The dimension ring he had acquired as an adventurer had consumed all the gold he had earned, leaving him with limited resources for a birthday gift. With a mind full of inventive ideas and innovations, Art had been pondering ways to earn some money. Eventually, a brilliant plan came to him, utilizing his knowledge of concepts and inventions from his previous world that were yet to be developed in Decathlon. Feeling satisfied with his idea, he refocused on his training. Apart from honing his mana core, which he anticipated would reach the dark yellow stage before the start of school in autumn, Art dedicated himself to two primary objectives. First, he engaged in intensive training to further develop his lightning and ice attribute skills, recognizing them as his most formidable assets. Art made a strategic decision to keep his fire and water-based skills a secret during his time at Xyrus Academy. Being an adept dual elemental augmenter had already garnered more attention than he desired, especially given the scrutiny he expected from Lucas. Since Lucas had only witnessed his use of fire elemental skills in the dungeon and at the testing ground, Art believed that limiting himself to earth and wind magic would make it harder for Lucas to piece together his abilities. To maintain this facade, Art purposely avoided training in earth and wind magic until he entered the academy, counting on the illusion of being merely a talented genius without arousing unnecessary suspicion. Art opened one of the books he had brought with him from the library, delving into the world of deviation skills. Among the materials, he discovered a handful of books dedicated to lightning and ice techniques. For lightning manipulation, there were two primary methods used by augmenters: internal and external. The unique properties of lightning made internal lightning skills particularly challenging to master, and as a result, few individuals focused on them. Art had developed a technique known as Thunderclap Impulse, which fell under the category of internal lightning skills. While the book mentioned that most internal lightning users hit a performance ceiling early on and then switched to external techniques, Art was determined to explore the potential of internal skills first. He believed that internal lightning skills held untapped advantages, despite his lack of popularity. As for his ice elemental skills, Art had a clear goal in mind. He wanted to hone techniques with a wide area of effect, especially for handling multiple opponents. His most potent skill, the combination of White Fire and Absolute Zero, relied on the massive power-up from the integrate phase of his Dragon's Will. While he had the knowledge and theory for both lightning and ice skills, he understood that, for now, accessing more powerful abilities required being in the integrate phase. Impatience gnawed at him, knowing the potential he possessed, but unable to fully unleash it yet. Art had several advantages at his disposal, but he wasn't content with his current level of power. He knew that compared to his former self in his previous world, he would emerge victorious in a battle, given the abundance of mana in this world and the might of his Dragon's Will coupled with mana rotation. Yet, he couldn't afford to be complacent. The world he now inhabited was filled with dangers far greater than anything he had encountered before. Apart from advancing his lightning and ice attribute magic, Art also planned to concentrate on perfecting his magic cancellation skill. It was a crucial ability for countering enemy mages, providing him with an additional layer of defense and versatility in combat. Training and self-improvement were the keys to surviving and thriving in this new, perilous world. The theory proposed that elemental attribute mana could be manipulated, either through spellcasting or extensive knowledge of the skill, directing it to the intended destination or within the caster's own body. In essence, these mana particles were encoded to influence the atmosphere or a specific target, yielding a desired outcome. However, a minuscule delay occurred between when the mage cast the coded mana particles and when they took effect to manifest the spell. Art had an ingenious idea. During that brief interval, he could potentially disrupt those mana particles with his own mana, discreetly nullifying the spell before it even materialized. The concept held great promise, but it also came with its share of challenges. Firstly, for his plan to succeed, Art needed to know the spell his opponent was using. While identifying the spell wouldn't be an issue with conjurers or augmenters who chanted incantations, it presented a challenge with wordless chanting or instacasting. During these instances, Art would have to swiftly analyze the makeup of the mana between the moment the manipulated particles were cast and the spell's actual formation. This demanded keen perception and rapid decision-making skills. The idea of mastering magic cancellation was daunting, as it would require Art to learn an extensive array of spells and identify the most effective countermeasures for each. The sheer volume of spells to memorize was overwhelming, but he understood the value of this skill, especially for someone with his unique ability to manipulate all four elements. Recalling his experience when he entered the integrate phase, Art remembered how his vision had shifted to black and white, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations in mana around him clearly. This enhanced perception would undoubtedly be advantageous when utilizing a magic cancellation technique. Turning his attention to another book on beast wills, Art couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. The text explained that the best way to train a beast will was through direct instruction from the beast itself. Alternatively, a beast tamer could study and learn extensively about the creature's traits to mimic and practice their abilities. While he had foreseen this challenge, it still left him feeling somewhat helpless. Option 1 was clearly not feasible for Art, as Sylvia's fate remained uncertain, either dead or held captive by the mysterious black-horned figure. Option 2, learning about Sylvia's powers through extensive study and mimicry, also had its limitations. Art recognized that his ability to access the integrate phase and acquire skills was a special perk as a legacy tamer, a privilege not easily replicable for others. Determined to stay positive and proactive, Art shook off his negative thoughts and focused on the task at hand. He gathered his books and towel in one hand, gently cradling Sylvie with the other, and made his way back to his room. While Vincent had offered Elijah another room, Art's parents insisted that he should stay in one of their rooms as a guest of the Leywin family. As a compromise, Art requested an extra bed to be brought in for Elijah, ensuring there was enough space for both of them in the room. "Brother, wake up!" Ellie's voice echoed through the room, jolting Art from his slumber. "Oof!" Art groaned, the impact of his sister jumping on top of him forcing the air out of his lungs. Rubbing his sore sternum, he managed to gasp, "Ellie, you're not a little kid anymore. You're going to seriously hurt me one day." "Are you calling me fat, brother?" Ellie teased, feigning a gasp. "Extremely," Art added playfully, gently tossing his sister off of him. Ellie gave a surprised squeal as Art started tickling her. He couldn't help but chuckle at his mischievous little sister, who seemed to be learning only useless things at the proper ladies' school she attended. After Ellie's breathless surrender to the tickling, Art noticed that Elijah was already showered and dressed, his glasses still clouded from the steam. "I swear you sleep like a log, Art. When you get married, your wife is going to seriously have to use spells to wake you up." "Shut up," Art slurred, too tired to come up with a witty comeback. After quickly washing his face and combing his hair to a barely presentable degree, the four of them, Art, Ellie, Elijah, and Sylvie, perched on top of Art's head, headed downstairs for the day's adventures. "I wonder what's for breakfast. I hope it's meat," Sylv transmitted excitedly, her little fox head swaying side to side in anticipation. "Good morning. You're just in time," Art's mother called from the kitchen as the maids prepared the table. Despite having cooks in the manor, she considered it essential to at least prepare breakfast for her family. Tabitha, her friend, was there to help with the meal, while the maids set the table and took care of cleaning up afterwards. Art's family, along with Vincent and Tabitha, had noticed Sylvie's change in appearance after his return from adventuring. Art had tried to pass it off as a natural transformation after Sylvie had digested numerous beast cores, but he had a feeling that his parents and the Helstias knew Sylvie wasn't just an average mana beast. Sometimes, he caught them talking to her as if she were a human. "Good morning, boys, and good morning, my little princess," Art's father said, turning to them while chatting with Vincent. He leaned in to give Ellie a kiss on her cheek. "Ew, Dad, your beard tickles." Ellie squirmed and playfully pushed him away, rubbing the spot where he had kissed her. "Did you children sleep well?" Vincent asked with a warm smile, observing Art's father doting on Ellie. "Good morning, Aunt Alice, Aunt Tabitha, Uncle Vincent, and Uncle Reynolds," Elijah greeted as he sat down next to Art. Over time, he had dropped the formal titles of Lord and Lady when addressing Art's parents, opting for a more familiar aunt or uncle instead. Art had tried to persuade him to be even less formal, but Elijah was content with his chosen terms. After exchanging morning greetings, Art began savoring his breakfast, a ham and vegetable omelet served with a light soup. In between bites, Art's father said, "That reminds me. Kids, if you don't have any plans, do you want to go with us to the city square? There's going to be a big announcement from the capital city of Etiston, where the king and queen reside. A couple of artificers are going to put up a live projection and broadcast it in the city square." "Honey, please don't talk with your mouth full," Art's mother gently scolded him. "I think we should all go together. What do you think, Art?" "Sounds good. Elijah and I don't have anything planned today, do we?" Art turned to his friend, who was enthusiastically enjoying his second omelet. Elijah gave him a thumbs up, his cheeks stuffed with food. "I want to go too. Can I, Mom?" Ellie leaned across the table towards Art's mother. "You have school today, Ellie. You can spend time with your brother later," she replied, gently nudging Ellie back into her seat as she pouted. "Uncle Vincent, I remember you mentioning something about visiting a famous researcher who has a lab in Xyrus. Would you mind introducing me to him after we watch the announcement today?" Art said in between bites of food. "Ah, you mean Gideon? Has he caught your interest? He's not just a researcher, but a well-known inventor and artificer as well. He's the one responsible for developing the modern riverboat. Imagine a single man completely changing the entire shipping industry. I have some business with him anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem taking you. Was there something specific you needed from him?" Vincent quizzed, the intelligent eyes behind his glasses shining with curiosity. "Not something I need, but something I wanted to discuss. I thought he might find it valuable." Art's vague answer piqued Vincent's interest even more. "Well, he's not the type to meet new people, but I'm sure I can get him to pop his head out of his hole for you," he said, nodding to himself. "Great. Looking forward to it." Art returned his attention to his plate. The city square, usually bustling with activity, was abnormally packed with both average citizens and nobles alike. On the side of the large clock tower were 4 orbs creating a square, and underneath these floating orbs were 2 artificers in brown robes. Their drab clothing signified that they didn't seek glory or fame, but that didn't stop the mages from using unnecessarily grand gestures as they chanted, their hands waving as if conducting a symphony. Sylvie fidgeted on top of Art's head, taking in all the sights and the huge crowd of people gathered. As more and more people filed into the square, a crackling image began forming, with the 4 glowing orbs as its corners. Then the fuzzy image became clearer, and the medley of colors formed the image of Glader Castle as the broadcast began. "Greetings, humans, elves, and dwarves alike," began a royally attired man with a thick gray beard. "I am Blaine Glader. While most of you know me as the King of Sapin, today I speak not as a king of humanity, but as a representative of the continent of Decathan. I stand with the kings and queens of all 3 countries of our beloved continent, who have gathered here on this memorable day." Looking at the size of the audience displayed in the broadcast, Art estimated it to be in the hundreds of thousands. The masses of people knelt in unison, some going to all fours as if to worship at the sight of the king. The blurry projection became clearer and zoomed in on the balcony of the castle. There they could see the King of Sapin in the front, his queen, Priscilla Glader, seated behind him alongside a few other important-looking figures. Their eyes widened as they spotted Alduin and Mariel Erelith, the king and queen of Elenoir, and Grandpa Virion standing behind them, his arms crossed and his white hair tied neatly behind his pointed ears. Beside them were 2 representatives of the dwarves, both swathed in extravagant clothing much too large for their compact figures. They assumed they were the king and queen of Darv. "Today marks the beginning of a new era for this continent we call our home," King Glader continued. "I assume many of you are aware of the animosity that has existed between the humans and the elves, while even the dwarves have been considered just business partners. However, that is not the way we wish to continue. The representatives of all 3 kingdoms, we, your leaders, have met together many times over these past few years in an effort to unite our races. 2 years ago, we agreed to allow members of all 3 races to become adventurers. It started out with just 1 or 2 representatives, but now it has expanded. It makes me smile to see parties with humans, elves, and dwarves alike working together towards a common goal. Last year marked another milestone, as Xyrus Academy welcomed students from the Kingdom of Elenwar and the Kingdom of Darv, so that a new generation of mages can make friends and memories not just with humans, but with all three races. We all understand how difficult it may be for some to adjust after the constant enmity between us. The king's words resonated with hope and optimism, and the crowd listened attentively to his message of unity and progress. However, we urge you to let go of the past and any discrimination you may hold, to think beyond that. If not for yourself, then for your children and the future of this continent. There was another round of applause, accompanied by a roar of worship and adoration. King Glader sat down, and Alduin Erelith, the king of Elenwar, Tessia's father, rose and cleared his throat before speaking into what seemed to be this world's version of a microphone. It is an honor to speak on behalf of those gathered here on this unforgettable day. I am in firm agreement with the message King Glader has so eloquently delivered regarding the future of our continent. For some, this may not hold much interest, but for those who yearn for adventure, for new places to visit, I can wholeheartedly say that this continent is filled with many unknowns. An obvious example is the Beast Glades, which reside just beyond our borders. While an uncountable number of adventurers have ventured out into the Beast Glades, it is not an exaggeration to say that not even half of the area has been traversed. Though the mana beasts have never yet left the Beast Glades, who is to say that they never will? Here in our homeland of Decathan, there are places so dangerous no one dares to explore, but what if I were to tell you that even greater mysteries and dangers are out there? King Erelith paused for a brief moment, and the crowds, both in Etestein and here in the city square of Xyrus, filled with the sound of murmurs. You have not heard wrong, fellow citizens of Decathan. Today we formally announce that we have found evidence of another continent, King Erelith proclaimed, his voice strong and commanding. The crowds erupted with a clamor of noises, some angry, some afraid, but everyone curious. Even Art's hands shook with excitement, and his father and Vincent looked at each other in shock. Please, we ourselves do not know much yet, so we all have many questions. What we do know is that out there, possibly within our reach, given a few years' time, is another continent full of mystery and adventure. There is evidence that they have tried to reach us as well, but it seems that the current technology on both sides does not permit us to travel that far. The display showed that the crowd in the capital was in chaos. The Dwarf King rose from his chair and stepped towards the microphone. "Quiet!" he roared into the voice-enhancing artifact. When the noise died down a bit, he continued. As Alduin said, we don't know much. However, in these times of uncertainty, we can all agree that standing beside one another is what's best for this continent and our people. We must no longer fight amongst ourselves. Our appearances may be different, our cultures may sometimes clash, but remember this, we were all born on the continent of Decathan. I, for one, am proud of that and hope that future generations will feel the same way. What about you? The crowd remained silent at first, but then a few people began clapping, which soon triggered a huge boom of applause as cheers and whistles broke out. The Dwarf King's words weren't as eloquent as the two other kings had been, but they still had a very strong impact. Even Elijah was clapping excitedly next to Art, and Sylvie watched the screen in curiosity. The process of bringing our three races and kingdoms together will take time and much effort, but today we will be appointing 6 individuals that we, the royal families, believe to be the most courageous, tactful, intelligent, and powerful in our respective nations, to represent each of the 3 races on a continental scale, King Glader announced. From the rear of the podium, 6 warriors emerged. 2 elves, 2 humans, and 2 dwarves. Clad in refined white armor, the design varying slightly from person to person, they moved forward, then dropped to one knee. The 3 kings approached the 6 kneeling knights, and each took, from a small ornamental box, 2 rings. What followed was a ritual by which each king presented a ring to one knight not of his own race, symbolizing the intertwining of each nation's fortune and their shared fate moving forward. At the king's signal, the knights stood and bowed to the crowd. As the cheers exploded, King Glader stepped forward to speak once more. These individuals will henceforth be known as the 6 lances. Each lance symbolizes the ties we all hold, not only to our own kingdom but to the entire continent, King Glader declared. The primary goal of these 6 individuals will be to defend and maintain the well-being of Dicathan. They will be working alongside us, the rulers of this continent, to ensure that our home is protected as we move into this exciting new era for our people. Once more, the crowd roared, and many began throwing flowers or their hats into the air. Arthur observed that the leaders of their countries knew exactly how to exploit the emotions of the masses. Lastly, while being one of the 6 lances may be prestigious, comparable to even ourselves as kings and queens, this title also brings upon its bearer a great burden and danger. Children of the new generation, you who seek to become the future protectors of this continent, strive to be one of the 6 lances. Grow strong and noble, as not even the heavens are the limit. King Glader's voice resonated with authority and encouragement, inspiring the crowd further. With that, the broadcast image of the announcement faded, and the 4 orbs making up the corners of the projection floated to the ground. The last thing they heard were the chants of, "Long live the king, long live Dicathan." Beside Art, Elijah was muttering to himself, "Wow, the 6 lances, that sounds awesome." The children in the crowd were already play-acting the scene of the appointment, shouting to their friends that they too had become one of the 6 lances and were going to go out and fight evil. A part of Art wanted to be excited as well. The prospect of a new continent to explore, with different people and maybe even different races, intrigued him to no end. However, he felt quite cynical about the whole thing. Sure, the points they had made were valid, but in the end, they were needlessly setting this new continent up to be a common enemy with which to unite all the races of Decathan. It was an old tool and had been used by many kings, but it was effective. Still, my heart, not just as a king but as a warrior and a mage thirsting for adventure and excitement, beat harder and harder, Art repeated under his breath. As they plowed their way through the crowds in the city square, Art overheard various conversations about the lances. These 6 lances were more than just a group of overpowered mages. They would soon become the very symbols of the continent's strength and self-worth. Comprising 2 lances for each race, they were impartial towards all humans, elves, and dwarves. Art had to hand it to the 3 royal families for coming up with such a bold plan. With such a glorious incentive for patriotism and self-improvement, he wouldn't be surprised if this encouraged an entirely new era of mages. It was obvious that the kings had purposely portrayed this new continent in a bad light so that this mysterious potential common enemy would become the reason for the 3 races to unite. Looking at it logically, there could be great advantages, such as trading raw material, knowledge about magic and artifacts, and new technologies. But this development might also create competition between the humans, elves, and dwarves, each of them trying to be the first to reach the new continent and claim its resources. While the manipulation and propaganda didn't sit well with Art, it beat the consequences of the latter option. His father stepped into the carriage waiting for them at the edge of the city square, instructing the driver to first take him to the Helsty auction house. "I have a few things to take care of, so I'll meet you guys back home later tonight. Don't cause too much trouble, son," Arthur's father said, gently gripping his arm and patting Sylvie, who was on top of his head. As Arthur's father's carriage pulled away, Vincent began waving his hand, beckoning for a public carriage. Finally, an unpainted wooden carriage, pulled by 2 horses, stopped for them, and the driver tipped his hat in silent introduction. "Please take us to Gideon's facility," Vincent said, directing the driver to their next destination. About 30 minutes into the drive, the scenery shifted. Tall buildings gave way to small houses, many of them bearing signboards reading artifacts or elixirs. Art stared out the carriage window, making a mental note of the stores he might want to visit later on, until Vincent's voice stirred him out of his daze. "This is the part of the city where all the artificers gather. You can find a lot of interesting gadgets and useful aids for mages if you boys want to check it out sometime." This sparked Elijah's interest, apparently, because he asked the driver to stop at the next artifact store. "I'm going to look around for a bit and see if I can find anything worth buying," he informed them before excitedly stepping out. "Sylv, go with Elijah while I visit Gideon with Uncle Vincent," Art transmitted to Sylvie, who was on his lap. She tilted her fox-like head and gave him a curious look, but she didn't complain as she hopped out of the carriage after Elijah. Art might be just overthinking things, but he didn't want a genius researcher like Gideon eyeing Sylvie. Realizing that most 12-year-old boys wouldn't have much money, Art stuck his head out the window and shouted, "Do you have any money?" "Unlike someone, I've been saving what we earned from the dungeon," Elijah replied, patting his chest pocket and shooting Art a smug grin. "Well, no need to brag about it," Art said with a shrug, leaning back in the carriage seat. About an hour later, after passing through the densest part of the city, they arrived at their destination. The building was only a single story tall but quite sprawling, which was rare to see in a crowded city like Xyrus. "Sirs," the driver said as he opened the door for them. Art hopped out of the carriage after Vincent, and they made their way to the unadorned front door. After a few firm knocks, an old man dressed as a butler and sporting a handlebar mustache appeared. He opened the door a crack and peered through the thin gap. "Greetings. Master Gideon is not," he began, but then he said, "Ah, hello, Master Vincent. Please come in," and motioned them inside. Judging by the stern expression he'd worn before realizing who they were, Art had to assume this Gideon person wasn't very welcoming of guests. As they stepped inside, a foul aroma bombarded Art's nose. There was a metallic tang to the air that made his mouth instantly taste of copper, but it was layered over a smell like the inside of a pantry, all herbs and spices, with an undertone of sickly rot. The exterior of the facility was hardly grandiose, but the inside was even less appealing to look at. The whole place was a mess, tools scattered about with no order, piles of discarded clothes and other miscellaneous items littering the floor, and raw materials, unfamiliar and rather intriguing, stacked high atop shelves. There were also microscopes and other tools that appeared vaguely similar to the ones in his old world. "Himes, I told you not to let anyone." "Oh, it's you, Vincent. I see you've come to bother me again." From the dim corner of a back room, a very short, hunched man made his way over. Taking a closer look at this supposed genius inventor/researcher/artificer, Art had to say that he definitely looked the part. His curly hair made him look like he had been struck by lightning more than once, and complemented the beady eyes with their dark bags. His complexion was pale, and a pair of goggles hung around his neck, resting over a dirty brown lab coat. "Ha! As welcoming as ever, Gideon." Vincent shook his head, giving his acquaintance a helpless smile and a handshake. "Bah, don't even start. I've had over a dozen messengers from the royal families this past year, asking for a way to traverse the ocean to reach the new continent. I haven't had a decent night's sleep in months." The hunched eccentric flailed his arms in disgust as he paced the room. "So it's true, Gideon. They've really found evidence of another continent?" Vincent asked quietly, leaning closer to the inventor. "Ho ho, those snobby royal families are actually telling the truth for once. I was the one to study the evidence. All I'll say is that the new continent has better artificers and perhaps even better mages than ours." His beady eyes almost disappeared as his grin widened, revealing a set of yellow teeth and the remnants of whatever he had eaten for his last meal. Art observed the peculiar sight, finding himself intrigued and repulsed by the eccentric inventor's appearance and demeanor. "What makes you say that?" Vincent pushed, taking a seat on a nearby stool. "The royal family took the evidence back for safekeeping, but it was an artifact. Even I couldn't figure out everything it does. It was attached to a bird-like mana beast that has never been seen in Decathlon. This mana beast had the ability to camouflage almost completely against its surroundings. The only reason we even caught it was that an adventurer accidentally shot it down. He was actually hunting for food and had aimed at a nearby squirrel. Anyway, one of the things I was able to learn about the artifact was that it can record and store moving images. It was only the size of my palm, but it could do what 4 big magic projection crystals can do, and more. Tell me, why would someone from our continent need to record images?" He and Vincent had been leaning in toward each other as he spoke, and now the two men were only a hand's width apart. "Fascinating," Vincent sighed and rubbed his chin. "So, who's this little bugger, your mistress's son?" Gideon waggled his eyebrows lewdly at Vincent. "Oh God, don't even make jokes like that. Tabitha would kill me. Quite literally, I'm afraid. No, this is Arthur. I consider him my nephew." He placed a hand on Art's shoulder. Giving a respectful bow, Art introduced himself. "Arthur Leywin, son of Reynolds Leywin. Hello, Mr. Gideon. Uncle Vincent has told me many great things about you and your work." "Quite the etiquette for a little booger. How old are you?" Gideon mused, studying Art with his beady eyes. I'll be turning 12 in a few months, Art answered simply. I see. So why did you bring him here, Vincent? I don't take on students or disciples, you know, Gideon said, looking down his nose condescendingly. Actually, I'd like to know for myself why he wanted to come. Vincent turned to Art. Art? Mr. Gideon, given the fact that you have messengers from the royal families visiting you, I can assume that your work is quite influential, correct? Art put on the air of a fawning young lad. Of course. They're a pain, but they pay me quite well. Gideon stuck his chin out, the very picture of a tortured genius. Perfect. Without saying anything more, Art picked up a large piece of parchment lying on the table and sketched out a blueprint. It had taken a while for him to think of an idea that would sell without changing the world too much. This world relied heavily on magic for a lot of the bigger tools and machines. That was one of the primary reasons they couldn't build a ship capable of traveling long distances. No mage had an infinite source of mana, and carrying enough mages to power a big ship would be impractical. Both Vincent and Gideon were breathing down his neck as they peered closely at his drawing. After about half an hour, Art had finished drawing a rough draft of a steam engine. He didn't fill in all the key components, though. He didn't want Gideon to just steal his idea. He would draw those in after the negotiations were complete. This. Gideon's beady eyes widened twofold as he snatched the paper away to study it in depth. Of course. Why didn't I think of this? There was this solution as well. Gideon's hands trembled, and his nose practically touched the parchment. Then his eyebrows furrowed and his gaze darted across the paper. But this won't work. Something's missing. Art gently took the paper back and rolled it up. I did leave out some key details, which I will be more than happy to provide once our negotiations are over. Art put on an innocent smile. Are you sure you're only 12 years old? Gideon looked at Art sharply, but after a few seconds he gave a helpless sigh. Even Vincent looked baffled by the turn of events, but he handled it better. He was used to Art's unusual talents. Yup, can you show me some of your most precious artifacts? Uncle Vincent told me you make some of the best. Art smiled, tucking the parchment inside his robe pocket. Himes, bring my latest work, Gideon barked. A few moments later, the poised butler with the handlebar mustache appeared, carrying a protected case nearly the size of a grown man. It was sealed with something even Art didn't recognize. Gideon placed both hands on the lock and whispered something into it. After a brief moment, the lock glowed and folded itself into different shapes before opening. Inside the case, an array of enchanted weapons lay before them. Gideon spent some time going over each weapon and explaining their capabilities. The quality of these items was several levels above those sold at the auction house. Art knew that each of these weapons was invaluable, incomparable to the ones sold in shops and forges, but none of them quite fit the bill. Art looked at some of the wands, considering getting one for Elijah, but none of them seemed to suit him. Shaking his head, the mad scientist grumbled something foul. Gideon eventually led Art and Vincent into a hidden storage room, where precious gems and raw materials gleamed, igniting even Art's eyes with a hint of greed. This is an ironite diamond, one of the most valuable gems found on this continent. It can store a lot of mana to use in case of an emergency, Gideon explained, studying Art's face for signs of satisfaction, but none appeared. Finally, Gideon let out a defeated sigh. Himes, can you bring me the pendants? He asked, rubbing his temples. But master, those were made for... I know, just bring them, Gideon interrupted the baffled Himes. After a while, Himes returned with a small case secured by an even more intricate lock. These are some of the products I made for the royal family. They've been asking for life-protecting artifacts, Gideon said, shrugging a shoulder, his once confident demeanor now nowhere in sight. Art picked up one of the two identical pendants to examine it closely. The main jewel had a soft pink hue, exquisitely ornamented and attached to a delicate white gold chain. I had some of the best designers work on it so it would be, suitable for the royal family, Gideon explained. Curiosity piqued. Art infused a bit of mana into the pendant and immediately saw the faint outline of a mana beast he recognized. A phoenix worm. This is made from a phoenix worm, he muttered. You were able to figure that out? Gideon grew even more intrigued, his eyes scrutinizing Art, trying to fathom the extent of his abilities. With eagerness, Gideon continued, While the phoenix worm isn't as rare as dragon species, this particular breed is still a high S-class mana beast. It isn't renowned for its power or combat capabilities, but rather for its unique ability to preserve its own life. When attacked, the phoenix worm's pink scales elongate and harden around it, forming a sort of cocoon. The prospect of such a powerful artifact caught Art's attention, and he couldn't help but wonder about the pendant's true capabilities, but that wasn't even the best part. If the cocoon shielding them breaks, they deplete all the mana in their beast core to instantly transport themselves to wherever they know they'll be safe. It's a unique ability. I've only seen it in the phoenix worm. These two pendants are probably the most valuable artifacts I have. The jewel itself is made from the beast core of the phoenix worm and small fragments of its scales, allowing it to reproduce the life-preserving ability of the beast to a degree, he continued. How many times can the bearer utilize the effects? Art asked, studying the pendant even more closely. Honestly, I'm not sure. The Glader family presented me with 5 of these beast cores, which had been in their family for generations. They didn't know what exactly these mana cores were capable of. They only knew that they were extremely valuable. They had already been studied, and none had the beast will, but still, just one of these beast cores is worth more than any normal S-class core. The first of the 5 I made was a failure, not showing the ability at all. The second and third each showed their ability once before turning to dust. Theoretically, since the mana core doesn't have to completely deplete itself to transport a human, they should work at least twice, but testing further is difficult, for obvious reasons, he explained, shifting his gaze from the pendants to Art with hopeful eyes. But these are for the Glader family, aren't they? Can I take these even though they provided the raw materials? Art inquired, looking at Gideon with a hint of uncertainty. Well, like I said, they didn't know exactly what those beast cores could do. If I just make a good replacement life-preserving artifact, it should be fine. Of course, if you choose to trade your blueprint for something else, that'd be even better, Gideon proposed, his toothy grin widening. Ha, I'm not that nice, Mr. Gideon. I'll take these 2 pendants, Art replied confidently as he unrolled the blueprint and started filling in the missing key components. Gideon sighed, realizing the favorable deal he was getting. You're putting me in a tough position, but I know you're being charitable by giving me these blueprints. With something like this, our people should be able to reach the new continent before they reach us, he remarked, carefully examining the detailed blueprint before folding it and stashing it in his pocket. Then, with a serious expression, Gideon turned back to Art, treating him not as a child but as an equal. Where did you come up with this idea, though? What are you really planning, Arthur? Do you want to speed up the process for the voyage to the new continent? He inquired, intrigued by Art's ingenuity and intentions. Art only laughed and headed out the door, with Vincent silently trailing behind him, still bewildered by the turn of events. Like he said, Mr. Gideon, he's not that nice a person. He only wanted to get his little sister a good birthday gift, he answered with a smile, waving the small case that held the 2 pendants as he got into the carriage. The first half of their journey back home was silent. Then Vincent finally spoke. Not only a genius augmenter, but a brilliant inventor. What exactly was it that you drew for Gideon? Art tried to explain in simple terms. I drew the blueprints for a steam engine. It's a device that is capable of producing quite a lot of power using steam produced from specific materials. With some modifications, so it could be interchanged with fuel powered by mana, traversing long distances should no longer be a problem. Vincent shook his head in amazement. What magical star were you born under? It's an idea I got from somewhere else, and I just tweaked it a little to make it work better. Please don't make too big of a deal out of this to my parents, Art begged, looking at the 2 beautiful pink pendants again. Well, your parents probably wouldn't even make a big deal of something like this, considering your rare talents, Vincent chuckled. Luckily, no one was home, so Art carefully hid the case after wrapping the 2 pendants individually. His sister's birthday was next week, and it wouldn't be long before his 12th birthday, and eventually the new year at Xyrus Academy. Even though he wouldn't be far from his family while at school, he would certainly be limited in how often he could visit them, so his main goal during this time was to ensure that his family could take care of themselves in case anything happened. Art knew he was probably overthinking everything, but he preferred to be on the safe side when it came to his family. For that, he would be willing to sell even his soul. The ballroom inside the Helsty Manor had been lavishly decorated, hung with colorful tapestries and adorned with fine embellishments that matched the tables and stage. The chandelier, comprised of elaborate orbs, sparkled brilliantly, creating a serene ambiance as the guests entered through the towering front doors. Art was dressed very formally for the special birthday party thrown for Ellie by the Helstay and Leywin families. The world had its version of formal wear, akin to tuxedos from Art's old world, but without ties. Instead, handkerchiefs were wrapped underneath the collar and tied in a fashionable manner. Art donned a black suit over a crisp white-collared shirt, and the only touch of color in his ensemble was the light blue scarf he had tied around the shirt collar. He had originally wanted a black handkerchief, but his mother insisted on the blue to accentuate the color of his eyes. With his gaudy blue scarf and windswept hair, held firmly in place by whatever styling paste his mother used, Art felt a bit like a flamboyant show dog, standing out amid the crowd in the elegant ballroom. The ballroom, situated in the wing opposite their rooms, had been kept a secret from Ellie. She believed their families were going out to a fancy restaurant, not suspecting the surprise party being prepared in her honor. Excitedly, she readied herself with their mother and Lilia, who had returned for the special occasion. Meanwhile, in Art's room, Sylvie was fast asleep, her body still adjusting to the significant changes she had undergone recently. She had only agreed to sleep after extracting a promise from Art to save her some leftover food from the party. As the guests arrived, Art welcomed them with a gentlemanly smile, a duty assigned to him by his mother, though one he wasn't particularly fond of. Ellie's school friends from the school for ladies, accompanied by their chaperones, giggled and blushed in response to his warm welcome. Other guests, friends of Art's parents, Vincent and Tabitha Helstey, arrived with their drivers and chaperones as well. By 8 in the evening, most of the guests on the carefully prepared list had gathered in the ballroom. With everything set and the anticipation building, Art's mother notified the maid that she and Ellie would be joining the celebration shortly. The atmosphere in the ballroom was filled with excitement and joy as everyone eagerly awaited the guest of honor. "Well, aren't you dressed all neat and spiffy?" Art turned back toward the door to see Gideon in his signature brown lab coat, a cleaner one at least, and a set of new goggles hanging around his neck. "This is quite a pleasant surprise, Mr. Gideon," Art greeted him with a smile. Gideon grumbled under his breath, catching on to Art's intentions. "You knew darn well that I would try and see you again, didn't you?" he retorted. Art's smile never wavered as he guided Gideon toward the refreshment booth. "I'll admit I wasn't expecting you to use my sister's birthday as the excuse, though," he remarked. "Bah! You and I have a lot to talk about. Don't you forget, I'm not leaving here until I'm satisfied," Gideon grumbled once again, then trotted over to the refreshment booth, requesting an alcoholic drink right off the bat. Meanwhile, Elijah, who had been engaged in conversation with one of the chaperones, a girl a bit older than them, walked towards Art with slumped shoulders. "My third time trying to strike up a conversation with a girl, and they've all so kindly made convenient excuses to go elsewhere." Elijah sighed, his crooked glasses further emphasizing his dejection. Before Art had the chance to tease or comfort Elijah, he was interrupted by a loud voice. "Everyone, please get ready. Lady Alice and Miss Eleanor are on their way," the maid announced, then signaled to douse all the lighting artifacts. In a few moments, Eleanor's voice echoed through the ballroom. "Mama, I thought we were going out for dinner. Where are—" "Surprise!" the guests shouted in a synchronized chorus of voices. As the chandelier sparkled on and an array of artifacts popped off in colorful lights, Eleanor's face turned from initial confusion to surprise, and then to pure joy. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks blushed red as her hands flew up to cover her gaping mouth. She didn't have too long to indulge in her moment of astonishment before her school friends all ran up to hug her in a storm of giggles and happy birthdays. "Good job welcoming the guests, Art." His mother came up to him and gently patted his head, but then some of her friends pulled her away, leaving him to wander on his own. He spotted his father with Vincent and some of the other men, talking about the auction house business and other uninteresting topics. Waiters roamed the hall, handing out platters and cups of various foods and drinks. He was munching on something like a bite-sized sandwich when the melodic chime of a glass being rung caught his attention. His father, wine glass in hand, stood on the stage, his cheeks slightly rosy and his expression relaxed. He cleared his throat and said, "Before the party officially begins, I would like to thank you, on behalf of my precious daughter, for coming here tonight." As his father spoke, his sister blushed in embarrassment, and her friends giggled and clapped with excitement and joy. "Please start the music!" His father signaled toward the back of the stage, and 5 musicians stepped out with their instruments. The instruments looked nearly identical to the string family instruments from his old world. The musicians carried 2 violins, 1 viola, and 1 cello, and there was a pianist behind them. The piano was shaped a little differently, and when they started playing, the sound it produced was much deeper and richer than the grand pianos he was accustomed to. "It would bring me great joy for my beloved son and daughter to have the first dance." His father raised his glass higher, his eyes narrowing into a tipsy grin as he made the request, which could potentially be disastrous. He turned to his mother, who bore a panic-stricken look. Neither she nor his father had ever given either of them dancing lessons. Art caught his sister's face, petrified with horror, as she realized she might be utterly humiliated on her birthday. Maintaining his composure, he took confident strides towards where his sister and her friends stood. "Will you honor me with your hand for a dance?" Art bowed, slipping off his gloves and extending a hand. He heard various squeals and giggles from her friends, but he ignored them. Still fretful, Ellie couldn't find the words. She just nodded her head, accepting his hand and eliciting a round of applause. As soon as Ellie took his hand, a crowd formed around them, and their applause died down as the soft flow of music became louder and filled the room. The music was slow and rhythmic, making it easy to follow along. Her panicked face gradually became calmer as she realized she just needed to follow his lead. With his right hand holding Ellie's left, and his left gently resting on her fragile waist, they circled the floor. Her light coral dress fluttered gracefully with each step she took, mirroring his movements as they waltzed around the small dance floor formed by the surprised crowd around them. Art was calm and poised, moving gracefully in time with the music. Dancing was something Art had been required to learn for the formal occasions he had attended as a king. As Art danced with his sister, Ellie's face gradually shifted from tranquil calmness to excited glee as she truly began enjoying their dance. Her skin glowed from her smile and the gentle exertion, making her look radiant. He twirled her around as if they had rehearsed for a grand performance, and the musicians played along, drawing inspiration from the joyful duo. As the music reached its finale, Ellie followed Art's lead flawlessly, and they came to a graceful halt, perfectly in sync with the musicians. Applause and cheers erupted from the audience, accompanied by whistles from some of the more intoxicated adults, as Art and Ellie bowed, hand in hand. "That was wonderful! Truly splendid! What a great performance!" The compliments and praise from all around made Ellie's smile grow even wider as they basked in the limelight. "Brother!" Ellie couldn't contain her excitement any longer and jumped into Art's arms, almost knocking him down in surprise. Her pure, innocent laughter rang out contagiously as she flung her arms around his neck. Ellie's friends from school showered her with compliments after her dance with Arthur. "Your brother is so handsome," they gushed, expressing their envy and admiration. Ellie beamed with pride at being Arthur's sister. "I told you he was great," Ellie exclaimed, basking in the praise. Nicole, her best friend, was particularly excited. "Yeah, he's awesome. You must have practiced a lot for that dance. It looked super hard," she said. Yeah, but our teacher was really good, so we learned it really quickly," Ellie replied, trying to downplay her lack of dance skills. She didn't want her friends to know that Arthur was the skilled dancer, not her. Her heart still racing from the exhilarating dance, Ellie felt a mix of exhaustion and joy. Arthur had led her through the routine flawlessly, making her feel like a professional dancer. "You're going to get to dance with every boy here after that performance, Ellie," Nicole teased, playfully elbowing her. "Let's go get some food," Ellie suggested, eager to divert attention away from her dancing and avoid being asked to dance by other boys at the event. Art slumped in a corner, a glass of apple cider in his hand. The dance had given the adults and chaperones all the more reason to come greet him, some hinting for a dance, and he was worn out from all the smiling and chatting. He'd forgotten how tiresome playing the courtier could be. Give him a dungeon full of deadly mana beasts any day. He spotted Elijah dancing with a girl who seemed to be around their age, maybe a year younger. She was probably one of his sister Ellie's older friends. I guess he finally managed, Art thought to himself. Hey, you must be the Arthur that everyone's talking about. A blonde-haired boy, rather tall and poised, leaned against the wall next to Art. I guess I must be. Art managed a faint smile and took another sip of his cider. My friends are all jealous of you for stealing all the girls' attention, Jared snickered, offering Art his hand. I'm Jared Redner. I heard a lot about you from Lilia at school. Ah, you both go to Xyrus. Well, as you already know, I'm Arthur Leywin. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Art shook Jared's hand just as he spotted Lilia, who was heading towards them. Before she gets over here, am I to assume that either the two of you are dating or you like her? Art asked, lowering his voice so that only Jared could hear. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? Yeah, we're both on the student council. She's the secretary and I'm the treasurer. I'm trying to pursue her. I've expressed that many times already. Jared gave a sigh, then smiled and waved at Lilia. Lilia's a good girl. She needs time to grow confident as a mage, but I'm sure she'll get there. I hope you treasure her well, Art said simply. Well, I hope to get the chance to do that someday, seeing as how she's rejected me all 3 times so far. He chuckled, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Hey, Arthur. I'm so sorry I didn't get the chance to say hi to you at all today. I've been so busy ever since I got here, and you were busy preparing too. Her face was flushed, and she spoke quickly and excitedly. It made Art wonder if Jared approached him because he thought there was something between Lilia and him. I'll leave you two alone. Jared walked away solemnly, a hint of jealousy in his eyes, not even looking at Lilia as he passed her. Well, that seems to answer my question. You look beautiful today, Art noted, clinking his glass of cider against hers before taking another sip. Oh, thank you. Lilia seemed jumpy, fiddling with her turtleneck light green dress, which was embellished with frills and subtle trimmings. He hadn't seen her since before she had begun attending Xyrus. She had matured a lot in the past year and a half, her childlike face becoming more refined. They talked for a bit about her school life, then Art started teasing her. You must be pretty popular at Xyrus. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Even his sister would sometimes tell him about boys who liked her, gloating that she was popular. No, of course not. Nothing like that, Lilia said with a somewhat desperate laugh. She was waving both her hands as if signaling, no way, which made Art laugh. You're still young, so take your time and meet the right guy. But you better bring him to me first so I can approve before you start dating him. Art poked Lilia in the arm. A shred of dejection showed on her face, but she quickly covered it up, saying, I will. Just don't be too hard of a judge. Uh-huh. Art looked up to see Gideon walking up to them, something like a polite smile stretched across his usually scowling face. Mind if I borrow the young lad? Gideon's abrupt intrusion clearly caught Lilia by surprise, but she replied evenly, with a polite smile of her own. Of course. I'll see you later then, Art. She waved at him, bowing to Gideon before running off to the heart of the party. You know that young lady likes you, right? Gideon scratched his cheek awkwardly as his gaze followed Lilia's figure. I know, Art responded simply. You two seem to get along, though. You're not going to do anything about it? He pressed. She's someone whose life has been changed by me. It's not so much the feeling of like or love, but something more akin to gratitude that she feels. She doesn't know that now, but in the future, I'm sure she'll be able to distinguish between the two on her own, Art answered with a shrug, taking another sip of his cider. You know, even when you say something disgustingly conceited like that, somehow it doesn't sound vain, Gideon said evenly, taking a small sip of his wine. Because I don't mean it in a conceited way. To her, I'm something like a hero who saved her life. She may have fantasies about a relationship between us, like any young girl about her idol. But that doesn't mean she is in love. It's more of an infatuation, Art explained. Anyway, I'm sure you're not here to give me love advice. What was it that you wanted to discuss? The way you speak, it's like you've lived much longer than the 12 years you claim. But yes, you're right. How did your sister like the present you so deviously took from me? Gideon sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall. Received as compensation, not took, Art corrected, wagging his finger. And I haven't given it to her yet. I will later. Right. Well, after refining your blueprint and creating a plan, I sent it in to the Council of Decathlon. They approved it, and it's under construction right now, Gideon announced, his usual joking manner non-existent. After the founding of the Six Lances, the three kings and queens of Decathlon had come together and made another announcement to the public. They declared that the current system of government, a monarchy for each of the three kingdoms, would be changing. A single council would now govern all of Decathlon. This decision was not open for debate, but it did face opposition from some groups, leading to rebellions. The exact location of the Council of Decathlon remained unknown, and communication channels were limited to a handful of trusted individuals. Major broadcasts were disseminated by each city's governor. "Congratulations. I'm sure they rewarded you well for that," Art said sincerely, raising his glass. "Bah, money is just a means to an end for me. But you're an asset that I do not want to let go. What do you want? Money, power, knowledge? I can give you all of that, if you're more open with me about what you know," Gideon replied, his beady eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I don't intend to change how the world works for my own benefit. This continent is doing just fine without my intervention," Art retorted, making his intentions clear. "So you're saying you do have ideas for inventions capable of changing how the world works? Fascinating." Gideon's ears seemed to have only picked up on what he wanted to hear. He wasn't fully grasping Art's intentions. Imbuing mana into his voice, Art growled in a low tone that only Gideon could hear. "Mr. Gideon, let me make it clear that I'm not here to indulge your selfish curiosities." The sternness in Art's voice appeared to have startled Gideon, causing him to nearly jump in response. "Well, you sure sobered me up real quick. Yeah, I guess you're right. How about a give and take then? I'm not asking for world-changing inventions like that steam engine you gave me. I just want to get to know how you think, really. I'll be your personal benefactor for whatever you need. Honestly, I'm desperate. Don't make this old man plead anymore." Surprisingly, this time, Gideon's voice sounded sincere. This was exactly what Art had planned, but he didn't want to give in to Gideon's wishes too easily, so he persisted. "Can I take your word for it?" he asked, trying to gauge Gideon's sincerity. "Of course. What do you take me for? I'm a man of my word. You're quite the family man, so I understand why you were so interested in that phoenix worm necklace. I may not be a great mage, but I know my way around artificing and magic implementation theory. Hell, you need some allowance for school, right? So how about it, yeah?" Gideon's beady eyes and wild halo of hair made him appear even more pitiful. Art stuck his hand out and shot Gideon a businessman's smile, which he was sure made the man think twice about what he had just gotten himself into. After more dancing, eating, drinking, and present giving, the party eventually came to an end when the midnight bell rang. The guests slowly started leaving, allowing the maids to finally begin cleaning the ballroom. Art's parents presented his sister Ellie with a pair of beautiful hair ties adorned with ornamental bells. At first glance, they appeared silver, but underneath the light, they reflected a glimmering array of colors. Excitedly, Ellie asked her mother to tie her hair into ponytails using the new hair ties. Despite the success of the party, Ellie had felt a tinge of disappointment that the twin horns, who were currently exploring a dungeon, couldn't attend her birthday celebration. However, her spirits were quickly lifted when she saw the wrapped boxes in her brother's hands. "Happy birthday, little sister," Art said, presenting her with his gift and handing the other, less elaborately decorated box to their mother. "It's so pretty," Ellie exclaimed with delight, her eyes gleaming as she admired the precious necklace inside the box, unaware of its true value. "This is gorgeous," their mother remarked, her admiration even more profound than Ellie's, as she focused on the light pink gem embedded on the white gold chain. "Keep it on at all times, okay?" Art advised his sister, but his eyes also conveyed a message to his mother, who nodded in understanding. "Where in the world did you get something like this, son?" his father inquired, still a little tipsy but coherent enough to join the conversation. "I'm sure you met Mr. Gideon, right? I'm going to start working for him while he teaches me some things about magic. He gave me this as sort of a token of my apprenticeship." Art's response held a hint of truth, although it wasn't the whole story. "Well, I'll have to talk to him again and thank him for taking care of you. I can't believe my boy is going to attend Xyrus Academy soon. You're going to kick some butt out there, right? Ow! His father received a playful smack on the head from his mother for his enthusiastic remark. After that, she gave Art a warm hug and Ellie followed suit. Thank you for these presents. We'll both wear them always, right, Ellie? Art's mother said, hugging Ellie as well, sealing the moment with familial affection. Yes, we match now, Ellie chirped, her face glowing with delight. Art was glad that she liked the necklace, but more importantly, he felt relieved knowing that she would be safer with it. That was all that really mattered to him at this point. After Ellie's birthday, Art's daily life settled into a repetitive routine. His own birthday passed by without much fanfare, and though the Twin Horns couldn't attend due to their dungeon exploration, they sent word to the guild hall that they were alive and well. Art didn't mind the low-key celebration. He was content with his family's presence. Only a select few people attended his birthday gathering, including the Helstius and Gideon, who brought him a gift he had requested, a seal for his attribute mana for fire and water. It's a little gaudy, but keep this bracelet on at all times if you want to hide your mana attributes. It's still a trial product, so be careful. The 2 charms on the bracelet can each hide and seal an elemental attribute's mana from being sensed and gauged by others. By the gods, I still can't believe you're a quadra-elemental augmenter, Gideon exclaimed, marveling at Art's rare abilities. Elijah was eager to start school. Although the idea of being surrounded by other young men and women their age had originally terrified him, he had become much more social during his stay in Xyrus. After spending considerable time in isolation with his dwarven benefactor, he seemed hungry for the companionship that school could offer. Art's father also resumed his training, albeit at a slower pace after using all the stored mana from the beast core Art had brought. Nevertheless, he managed to level up his fire augmentations, and his skills and abilities became a light orange rather than the typical red of most other fire augmenters. As Art had anticipated, the beast will didn't react to Elijah when Art gave it to him. Elijah couldn't sense anything and was left confused as to why Art still held on to the core. With Ellie enjoying school and spending more time with her close group of friends, and Art's mother and Tabitha embracing their free time as housewives, their lives couldn't have been more content. Witnessing the peace and happiness that surrounded his family, Art felt an unshakable commitment to ensuring it endured as long as possible. One of the most eventful days in the Decathan calendar, marking the day the first steam engine ship, named the Decathius, would set sail on a voyage to the other continent, was also significant for another reason. The Decathius was scheduled to set sail tomorrow, coinciding with the day Elijah and Art would begin their academic careers at Xyrus Academy.